Okay, welcome to the supplementary hearing for the Committee's inquiry into Budget Estimates 2023-2024. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting today, and I pay my respects to Elders past, present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. Also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Mark Banaszak and I'm Chair of the Committee. I welcome Minister Moriarty and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of agriculture, regional New South Wales and Western New South Wales. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing, and I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Given that the majority of our witnesses are appearing today via video conference, a few notes on virtual hearing etiquette to minimise disruptions and assist our Hansard reporters. If participants lose their internet connection and are disconnected from the virtual hearing, they are asked to rejoin the hearing by using the same link as provided by the committee secretariat. And can I ask committee members to clearly identify who questions are directed to, and could I ask everyone to please state their name when they begin speaking. Could everyone please mute their microphones when they're not speaking, and please remember to turn your microphones back on when you're getting ready to speak. If you start speaking while muted, please start your question or answer again so it can be recorded in the transcript. And members and witnesses should avoid speaking over each other so we can all be heard clearly. Also, to assist Hansard, may I remind members and witnesses to speak directly into the microphone and avoid making comments when your head is turned away. Before witnesses are sworn, I would like to make a short statement about today's hearing. On the 22nd of November, the Legislative Council agreed for this committee to hold a supplementary budget estimates hearing in 2023 to examine the portfolios of agriculture, regional New South Wales and Western New South Wales. Subsequently, on the 23rd of November, the committee sent an invitation to the Minister to attend today's hearing for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm. In response, the Minister advised the committee that she would be happy to facilitate the request of the committee and attend the hearing. However, on Monday this week, she sent further correspondence advising that she would attend via video conference and until 10:30am only. I would just like to note this chain of events for the record. To witnesses, welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. However, witnesses who have been sworn at the early estimates hearing before this committee do not need to be sworn again. Minister Moriarty reminds you that you don't need to be sworn, as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. The only witness to be sworn today is Dr. Jackie Tracy. Could you please state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Jacqueline Tracy, Executive Director Policy, Local Land Services. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm, and we are joined by the Minister from 9:15am to 10:30am, and the morning session will continue until 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 to 5:30pm with the 15-minute break at 3:30pm. And during these sessions, there'll be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15. We'll now begin with questions from the opposition. But before I do, to the two Dr. Tracys online, can we just make sure when we do announce our name that we announce our full name, including our first name, just for completeness with Hansard. Thank you. I'll now pass to the opposition.
Great, thank you very much, Chair. Minister, on the 27th of November, you wrote a letter to the committee saying, paragraph 4, you would amend your plans to appear today. Then on the 11th of December, you send an email saying that you'll be doing this remotely. Why aren't you here in person? What are you afraid of?
Good morning, everybody, and thanks for the opportunity to participate in the hearing today. I'm pleased to be here. I'm participating. I'm here to answer any of the questions that any of you have.
Why aren't you here in person?
For Regional New South Wales, and I'm the Minister for Western New South Wales, and I've had long-standing plans to be in Western New South Wales for months, actually. I have made changes to those plans to accommodate the request that was made to me.
So, Minister, I'll just redirect you. I'll just redirect you to that question.
To answer any questions.
Minister, I'll just redirect you. You said that you had long-term plans. When you replied to the committee, you said you were available to come in person. You've changed that. Why have you changed that? What are you hiding from?
I'm available. I'm right here participating. I welcome the questions, any questions that you have, Ms. Taylor, or any of the other
Mrs. Taylor,
members
thank
of the
you.
committee.
Minister, I'll just ask you then too. Minister, if this is going to work,
to answer.
Minister, why are you only available until 10:30 when you said you would be available at the standard time? Why are you truncating that time to answer questions? What are you afraid of, Minister?
I'm welcoming the opportunity to be here. I've had long-standing commitments to meet with communities across Western New South Wales who are not interested in Macquarie Street politics. They're interested in...
Minister, this is about accountability. You can't squib your way out of it.
I am engaging with communities in Western New South Wales.
Minister, I'll just redirect you. I'll redirect you, Minister. You told this committee that you would be here. You now suddenly have plans that you can't be here. You've truncated the time. This is unprecedented. No one has done this except you today, showing a complete disregard for transparency. Why have you shortened the time when you indicated that you would be available for the full time? Why?
I am available. I'm right here to answer questions.
Oh, Minister, stop doing your repeated lines that you've been given by your media advisors and answer the question. Show some respect to the process and the people of New South Wales.
Are you just going to try and bully me? I'm trying to answer the question.
No one is bullying you, Minister. You are really.
Is
that the best you've got? That's the best you've got. Just answer the question. Why have you truncated the time until 10:30 today when that is not what you agreed to do?
I'm here. I'm available.
Right, so you can't answer the question.
Minister, thanks, Minister.
I work for the people of Western New South Wales. I work for the people of regional New South Wales.
You don't work for anyone.
Minister, we're not... Minister, I'll just stop you there. We've got very limited time. Certainly today we have very limited time.
And I'm here.
Minister, thank you. My question to you is you are actually accountable to this Parliament, and this Parliament is accountable to the people of New South Wales. So to, sprawl out some political line of you don't care about Macquarie Street politics, we actually care about the people of the regions who've got serious questions they want to ask you about your time as a minister and the decisions that you're making. You have told this committee that you would be available for the full time. You've now, as my colleague said, cut that for an hour, which is disrespectful not just to this committee but the chamber of which you are a member. You stood up and said you would make yourself available. What are you doing at 10:30 that was so urgent, that was so critical that you couldn't allow yourself to be here until 1 p.m? All of your officials are here for the whole day. What do you have to do to leave at 10:30 that couldn't be moved, couldn't be amended, you couldn't accommodate the committee's request? What are you doing?
I'm meeting with groups across Western New South Wales.
Who are you meeting with and what are you talking about?
Yesterday, and I'm continuing to do it today.
No, I'll redirect you, Minister. I'll redirect you, Minister. Who are you meeting with? Who are you meeting with? Who are you? Well, no. I've asked a very specific question. I don't want a general answer. You said that you are so busy that you can only allow an hour out of your time to be here today. Who are you meeting with from 10:30? What is the critical matters of importance that could not wait until later today, after 1 p.m, indeed tomorrow, that you have to leave this committee to go and attend to in Broken Hill? What is it that you're doing?
I'm meeting with community groups across Broken Hill.
Who are you meeting with and what are you discussing?
You're going to let me answer the questions?
Well, I've asked 3 times. I'd like to know. Who are you meeting with? It's pretty simple.
I'm trying to answer the question with respect. I have said I'm here and willing to participate, and no one seems to want to hear the answers that I'm giving, but the people of Western New South Wales do, and the people of regional New South Wales do.
Who are you meeting with, Minister? I'm redirecting you. It was a very specific question. Who are you meeting with this morning?
If I like to say that they do want to hear from me, and I have a whole range of meetings lined up with people.
Okay, Minister, I'm redirecting you again. We're going to find ourselves back here many, many times. I think you should get used to budget estimates hearings, Minister. Who are you meeting with this morning? It's a simple question. Who are you meeting with this morning?
Here.
No, at 10:30, Minister, with respect, you're leaving because you couldn't amend your long-standing plans that were so critical. It had to go over the top of your parliamentary responsibilities in terms of integrity and accountability and honesty and transparency. Who are you meeting with? Who are you meeting with? It's pretty simple. Who are you meeting with this morning that you can't be here?
And I'm here to answer your questions.
No, Minister, that is not an answer. I'm going to ask you again. Who are you meeting with between 10:30 and 1 p.m. today that you could not be available for the full time that the convention of this House has had for many years when ministers appear before committees? Who are you meeting with this morning? I would like the names of the organisations and the issues, please.
And if you don't know,
take it on notice. If you don't know, take it on notice.
I'm just going to wait for you guys to finish. Would you like me to answer?
I'd like an answer.
I don't want to interrupt.
There's the pause there now, Minister. I think you should take that pause and answer.
Thanks, Chair. Appreciate it. I have a range of stakeholder meetings today, both with community groups myself, as I have announced a number of times publicly before, and for many months, I'm hosting a series of roundtables.
Thanks, Minister. I'll just stop you there. Are you having a roundtable this morning? Is that before 1 p.m, the roundtable? When's that on? Surely you know the time. Don't open your diary now. It'll be in your phone. What time's your roundtable today? When's that on?
I've been asked a question and I'm attempting to answer it. I'm not sure.
What time's the roundtable? It's not hard, not a trick question. You said you've got a roundtable. What time is it? Is it on today? What time today? It's not a hard... This is not a trick. What time's your roundtable?
I have a series of meetings
and
events.
Minister, what time is your round table on?
Miss Fox might know. Ask her.
The roundtable is one of the events that I'm hosting today. I held one in Burke yesterday.
Okay, we'll be redirecting. Miss Fox, what time?
Miss Fox, what time's the roundtable today?
I'm looking forward to engaging with community groups about how we can fix the mess that you left.
This is so embarrassing.
12 years of neglect.
Minister, I have a question for Miss Fox. What time is the roundtable today? Can someone from the department answer that question, please?
I actually don't know, but I can find out.
Oh,
so no one on the call.
On.
You're all out at Broken Hill to have a meeting with stakeholders today, and not one person from your entire department on here right now can tell us what time that round table is. We've been ministers. That doesn't happen. Someone knows the time.
I would remind both of you that you are under oath. A direct question, Miss Fox, has been asked of you as the Secretary of Regional. What time is the meeting?
The time, I've just got the information from my team, it's 1 p.m. today.
Right, so Minister, you could have been here this morning and made the roundtable. So why are you not staying till 1? Can you now amend your plans and stay till 1 p.m. so that the committee can ask you the questions?
To accommodate the request.
No, but you haven't. You told us that you would be here and you're not going to be here. You lied to the committee when you wrote to us and said you'd make yourself available. You haven't told the truth. We now know the roundtable that you said has been long-standing doesn't begin until 1 p.m. Will you stay until 1 p.m. to answer questions and be accountable to the people of this state?
I'm here answering questions right now.
Will you stay until 1 p.m? That's my question. Will you stay today until 1 p.m?
You want me to answer questions, or are we just...
No, I'd like you to ask my question. Will you stay until 1 p.m?
No, I've already responded to the committee. You have made...
Minister, I guarantee you that this will be an issue that will continue to be problematic for you. You cannot flout what the committee process is here to do.
I'm very accountable.
Well,
you're not. This
is a mockery and it's a joke, and we all know what's going on here.
Okay, we'll move on. Thank you, Minister. And I just would remind everyone after that performance that everyone is under oath to the people of New South Wales and to this committee. So when questions are asked, they should be answered. Minister, are you a supporter of local land services? Yes or no?
I think, I'm going to answer the questions that are asked of me, and I'm going to answer them in the way that I would like to answer them, if it's okay with respect.
Are you a supporter of local land services, Minister? It's a fairly simple question.
I'm going to let you finish so that I can then answer the questions that you have. I'll let you finish.
Again, Minister, I will say it for the third time. Are you a supporter of local land services? It's a fairly direct question.
You're finished?
Do you want to start?
What do I think of local land services? Or am I supportive of them? Yeah, I think they do.
Great, thank you, Minister. How much is the local land services travel budget this?
Can I? Oh, look, point of order.
Oh,
Look,
I-
I don't want to interfere at this early stage, but I do think if it's worth asking a question, it's worth allowing the minister at least a few seconds to actually begin to answer it. Now, after a period of time, you can seek to redirect, but at least let the minister begin to answer her question. That's my point.
And to the point of order, Chair, just for the record, I had to ask that question 3 times. It was a simple question. The minister is openly flouting the situation of not being here. I'm happy to move on now to my second question. But please don't waste our time.
Further,
What happened?
further to the point of order.
Here we go.
I
Yeah,
mean,
back again.
if it is if a minister wishes to answer, the minister can answer in whatever way they believe.
The minister answered, we
appropriate.
wouldn't be back here again.
Thank you. Let's, being conscious of time, let me just rule, yes, the minister is allowed to answer in the manner in which he sees fit. The opposing member that's asking the question can redirect, and I always say that it should be done in a respectful way. Obviously, that is difficult when people keep talking over the top of each other. So I just remind people, if there is a call to redirect, can we cease talking over the top of each other so that redirection can be done and put politely?
If the minister
You have
was
the
here, we wouldn't have the
It'd
problem.
be easier in person.
Minister, how much is the local land services travel budget this year compared to last year? And if you don't know, could you please take it on notice?
The travel budget, the specifics of the travel budget, I will have to take on notice, but I'll come back to the committee.
So, Minister, it is my understanding that
To interrupt, but I do want to assist the committee. Of course, the local land services department people are on the line, so Mr. Orr might actually.
They're here all day. We'll get to them
well,
later.
we've got you
We
for an
don't have
hour,
you for
don't
long.
worry.
Committees,
Minister,
so
my
I'm happy to hand over to get
Minister,
Order. Can we stop talking over the top of each other? There's another question being put, Minister. Sorry.
Minister, Minister, how do you justify cutting the travel budget of LLS staff when so much of the work that they do is with stakeholders, farmers across New South Wales is done on farm? How can you possibly justify that cut?
Well, as I was saying, I actually really support the work that LLS do on the ground, working on farm and with farmers. I've been out with them around different parts of regional New South Wales because, as I've said many times on the record, I like to get out and about and travel across the
Yeah, your
regions
travel budget hasn't been cut, unlike your staff.
to understand the issues that people
Use
are
it to
facing.
escape.
And the local teams, certainly that I've engaged with, but I know more broadly.
Minister, can I redirect you to the
think-
question, and that is, how do you support the cuts that you have made to the travel budget of LLS staff? It's obvious your travel cuts haven't been cut because you've used yours to get away from coming today, but how do you justify cutting that of the LLS staff?
So I'm here today, I'm participating today, answering questions just in relation to that part of the question that you just put to me. I'm here, I'm answering the questions that you are asking me. There's no impact on business as usual for LLS. They do
So you're
terrific
saying
work.
there's no cuts to the LLS budget, Minister?
The travel budget hasn't been.
The travel
No
budget.
impact on-
No cuts to the travel budget for LLS, Minister. Is that correct?
Oh, no, I'll let you finish. Sorry, is that the question? I don't want to interrupt you.
Yes, Minister, that is the
Thank you.
question.
So there's no impact on business as usual for the team. I think they
No,
do
Minister,
really
I will redirect you to the question. The
continue
question was
to-
very specific. It was about travel budgets. Please answer the question, Minister. If you
I
don't
have-
know, take it on notice.
I have answered the question and I'll continue to answer the question with respect. They do
is a
really
joke.
fantastic work. There's no impact on business arrangements. Nobody's raised any
Minister,
concerns.
you are
We'll
flouting
continue.
today. You are flouting the process.
Are you going to continue to try and bully me? I don't really. I'm here.
Sorry, point
trying
of
to-
order, Mr. Chair.
Let me-
Sorry, Minister. I just would like to take a point of order. That is the second time that the Minister has used the term bullying, which is a very serious allegation. My colleague is not bullying the Minister. She is asking questions, which is our right as members of Parliament, about LLS travel budgets. I would ask the Minister to stop using that terminology, which is inflammatory, offensive and inaccurate.
Thank you. I do uphold that point of order. Given my previous career, I've got a lot of experience in dealing with bullies, and I wouldn't say what Ms Taylor is doing is bullying. She's trying to put questions to the Minister. Obviously, we've got the added degree of difficulty of WebEx, so I just ask people to stop talking over the top of each other, because obviously it's a problem for Hansard, but it's also a problem in terms of getting questions and answers done effectively. So I think the question is still with Ms Taylor.
I'll ask the question again, Minister. Do you support the travel cuts that you have made to local land services?
I support the work that local land services
That
do.
wasn't
I
the
think they
question,
do.
Minister. That wasn't the
Terrific.
question. Minister, again, you have made substantial cuts to the local land services travel budget. Do you support those cuts?
I support local land services who do
Minister,
really...
I will redirect you, and one more time. Do you support the cuts that you have made to the local land services travel budget, seeing that the most important thing they do, as you have said time and time again this morning, is to get out into the regions? Do you support the cuts that you and your government have made to the transport budget of the local land services?
I support the work that local...
Okay, I'll move on, Minister, because you obviously can't answer the question. Minister, why are you reducing the remuneration for local land services chairs and board members?
As you would expect, and as the people of regional New South Wales would expect, as a new government, we're having a good look at how things work and where they're working and where they're not, and where things might need to be addressed, and it's an appropriate time to do that. I've been quite public in telling the community and telling people in LLS that we were doing a review of the boards for a couple of reasons. Firstly, because the government broadly committed to having a look at how boards arrangements are working inside of government. That's an appropriate thing to do. That's what taxpayers certainly expect.
Okay, I'll redirect now, because obviously you support the cuts to the remuneration, as you've said. So, Minister,
Point of order. I mean, I'm very reluctant.
She's decided to do this as a minister.
Well, yeah, but you're then putting words in her mouth and saying you agree.
Not. You know that's not true. Just let us get on with this.
Well,
We've got less than an hour. You know, you want to do this again, we'll just have to bring
back.
the minister back every month.
I've just sat here quietly now for, well...
Okay,
you know,
I accept what you're saying, Mr Donnelly. Can we just be mindful of the comments afterwards?
Okay.
I would probably agree that Minister was saying she was supportive of the cuts, but let's just move on.
Yeah. Okay, Minister. So, given you're cutting the cost of local, Minister, I'm asking the question.
Entitled to hear the answer.
Minister, I'm asking you. I'm redirecting the question, Minister, which is actually my right to do. So, Minister, just listening. Given that you're cutting the cost of local representation on the local land services board, will you also be cutting the LLS rates paid by farmers?
I'm sorry, I didn't get to. I wanted to be able to finish answering the question.
Minister, I'm redirecting the question, which, as you know, is well within my right. So I'll pose the question to you again. So given that you're cutting the cost of local representation on LLS boards, will you also be cutting the LLS rates paid by farmers?
We're maintaining local representation for LLS boards because I think the local representation is incredibly important, and that's something
Just
that
paying
we
them,
found
happy to pay
during
them
the
less
review.
to do the same job, though. That's what's going to happen.
I'd like to be able to answer the questions, guys. Like, this is very silly.
Guys.
Right.
Yeah. Well, the question was, are you going to be cutting the LLS rates paid by farmers? Yes or no?
No, the question was about the local decision making, and I support the
No, it
local
wasn't.
representatives.
It's about rates for
and the
farmers.
local board
Minister, we've got
representation.
18 seconds left. Are you going to be attending the LLS board meeting in Sydney tomorrow? Yes or no?
I believe I am, but I'd have to check my diary. I apologise.
Could you take that on notice, just so we're clear? Take that on notice. Back to Sydney for that, but not for today. Thanks for clarifying.
I'm participating in the hearing today. Right now, I'm here to answer your questions. If
We
you'd
will.
like to let me answer the questions, I'm happy to do
an
that.
absolute
You probably didn't hear the
embarrassment.
bell over all that chatter, Minister, but we now go to Ms Hurst for crossbench.
Thank you. Minister, did you have any discussions with the Premier about not attending in person today or reducing the time available for budget estimates?
I'm here answering the questions.
No, sorry. The question was, did you have any discussions with the Premier about the changes?
I'm actually in Broken Hill with the Premier. He is doing meetings today with the
So is
community.
that a yes? You discussed that with him?
Well, I'm in the community today with the Premier.
No, sorry. The question was, did you have discussions with the Premier?
At Walgett and
Minister,
Burke.
did you have discussions with the Premier about not attending in person today for budget estimates and reducing the time available for budget estimates?
I'm answering genuine respect because I appreciate where the question is coming from. What
You
I'm
have
trying
no
to
respect for anybody.
Minister, but you're talking about the fact that you're with the Premier. So I understand that you're with the Premier. Did you have
So that's
discussions
what
with
I'm
him
being
about the changes?
Are people going to let me answer questions? This is quite strange. I'm really trying very hard to be
Minister,
respectful
did you have discussions with the Premier about not attending in person today and reducing the time available for budget estimates?
Ms Hurst, I'm answering the question. I am in Broken Hill with the Premier. I was travelling across regional communities yesterday, a number of them, Burke, Brewarrina, Walgett.
And during that time, did you have a discussion with the Premier about the changes to today's budget estimates?
I'm in Broken Hill with the Premier, so that I am participating through this forum
Yes
online.
or no?
While he is doing meetings in the community.
So, Minister, the decision Minister, in regards to redirecting, in regards to you not attending in person and reducing the time available, was this a decision alone on yourself, Minister?
Yes, I have long-standing commitments to meet with people across Western New South Wales.
So it was your decision alone as Minister?
I have a job to do. I am the
Minister, so this was a decision alone by you as Minister?
New South Wales. I answer to regional communities.
Minister,
Long-standing commitments to
Minister,
engage with them.
Minister, I don't appreciate you talking down the clock. The question was this a decision of yourself as Minister alone?
Yes, I have.
Yes, it was a decision alone. Okay.
Meetings and pre-scheduled commitments to be in this community for many months. I am participating in this hearing today. I'm participating.
Thank you,
online.
Minister. Yep, I understand that your answer was yes. I don't need to hear the same lines again. Minister, I'm just going to move on. I actually put up, Minister, I put up an amendment to the Biosecurity Commissioner Bill recently to include other acts of animal cruelty offences, as obviously the bill already mentioned POCTA, but there are other animal cruelty offences that, for example, fit into the Crimes Act. In the speech of reasons that you didn't support the amendment, you referred to the fact that the POCTA review is underway. And I couldn't quite understand that at the time because obviously the Crimes Act and the POCTA Act are very different pieces of legislation. Are you actually considering removing the Crimes Act animal cruelty offences and putting them under the same act as the current offences under POCTA?
We've made an election commitment to review the Act. You and I have spoken about it a number of times.
But that's the POCTA Act, so my question is in regards to the Crimes Act.
At any time and do so. We've discussed it many times. It was a commitment that we made.
Minister,
and
Minister,
as the minister responsible, I am doing that work.
Minister, the question is, are you considering removing the Crimes Act animal cruelty offences? I know POCTA's being reviewed. I'm asking you if you are looking into removing the Crimes Act animal cruelty offences and putting them under the same offences as POCTA as part of that review.
That's not a specific thing that I'm currently looking at because we are reviewing the Act as a whole, which was the commitment that we made to the people of New South Wales during the election campaign. And I am responsible for doing that work and I have begun doing that work. I look forward to getting feedback from stakeholders, including yourself, and my door is open to you as you have been in my office many times to discuss this issue and you're welcome to continue to do that.
So can you confirm that the animal cruelty offences that fall under Minister, can I confirm that the Crimes Act offences of animal cruelty will remain then under the Crimes Act and that you're only reviewing POCTA?
I don't have any specific plans to change the specific things that you're putting to me at the moment. We said that we would review the Act and that's exactly what we will do.
Yeah, but you're only reviewing POCTA. You're not going to review the Crimes Act offences.
I'm not responsible for the Crimes Act. I'm responsible for POCTA, and I am working through that review. So I will engage with everyone on a whole range of issues that are relevant to those discussions, including you. I'm very happy to discuss any particular issues. As I said during the debate on the biosecurity amendment bill, I said on the record to you that I'm happy to engage on these issues.
I wanted to ask you about puppy farms as well. I'm sure you're aware of the ongoing concerns from local councils, particularly regional rural councils that are near the border, that have been inundated with development applications for large-scale puppy farms since the ban in Victoria was introduced. I know that Murray River Council has had a 500% increase in puppy farm applications since 2022. Where is your timeline now in regards to the Labor election promise to outlaw puppy farming, and can we expect to see legislation at some point next year?
Look, it's another area of responsibility that I am working through. Also, you've made reference to some councils, and I will work in conjunction with my colleague, the Minister for Local Government, on these issues. We did make a commitment in relation to banning these puppy farms, and that's what I'll do.
Can we expect to see legislation sometime next year?
I'll be working through that along with all of the other areas of my responsibility. I'd like to get it done as soon as is possible, but I do need to be able to consult and work with, listen to people across the community, and I'll be doing that.
Can you outline the steps that your office has taken to commence the work on that legislation?
Well, I have commenced the work on that along with every other
Can you just outline the steps that you've taken?
No, I'll have more to say about it as we do it, and particularly as I engage stakeholders, again, including you, Ms Hurst.
No, I'm not. Sorry, my question was, you said that you've commenced work. I just wanted to understand what work has been commenced, so I can understand where we're up to.
Sure. As I've said in the previous answer in relation to the POCTA Act, I'm considering, there are a range of commitments that we made in this space, as you would be well aware. And I'm looking at all of those as a sort of a whole piece at the moment. We'll give consideration to how the work is dealt with for each of the commitments, but I am looking at them with the assistance of the department, I guess in globo is the way that I would describe it at this point. But again, when it's time for consultation and engagement, I'll be sure to communicate that with the public. But people are very welcome to...
Have you met with the Minister for Local Government in regards to the legislation?
I'm sorry, can you just repeat the first part of
Have
the
you
question?
met with the Minister for Local Government in regards to the legislation?
I would have to check. We've certainly...
Could you take that on notice?
I'm just going to finish the answer if that's okay. Sorry, Ms Hurst.
I think you said you have to check, so my question was, can you please take that on notice?
We will have had
Minister, can you take it on notice on whether you've met with the Minister for Local Government in regards to puppy farm legislation?
We will have had conversations, as I do with all of my colleagues. I've said to you already that I'll check, and I'm happy to come back. I don't know that there would be...
Sorry, so you are taking... Can I just confirm you're taking that on notice?
In my diary.
Minister, can I confirm that you're taking that on notice?
We'll have had discussions.
Minister, can I confirm that you're taking that on notice?
I'll continue to do that. Yes, I'm
Minister,
trying to answer the question, Ms Hurst.
Minister, you said that you needed to go and check. And so my question then is, will you confirm that that question has been taken on notice?
So what I've said is that, yes, I will check and I will come back.
Yes, it's taken on notice. Thank you.
And ongoing discussions with my colleague, the Minister for Local Government, because we cross over on a lot of these issues. So whether there is an entry in my diary that specifically is a meeting about this, I'm not sure. I have said that I'll check and come back. But I have regular discussions.
Minister, I've only got a few seconds left. I just want to ask one more question. Have you had any discussions with the DPI about the election commitment for an Office of Animal Welfare?
Have I had discussions? Yes, I'm seeking advice and information because it is something that we are working on.
Have you or anyone within the department been discussing the new role of Commissioner with Miss Suzanne Robinson, who is now the Director, Office of Commissioners, and what will her role be in regards to that?
I'm actually not sure. I apologise. Perhaps the department officials who are in Orange may well like to provide some more details with who I've discussed it with. I'm not sure.
Take it on notice.
Mr. Hanson, if you don't have an answer, the bell's just gone, so happy for you to take it on notice and come back to us in the afternoon. Just conscious of time.
No, I'm happy to answer. Can I just make sure I understood the question, Ms. Hurst? So your question was, have we had discussions with Suze Robinson about that Independent Office of Animal Welfare?
Well, no, my question was if the Minister, how the Minister anticipated Ms Robinson's role in any Office of Animal Welfare, given her new title of Director, Office of Commissioners.
So at the moment, Ms Robinson's not working in that space of the animal welfare reforms, which includes, in amongst those election commitments, that delivery of that commitment of an Independent Office of Animal Welfare. So at the moment, she isn't involved in those discussions, and we don't anticipate a forward role for her in that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I might just start with the Camo Ferry Wharves. Your department didn't support the project initially because of various reasons that included threatened marine species, as well as the fact it's going straight through a recreational fishing haven. At budget estimates last month, Minister Halen agreed that it was a dog of a project, but she had made the final decision to proceed with it in May. Did she or any member of your ministerial or department staff consult with yourself or your ministerial or department staff when considering whether to proceed or not with this project?
So I'm not sure. I'm happy to check, Mr. Benasiak. There may well have been discussions at a departmental level in relation to that. I don't know, but I will check that and I will come back.
Okay, thank you. It was also confirmed last month that there actually won't be a ferry service, but in the words of Mr. Collins, that this will be an excellent resource for fishers. Given there is no fishing facility for disabled fishers in Botany Bay, and Maritime have confirmed with stakeholders that they have no money, what is the budget in fisheries to provide disabled access for fishermen in Botany Bay, particularly on this wharf?
Sure. So, look, in relation to the specifics that you've put to me about comments from Transport, I think, and Maritime, the truth is I'm not sure of the details from a Transport or Maritime perspective because that's obviously not part of my remit. But
Sure.
I will
So
check that for you, and I will come back because I understand. I understand the nature of the question. In relation to access for making fishing more accessible, and particularly in relation to disability access, that is something that we are certainly committed to. We actually
can I just redirect back to the wharf? Given that this is a $78 million wharf that won't have a ferry, and based on the design, there's only a small section for maybe half a dozen fishermen to stand off and fish, and maybe space for 3 boats to tie up. Do you agree with Mr. Collins' public statement, that says this will be a great resource for fishermen? Do you think $78 million for 3 boats and half a dozen fishermen is money well spent?
Mr. Benasiak, I'm not familiar with the comments made by Mr. Collins. He is, of course, in the Department of Transport.
Prima facie, would you think that's a good use of resources?
The work of Transport for New South Wales in relation to whether there's a ferry or the wharf that is in their responsibility, I don't have the details, but as I have said to you, I will check, particularly if there have been any discussions between my department and Transport and or Maritime.
Okay.
I have said to you, I'll check that and come back to you. What I would like to finish saying, though, with respect is in relation to disability access, that is a very key piece of work for us, and we're very keen to make sure that fishing is more accessible. There is a round of the Fishing Trust open for applications now, and we've encouraged people to apply for projects that fit within that remit, because it is important that we make fishing as accessible as possible. So that is something that is a priority for us, and I'm keen to see us develop better access in this space.
Okay, thank you, Minister. I'll just move on to another topic with forestry. You were just emailed a copy of a ministerial direction from your colleague, Ms Sharp, regarding a protection of environmental policy change regarding the Great Koala National Park and the CFIOA. Do you have that in front of you?
I'm sorry, you've just said that Ms. Sharp, the Minister Sharp, has emailed me? No,
Budget Estimates just emailed you a copy of a ministerial direction. Do you have that on your email in front of you?
I will check. I don't know. I'm not looking at my email.
Okay, while you're doing that, can I just have you confirm that it's actually the CFIOA that takes precedence when managing forestry? That's correct, isn't it? CFIOA is the principal document governing forestry operations?
Yes, that's correct. I apologise I don't have the document, Ms. Benassia, but I'm happy to try and answer questions.
Okay.
Yes.
You're also aware that Part 5B of the Forestry Act requires both you, the Minister for Forestry, and the Minister of Environment to sign off on these any changes to the CFIOA?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so are you aware at all of a ministerial direction sent from your colleague, Minister Sharp, to EPA advising of or directing them to make necessary, in her words, necessary improvements to the CFIOA?
So the question is, am I aware if Minister Sharp has sent something to the EPA? I'll have to check and I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Can I just confirm something there, so Chair?
Yes, Mr. Hanson?
So the component you're talking about there about both ministers needing to agree to any amendment of the CFOA, so
yes,
the Coastal Forestry Integrated Operations Approval, that agreement also allows unilateral amendments of protocols within the CFOA.
Yeah, I will get to the protocol. I will get to the protocols versus what's been proposed in a minute, Mr. Hanson. Thank you. Yeah. So, for your benefit, Minister, it talks about making potential amendments to approval protocols around the koala hubs. What's your understanding of DPI's role in those hubs? What has been their involvement in creating those hubs?
Well, as you would be aware, Mr. Benasiak, we made a significant election commitment to establish a Great Koala National Park in the North Coast. It was one of the biggest election commitments that was made, and we will be delivering on it. In order to do that, and in the same way that I do in a lot of areas of my responsibility, we'll be working across government to work through what that will look like, what the details will be. As you may or may not also be aware, there is consultation going on. We've set up some groups, industry and others, to discuss and consider the issues that are related to that.
Can I just on that, Minister? Do you think there's a problem with the fact that National Parks and Wildlife Service have sole responsibility in running that process, given that they'll be the sole beneficiary of more land for national parks?
Well, we're working with, I'm certainly working with the Minister for the Environment, and we're working across government to consider the issues and the arrangements as we work through delivering on that commitment. We don't operate in silos in this government. We have to sort of work together to manage these things, but it was a commitment that we made.
All right, can I just go back to CFIOA and the issue around protocols? Is it not correct that EPA is actually seeking changes that go beyond protocols concerning hollow log provisions? And given that it's actually going beyond protocols, isn't it the fact that the ministerial's direction to create a protection of environment policy is actually a try-on and an overstep? Given you can't make changes to the CFIOA that go beyond protocols, and here you have your colleague, and you say you don't work in silos, is actually making a try-on and giving her department directions to essentially go beyond protocols.
As you'd be aware, the EPA can amend protocols.
But they're going beyond protocols. Isn't that the truth? In what they're doing with hollow log provisions, they're going beyond protocols.
Look, I haven't seen the details of that, but I'm happy to have a look at the specific issues. You have access to my office and have been in there many times over the last couple of weeks with questions. I'm very happy
Can
to
you take it?
That's not your job.
Can you take it on notice?
Socialise it.
Can you take it on notice as to whether the EPA is making protocols changes beyond protocols, and how does that actually sit with the co-responsibility of you as Minister for Forestry and Ms Sharp as Minister for Environment, where she seems to be overruling your responsibility as Minister for Forestry by giving a ministerial direction to her department to basically make wholesale changes to the CFIOA, and you don't seem to know about it.
She's in Cape.
Oh, no, I'll let you finish and then I'll answer the question.
Well, will you take it on notice as to what the EPA is doing?
Let you finish.
Will you take it on notice about what EPA is doing with the CFIOA?
Yes, I've indicated that that's something that I will look at. I also expect, just as I work with my colleagues in relation to areas of interest, I expect my colleagues to do the same with me, but I'll check the details and I'll come back.
Thank you. I'll throw back to the opposition.
Thanks, colleagues. Minister, thanks, Chair. Just a couple of quick questions. I just would like some clarity. You said earlier in the hearing that this trip out west has been planned for some months. Can you advise what date this was put in your diary?
I don't know what date things were put in my diary. I have talked about holding roundtables as one example of what I'm doing.
Okay, thanks. I'll just redirect you.
Would you be reviewing the Regional Development Act and asking for feedback around how we spend the $350 million Regional Development Trust?
Thanks, Minister. It's a very specific question. We have very limited time. You said earlier in your evidence that this had been something you'd been looking at for some months. I just want you to advise when this was put in your diary. One way that might assist, how did you get out to Broken Hill? Have you flown commercially or did you charter?
I've made arrangements. I didn't fly to Broken Hill. I was in Western New South Wales yesterday.
But I'm trying to just, with respect...
I was in Walgett.
Thank you. Okay, that's a very. I'm just asking a very genuine question. Obviously, you live in Queanbeyan or in that part of the state. How did you get to be in Western New South Wales? Did you travel? It's not a trick. Was it a commercial? Was it a charter, which you're entitled to do? I'm just trying to work out how you got out there.
I didn't. I drove to Broken Hill, in fact, because
but from Queanbeyan, where from?
And I was in Brewarrina, and I was
Minister, this isn't a gotcha. I'm trying to work out, how you got out there. You would have taken a flight at some point. We all do when we go to Western New South Wales. I'm wondering, have you flown commercially or have you chartered to get out to be in the West? It's really simple, I promise. I'm curious. I just want to know.
Sure, but there are a couple of different questions there. You've asked how I've gotten to Broken Hill. I drove.
Yeah, from where? Where did you drive from?
Sorry.
If we're going to unpack this, where did you drive from Broken to get to Broken Hill?
Between towns yesterday. I've been to a lot of places over the last 24 hours. I apologise. I'm happy to work it through.
No, Chair. With respect.
This is so bad.
Answering the question.
Okay, so sorry. You went from Sydney to Walgett. Did you fly?
And then I drove. Yes, I did. And then I drove from.
So let's just go back. We don't have a lot of time.
And then flew.
Thank you. Okay, so in those flights that you've taken, which you've now said you have over the course of your travel, which is fine, you're entitled to do that. Were they commercial or were they charter flights?
It's a mixture of both.
Okay, thank you. Would you be able to provide on notice for the committee when those charter flights and when those commercial flights were booked, please, through the booking agency? You can take it on notice, but we would like that information, please.
I'll take it on notice.
Thank you. Minister, I noticed on the 10th of August you met with Woolworths. Your diary disclosures don't actually outline who attended the meeting or provide detail in terms of what you discussed. Given that we know there's a big discrepancy between the prices that farmers are getting at the market and what things are being sold for, cost of living crisis is hurting everyone across the state. Did you raise these issues with the supermarket chain when you met with them on behalf of not just farmers, but the people of New South Wales?
Yes, I did raise those issues, and it is an issue that I'm conscious of. I want farmers to get the best deal that they can, and I'm also, like the rest of the government, conscious on cost of living impacts on consumers.
So what was the agreed to or discussed at that meeting? Who did you meet with? It didn't actually list who was present. Could you tell us who was there?
I just can't remember.
Could you take that on notice, please, and respond to the committee? Thank you.
I don't remember the specific names, but I did raise these issues. I did.
Right, and was there an agreement that you would continue to engage with the supermarket chains, that you'd continue to stick up for farmers when it comes to these issues? We've got impending drought, and indeed, you'd know, I would hope today you've checked the drought indicator, that we're more than 60% drought impacted.
$50 million drought infrastructure fund.
Yeah, no, but Minister, I just want to take you back to the impact.
To help farmers to be able to plan and prepare for drought. So yes,
thanks, Minister. But this was more a question.
Engaging with people in Western New South Wales on.
Thanks, Minister. But this was more a question about the impact that we see in terms of the prices that farmers are getting, the impact, the flow on it's having in terms of the cost to consumers in the supermarket, and indeed a cost of living crisis that people are feeling every day when they go shopping. Other than meet once with Woolworths, what else are you doing in this space to ensure that if we do find ourselves with more drought-affected communities, food security being an issue, how will you be addressing this issue so that people across New South Wales don't pay the price at the supermarket till?
I have announced a $250 million drought preparedness fund, as you would be aware. And
we're talking about prices.
No, but what else are you going to be doing in terms of engaging with the supermarket chains and you know, the commercial side of things to ensure that farmers don't get ripped off in terms of the dollars that they get for their product? You know, yesterday, I think, or earlier this week at Dubbo, you may or may not be aware, but, you know, I think that the latest prices for sheep and lamb was about $73 per animal. A year ago, it was $173 per animal, yet you go to buy lamb cutlets at Woolies and it's $34 a kilo. Like, farmers are not getting fair prices, consumers are paying the cost. You met with the supermarket chain, but what else are you going to do about it? Are you going to continue that engagement? Are you going to fight for farmers, fight for consumers to ensure that we don't end up with exorbitant prices when there's a cost of living crisis? What are you going to do about it?
I'm doing a lot to fight for farmers because they didn't get a lot of support for 12 years.
That's not what they're saying.
So I'm continuing to work closely with them on a whole range of issues that will support them in a number of ways. You're right to point out that prices for product have fluctuated. I'm conscious of that, and in fact, I've seen reports from people saying that beef prices have gone up because of the rain. So these are things that do change. I want to make sure that the system that people are operating in is as good and fair as it can be. We've made some commitments, including a fresh food advocate, dairy and fresh food advocate, to
so
work
appointing
through.
But isn't that your role? Shouldn't you?
And I will continue,
that?
and I'll say right now, I'll continue to engage with the supermarkets on making sure that the prices are right for consumers, because you're right to say that we are experiencing a cost of living crisis, and a lot of people are hurting. A lot of people in regional New South Wales are hurting, and a lot of people here out west in
Thanks,
Western New South Wales
Minister.
are hurting.
I know that because I live in the region. Minister, I want to direct you now to a new topic, thanks, in the 8 minutes we have left with you. It's in relation to the forestry issues on the South Coast, which I've raised with you in the House before. We know that there are about 2,200 direct full-time jobs in forestry on the South Coast that are effectively waiting to see if they'll have a job by Christmas because of that stop work order that's in place by the EPA. When I asked you in the chamber, you said that agencies were working together. We are now 12 days out for Christmas and nothing has happened. What do you say to those timber workers who are literally wondering if they'll be able to put food on the table on Christmas Day?
Well, I support those workers.
How? What are you doing to support them?
The House was directed to my colleague, the Minister for the Environment. But you're right, it's a good question, and these are live issues for the workforce, particularly around the South Coast. I was recently down there with the local member, Dr. Michael Holland, meeting with
He's the member for Bega, not the South Coast.
Okay, I'd like to continue, sure, fine. Meeting with some timber workers and others across the industry.
Thanks, Minister. That's great. So I'll just redirect you. As I said, I think we're now over 100 days since that stop work order, particularly the one in Talaganda. It's due to expire, I understand, on the 20th of December. You said you've been down there and you've met with workers. Like, that's great. But what have you actually done? Have you sought a briefing from the EPA in relation to these issues? Have you met with Minister Sharp? Is there a timeline for when these things will be resolved? Because this isn't Macquarie Street politics, as you call it. This is thousands of people who are wondering if they're going to have a job. What are you doing? What are you actually doing other than going and talking to people? How are you using your role as a minister to get a resolution on these issues? What are you doing?
Oh, I think going out and talking to workers is a very key part of my job.
You need to act. You need to do something with those conversations with respect, Minister. It's great to listen, but you have to act. So what are you doing actively to get a resolution for those workers?
I'll let you finish and then I'll just try
I'm
and
finished.
answer the
I'd like an
questions.
answer. Thanks.
I'm going to do this morning all morning.
I've finished. I'd like an answer.
Okay. I think engaging directly with workers in regional New South Wales is a very key part of my role. I take it really seriously. I don't just get briefed on Macquarie Street and then play politics with these issues. They're serious and they have real ramifications for
okay, well, thanks. Well, let me just redirect you. We'll keep it really simple. Will there be a resolution before Christmas for that industry?
Well, as you've just referenced, and I think that date's correct, someone will correct me from the department if I'm wrong, but the stop work order is due for a decision on the 20th. It's due to be lifted on the 20th. I'm just looking, perhaps the department or forestry will correct me. I think that's the correct date. We're working with the department and officials from my department and the Environment Department are in conversations. I'm happy to ask Mr. Hanson.
No, we might get to that. We've got the officials all. Thanks, Minister. We've got them all day. We'll come back to them.
And I'll do whatever I can to support workers in regional communities.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Minister. Our time is really limited. You've got 7 days on that one, so the clock's ticking. I'll just hand over to my colleague.
Minister, who's the Cross-Border Commissioner?
Well, there is an office of the Cross-Border Commissioner, and the office is doing really great work.
Who is the Cross-Border Commissioner, Minister, at the moment?
I'll have to check the details of the name, but the office is functioning really well. There's some
Minister, do you not know who the Cross-Border Commissioner is at the moment?
We have an office of the Cross-Border who do
Minister, the question is very simple. Would you like to take on notice the name of the Cross-Border Commissioner?
I've answered the question, Ms. Taylor.
No, you haven't.
Minister, is it James McTavish? Is he the Cross-Border Commissioner?
The Office of the Cross-Border Commission is doing some useful work.
Oh, sorry, Minister, I'll redirect you. Is James McTavish still in the role as Cross-Border Commissioner?
I don't get involved in the day-to-day staffing arrangements.
No, well, I'm sorry, that's not a day-to-day.
Perhaps I might ask Ms. Fox to provide some specific details in relation to individual personnel. I just don't interfere.
You do not know, as the Minister for Regional New South Wales, who the Cross-Border Commissioner is today. Ms. Fox, who is the Cross-Border Commissioner in New South Wales?
Inside of the department.
Ms. Fox, who is the Cross-Border Commissioner?
Today it's Ms. Kalina Koloff.
Right, so Mr. McTavish has gone?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
Chair, I'd prefer not to comment on the employment arrangements of individual staff members.
With respect, Ms. Fox, this is not about employment arrangements. This is a very simple question of which your minister was unable to answer, and now I'm asking you, as the Secretary of Regional New South Wales, if you've now said that it's a new person as the Cross-Border Commissioner, has the previous person has obviously gone, or have we got two Cross-Border Commissioners?
I would prefer not to comment on the individual arrangements, employment arrangements.
All right, Ms. Fox. So why has there not been an announcement about the new Cross-Border Commissioner?
I'm not aware of any obligation to provide any announcement.
Minister, why have you not said who the new Cross-Border Commissioner is? This is a very important position to people in regional New South Wales.
There is an Office of Cross-Border Commissioner who are doing work in relation to cross-border issues, just as
so, Minister, you don't know who the Cross-Border Commissioner is. You've made no announcement about who the new person is, and no one knows that Mr. McTavish, one of the most well-respected people who has a public service medal, has left the department. This is farcical. Farcical.
Minister, did you know that Mr. McTavish was no longer in the role?
I don't deal with individual
No,
staffing
it's a simple
arrangements.
question. Were
No,
you
you
aware?
leak it to the paper.
Were you aware that Mr. McTavish was no longer in the role?
I don't deal with
No, I'm not asking what you deal with.
This would be appropriate.
No, I'm
There are
sorry.
roughly-
Minister.
I think there's over 5,000 people. who
Minister.
work-
It's a cross-border
Minister-
commissioner.
Yeah, with respect, the
It would
cross-border
not be
commissioner
that
is a
appropriate
public
for
role.
me to interfere
No,
or
no.
engage directly on individual employment arrangements. for
Minister,
That's a
further-
lie.
I'd like to redirect you. I'm not asking you to get involved in the minutiae of hundreds of employees. The cross-border commissioner is a specific public role who deals with cross-border communities every day. Very well publicised that it was Mr. McTavish. I'm asking you, were you aware that he was no longer in that role? Were you briefed? Were you told that he was no longer in that role? It's a fairly simple question, Minister. Yes or no?
I've engaged on the work of that part of the department publicly.
But were you aware? This is not a trick. Did you know that he'd been moved up? Like, yes or no? Either you were briefed or you weren't. Either you knew or you didn't. Like,
I just have
how
not
incompetent
really
are
much
you?
an opportunity to answer
Point of
questions
order,
this morning.
Chair.
I'm not sure what this
Oh, he-
stance
I
and
asked you a
politics
question.
is
You
about,
guys
but
should
I'd
be
like to hear
embarrassed.
This is appalling. You don't know if one of your
I'll hear the
senior
point. Hang
officials
on,
was in a
sorry,
role or not.
Miss
You weren't,
Mitchell.
you're not sure.
Sorry, Miss Mitchell, I have to hear the
What a
point of
joke.
order.
You're a disgrace.
Chair, we've got a resolution of the House that says all witnesses ought to be treated with respect. And I've listened patiently, and there are just constant interjections coming from the honourable members of the opposition opposite that are attempting to verbal the minister
I think I know
by
what
accusing
comment.
her
I
of
think I know
lying,
what comment is triggering you,
accusing
Mr.
her
Murphy.
of being farcical, and it's really unacceptable and not in line with
What's
the House's
unacceptable with your
resolution.
minister?
I would,
And here it is again, Chair.
yeah, I'll quickly rule some of those comments. I know are born out of frustration, but if we can try and maintain composed through that frustration, it'd be appreciated.
I understand that, Chair, but there has to be some responsibility for this minister to answer the questions appropriately, because if not, we will be back here every single month.
Thank you.
I'm really interested
that's-
in threatened, Ms Taylor.
that's-
I'm not threatening you,
Hang on,
Minister.
that's order.
Stop
Order.
using those words.
New
It's
South Wales.
just
Order. I'm
demeaning.
conscious of the fact that you need to go in 15 minutes, Minister, so the bell is just gone. I'll throw to my colleague, Ms Hurst.
Thank you. Minister, what work have you undertaken as the Minister to implement the recommendations of the Labor-chaired inquiry into the use of primates and other animals in medical research in New South Wales?
Well, as I've engaged with you on the previous answer, we're reviewing the commitments we made in relation to animal welfare at the moment. I'm looking at them as a whole as I get advice. And that includes work in relation to medical research. So,
Sorry, Minister, can I just confirm you're saying that you're also reviewing the Animal Research Act?
No, I'm looking at animal welfare issues and getting advice on those issues to be able to assist me to deliver on the election commitments that we made. So in relation to your questions and the questions from earlier, I'm looking at a number of issues across this space at the moment as a whole, so that I can work through the best way for the government to be able to deliver the commitment that we made to the people of New South Wales.
That's right. So the election commitment was a review of POCTA, which is a different act. I just want to ask about the Animal Research Act. Do you have any plans to implement the recommendations from that report?
I'll have to check I don't remember the recommendations off the top of my head, but I'll have a look at them. And I'm happy to take that on notice and check any of the specific details and come back to you. Again, you engage with me regularly on these issues outside of these sitting periods, and you're welcome to continue to do that.
Have you received any correspondence from the Animal Research Review Panel requesting changes to the legislation in this space?
I don't know that I've received any correspondence, but I would have to check.
Can you take that one on notice?
Sure.
Thank you. Have you met with the Animal Research Review Panel or representatives of the Animal Research Review Panel since being elected?
Yes, I believe so. Again, just to be 100% certain, I will check that, but yes, I believe so.
In those meetings, did you speak about their position on the smoking tower models?
There is work being done on that, as you're well aware. We've had a number of discussions about that issue. I know it's a keen interest of yours. I have said to you, and I'll say now in the public domain, I'm getting advice and listening to the experts on that, and that's exactly what I'm doing.
And have you met with the Animal Research Review Panel about their position on the smoking tower models?
I'll have to check the details of that and come back to you.
Which experts are you seeking advice from?
People across the department, and there are committees, including the one that you've just referenced. I'm also happy to engage with stakeholders, including yourself, who are interested in this issue.
What about the NHMRC? Have you spoken to them about their position either on smoking tower models or the forced swim test?
I'm not sure. I'd have to check the details of that. I have a lot of meetings, I apologise, but I'll check the details of that.
I just want to ask about Dolphin Marine Conservation Park. You would be aware that this facility recently changed ownership after it was on.
This is the one in Coffs sorry?
Correct, yes. Correct, yep. So it almost went into bankruptcy recently, but it sold and changed ownership. Last parliamentary term, we ran a parliamentary inquiry that found that that the public attending these facilities was significantly declining, and there was concerns about the feasibility of these particular facilities remaining open in New South Wales. If this facility does go broke, I'm just wondering what the contingency plan is to ensure the welfare of these animals.
Well, as you've outlined in your question, I believe this is correct, but perhaps the department might clarify if I'm not correct, that there are new owners or a new business running that facility, and I think that's correct. People.
Yep, that's correct. Sorry, my question was, if it does go broke, what is the contingency plan from the office, from as you as Minister?
Well, the responsibility within my remit is about the welfare of the actual animals that are in the facility. Whether people want to visit these facilities, whether it's a decision.
No, that's not my question, Minister. Minister, my question is, if the facility goes broke, as it was at risk of doing very recently, what is the contingency plan in regards to the welfare of those animals that are currently in the facility? Can you confirm as the Minister, for example, that those animals won't be killed?
Oh, no, as I understand, in the time between when it was under the previous owners and closing before the new owners, I understand that new locations were being found. Mr. Hanson, you might want to provide more details so I can be correct on this. But
I understand some of the basic details. Yeah, no, I understand all those basic details, and Mr. Hanson and I can talk a lot further this afternoon about it. But my question to you, Minister, was can you confirm that those animals won't be killed if the facility was to go bankrupt?
Okay, I'll let you finish.
That's the question, Minister.
Sorry, could I just...
No, sorry, Mr. Hanson, I understand you've got further information. I'm sure we can talk this afternoon, but as I've only got 1 minute left with the Minister, Minister, my question was, can you confirm as the Minister that those animals won't be killed if the facility goes bankrupt?
Well, I hope it continues to trade and they can stay where they are, but my understanding is the arrangements are to find other accommodations for them, and that's what I would expect.
Thank you.
If that's the situation that occurs.
And can I just clarify, before we were talking about puppy farms, there's obviously been several parliamentary inquiries into the issue, including one that was led last year by the Honourable Mick Veitch. You mentioned that you want to do further consultation beyond those inquiries. Can I just ask what further consultation you're looking into in regards to this before legislation is introduced? Is that going to be an official... Sorry, is that going to be an official process, or do you mean you just need to discuss with the relevant stakeholders yourself?
It's completely appropriate and proper if I'm going to be changing legislation in line with commitment that we made, that I engage with the community and stakeholders about any changes that are proposed. That's what I do on any thing in my portfolio. It's important that I engage with the community and stakeholders, and that's exactly what I'll do in relation to this, again, just as I do on any other topic.
Thank you, Minister. I might just go to my questions for the last 7 minutes. Going to the questions from my colleagues about the Talaganda State Forest, is it your understanding that these stop work orders were relating to the discovery of a carcass of a southern greater glider?
I believe that's the case, yes.
Okay.
I'll check again if that's.
Okay.
I believe that to be the case.
Okay. And can you confirm, perhaps on notice, that whether that southern greater glider that was discovered was delivered to Taronga Park Zoo for an autopsy, and what the cause of death was actually stated as?
Sure, I'm happy to take that on notice. I know some work was done on trying to determine the cause, but I'll find out where that got up to and how it was done, and I'll come back to you on notice.
Are you aware that Forestry Corporation of New South Wales weren't actually, or its contractors weren't actually in that area where the greater glider was found up to 7 months before?
The advice that I do have is that there was quite a lengthy period of time before this glider was discovered from when Forestry were conducting operations in that space. That is the advice that I have. I think you've just asked me if it was 7 months. I don't know the specifics. I'll check that. But I am advised that there was quite some time.
Yeah, and perhaps on notice, if the cause of death actually can't be attributed to the activities of Forestry Corp, maybe all its contractors, can you take on notice why the stop work orders are still in place?
I'm happy to look into the details of that for you.
Thank you. Can we just go back to your comments regarding the consultative panels? Is it not the case that both Forestry Corp and DPI have been locked out of this process in terms of deciding who gets to be on these panels, or having input to who is on these consultative panels?
I don't believe that's the case. I certainly provided feedback. I wanted to make sure that the industry was included in the consultation, and they are. I wanted to make sure that unions were included in the process, and they are. So,
what about the contractors that are directly impacted by a potential Great Koala National Park? I'm specifically talking about the ones that I brought to your office a couple of months ago. Are they being included in these consultative panels?
So I'm not sure if they are specifically or not, but I will check the details for you on that. But I would expect wide consultation. That's the process that we have said that we will engage in. If there are groups such as the people that you brought to my office, who I was very pleased to engage with, if there are people who feel as though they've been excluded, please let me know, and I'll make sure that that's not the case. It's really important that we engage with everybody who has an interest in this as we work through the process.
Okay, well, as of about 3 weeks ago, the two main contractors that do the work in this area were excluded from these consultative panels. So I'm wondering who is representing the contractors on these consultative panels?
Sure. It's representative bodies that would be representing them in general terms. But I'm happy to, if people feel as though, and I accept the proposition that you're putting to me, if people feel as though they need to be heard, as I have listened to the people that you're referring to in my office, I'm happy to engage on that and make sure that we're not making people feel excluded. It's really important, in my view, that the government engages with people who are impacted by this. We will be delivering the park, but we have said that we'll consult and talk to people about it, and that's exactly what we should be doing.
Okay. What input has your department had in selecting an independent economic analyst for the Great Koala National Park assessment? Has your department had any input into that?
Sorry, I just missed the beginning of that.
What input has your department had in selecting an independent economic analyst to do that socioeconomic study for the Great Koala National Park?
I'll have to check the details of the specific discussions that will have taken place.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hanson, I've just got one more question I want to try and get off to the Minister, and then perhaps we can pick up with you after she leaves, if you like. Minister, the United Nations has established an Office of Drugs and Crime, which is now looking at the trafficking of illicit timber across the globe. What work is your department doing, or what steps has your government taken to review the use of illicit timber in New South Wales? And what resources are you putting towards that review, if there is one?
Certainly sustainable industry in New South Wales is, and which I'm committed to, is a key part of making sure that it's available and collected in Australia in a safe and sustainable and accountable and transparent way. And I expect that will continue as we continue to support an industry here in Australia. I have concern. The reason I support a sustainable industry here is that I do have concerns about how the industry operates in other parts of the world where there aren't protections in place. So if there are things that we can be doing to support that work, I'm happy to have a look at that.
Okay, well, just picking up on those comments, I think it was last week the Australian government actually signed up to increase the use of timber in buildings by 2030 at the COP28 forum in Dubai. What steps are you taking to ensure that we have the facilities to actually, and capability to actually meet that increased use of timber in buildings by 2030, given that we are a net importer of timber?
You're right, and this is an issue, and we do, certainly for our government, housing and building houses is a key focus for us, and so it's going to increase the need for these products, and I would like for them to be available and collected in a sustainable way.
Okay, so what steps are you taking to make sure that the increase doesn't come from illicit timber from overseas countries, which then undermines our own market?
I'm supportive of a sustainable industry here in New South Wales to be able to meet our needs, and I'll continue to engage on that basis.
Perhaps on notice, I've only got 10 seconds, can you take on notice what work your department is doing around this issue of illicit timber and meeting this increase by 2030?
Just a point of order before we...
Sorry, Minister, all I got was Did you?
I thought someone took a point of order. Sorry, I was paused.
No, it was I think there was a comment by Ms Taylor, but then there was a bell at the same time.
Sorry. Look, I believe that that DPI are involved in discussions of that nature through a national process. I'm happy to get the details of how that works, and I'm happy to come back to you with the details of that.
Thank you. Ms Taylor, you would...
Just before we finish, Chair, I noticed the Minister has used different terminology in terms of taking things on notice. She's used things like, look into details, I will check. I'm just confirming for the record that all equates to taking it on notice.
I would have to get some guidance from the Secretariat, but...
I can certainly say through the Chair for the Secretariat, all those types of comments we would treat as a question on notice, and they will be highlighted. If there is a clear kind of undertaking by the witness that they are going to get back to the committee, we treat that as
excellent.
Maybe the Minister could confirm.
Yeah, and can the Minister's happy to confirm that?
I'll have to read the transcript to see what I'm committed to. I've committed to take a number of things on notice today, and I'm very happy to come back to the committee. I would also say there is a supplementary process. A number of committee members didn't use that process the last time, but here I am happy to answer questions.
Thanks for your time.
I'm happy for questions to be put on the notice paper. As I've said many times today, my door is open to every member of the committee and every member of the committee, well, most of you.
Minister, you'll be abiding with the rules of the Parliament.
Thank you.
I'm happy to continue to engage and provide all of the information that people need. I do want to facilitate the good working of the Parliament. I certainly respect the Parliament.
Sorry.
I work with people
just
regional New
repeat
South
that?
Wales.
Yeah, I think it's best really if you're just...
Hands up doesn't
quiet
speak
now.
up.
Thank you so much for your time this morning. I really
Thank you.
appreciate the opportunity to answer questions.
Thank you,
And I
Minister.
look forward to seeing you all soon. And if I don't see you, very Merry Christmas.
Careful, you're
and
over
thank you
time.
everybody
You
for all the
better
great
get
work that you do for the community.
10:32.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes our time with you. You did take some questions on notice. Enjoy your break. Enjoy your time at the Walgett Pools. We'll see you in the new year. We'll now, Miss Minister will now leave. We'll now go to questions back to the opposition.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I'm going to start with a number of questions to all of the officials, but I'll start with you, Ms Fox. Obviously, because you're with the Minister, I'm assuming you're out in Broken Hill today?
That's correct.
Okay. Could you advise us when that trip was organised and booked?
Yes, before the start of November. I think this is part of a series of roundtables, but I have teams here doing various things today. So I've had a team that I met with last night on cross-border issues. They were running a workforce project yesterday. I had a team, including Mr. Wheaton, supporting the Premier in the trip north yesterday, including a roundtable. I've got a public works team supporting the Walgett Pool, and I've got some regional development teams here as well doing some other work. We've got Aboriginal Affairs are on a listening tour at the moment, so our Aboriginal Partnerships team were in town last night as well.
Thank you, Ms Fox. Sorry, I just have a lot of questions that we need to now unfortunately put to you as officials without the Minister here. So just to be very clear, your particular travel to Broken Hill was booked and organised early in November. I just want to make sure that's correct.
The arrangements for this roundtable were made before November, yes.
No, I'm talking about your travel to be in Broken Hill today. Was that booked in early November as well?
I'd have to look at the exact dates. I don't do my travel.
Could you provide that on notice? Could you also advise whether the roundtable had always been communicated to stakeholders to be held today on the 13th of December? Were any other dates canvassed, or was it always today?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Right. Just a reminder that you are under oath, so if you can provide that on notice, that would be great.
Just to be clear, Chair and committee, I don't make those travel arrangements myself, so I don't have knowledge of the travel arrangements.
That's fine. I'm happy for you to check with staff, but if you could let us know when those flights were booked or travel was put in place. And also the second question of whether this 13th of December date was always the date for the roundtable, that would be really, really great. Were you at any point given a direction by the Minister or her office not to appear here in Sydney in person?
I wasn't given a direction. I had a discussion with the Minister's office last week about the difficulty of this time of year and for all of us to appear. So we are all doing different things based in different locations. I've got team members who have children that are at end of school events. We've had difficulty.
I understand that as a mum, I hear you. Yeah.
Sorry?
I said I understand that as I missed my kids' school presentation, so I get it. It's hard. Yeah.
So
but did you talk to the Minister's office about maybe then raising that with the committee, because we weren't given any indication that this was an issue until yesterday. I'm just curious as to what's...
I'd like to be very clear about what we did in that process. So we received a list of witnesses on Tuesday, the 28th of November. We went through, so there's 15 witnesses on that list from memory. We went through and worked out where everyone's diaries were. We had a couple of people that were in Sydney. The DPI team was scheduled to be in Orange. We wrote a full list. We checked it early last week on, I think, Tuesday at our executive leadership team meeting or just after that meeting. And my understanding is that my office sent it to the committee secretariat. I would have to check whether it was Tuesday or Wednesday last week. And we were confirmed that WebEx was fine for all of us to use, I understand, by Friday last week. If the secretariat of the committee had suggested otherwise, we would have made different arrangements.
Thanks, Ms Fox. I just want to turn... We've only got a few minutes, but we'll have to come back to this. Sorry, Mr Hanson, to you and your team. It's really hard to see. I know there's a number of people there with you. Just confirming where you're all located today.
So we're in Orange.
Okay, and again, how long has that been arranged that you would be in Orange on this particular date?
First half of this year, so probably the January or February.
Okay, and again, did you have any discussions with the Minister's office about not being able to attend in person? Were you given any directive not to amend your plans, or from the Secretary about that?
Certainly conversation with the Secretary about the fact that we already had a planned and locked in series of activities in Orange this week in preparing for what resourcing and our logistics for the summer ahead before everyone sort of goes into shutdown. Make sure we've got staff on the ground for white spot, reported fire and fire responses, etc. We were advised that advice was being sought as to whether we could continue with our current location and dial in via WebEx, and I believe last week we were confirmed that that was able to be done, and hence why we're here in Orange today.
Thanks, Mr Hanson. Did you discuss it with the Minister or her office at any point?
Not with the Minister. I did flag with the Minister's office that we were going to be here, that we had scheduled to be here. Earlier, I think there had been two alternative dates bandied around of either the 11th or the 15th of December. And we'd sort of indicated that most of this week we were tied up in meetings either in Tamworth, in Orange or in other parts of the state. But that was the extent of the conversations.
Okay, thank you. This is a hard online. Mr. Orr, sorry, I'm not there where you are. Sorry, it's really hard online. Sorry, just another similar question. Where are you located today, and is there a reason why you weren't able to be here in person?
Yes, Ms Mitchell, I'm at home in Berry on the South Coast today.
Okay, and was there a discussion with the Minister or her office about not being here in person?
No, there wasn't a direct discussion. The sense I got towards the back end of last week was that witnesses were generally appearing online. That's the sense that I got. That's why I joined online.
Yeah, which is very unusual for an estimates hearing, and I appreciate it's a difficult situation for you as public servants.
What do you mean by you got, Mr. Orr, it's just Bronnie Taylor here, what do you mean by you got a sense that everybody was going to be online?
That's what was on the list, Mrs Taylor.
A sense? Because it is really unusual for everyone to be online. I mean, I've never seen anything like this in my 9 years. So it was basically accepted that you would all just be online today and not come to an estimates hearing. Because every estimates hearing I've seen you at, Mr. Orr.
That's correct, Mrs Taylor, but that's what was on the list.
I think that's our time for now.
List, yeah.
Yep.
Ms Hurst.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Mr. Scott Hansen and Miss Kim Filmer, if she's available as well. It's often been raised with my office that there should be a register for animal abusers in the same way that we have a sex offenders register that's available just to the authorities. Given it can be very difficult at the moment to determine if someone's looking to adopt an animal or volunteer with animals or to work with animals that are convicted of certain offences, I'm just wondering if the Department of Primary Industries is doing any work in this space in regards to some kind of a register.
Thanks, Ms Hurst, and I might start and then hand over to Ms Filmer. So certainly, I think that was some of the feedback that came through last year's consultation as part of the looking at how do we reform the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. I might hand over to Ms Filmer as to whether, let me just say, it's still an active option on the table in terms of a register. Obviously, with some of the activities we've undertaken recently, where interjurisdictions notify each other of anyone who is committed or is found guilty of committing crimes, certainly having a register would be of assistance in that notification of interjurisdiction requirements. So it's an active piece that we're thinking about at the moment.
Thank you. Ms Filmer?
I've probably got nothing more to add to that. Thank you, Ms Hurst.
So you don't know if there's any work sort of currently being undertaken on a register of any kind?
Well, there's work being done in terms of reviewing the animal welfare framework, and that's a fairly holistic process, and so lots of things are being considered.
Okay, so that's amongst the considerations in regards to the POCTA review?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I wanted to ask, there was a lot of community concern when the lions retired from Stardust Circus ended up at the Central Coast Zoo in 2021. Are you able to advise if there's been any audits or reviews on how the lions have actually settled in and their ongoing welfare at this facility?
Sorry, we're just... I don't have any up-to-date information on that. I know, Ms Filmer.
I haven't got any of the recent audit information. I'm sure if you've got any of that there, John, but they've been kept now and they would have to comply with the legislation of being in that facility.
Can you take it on notice if there's been any audits or reviews, and if so, what was found in those audits and reviews?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, we can do that.
Thank you.
Normally, if we haven't heard anything, it's normally a positive sign, right? So it, but
Well, I mean, if there hasn't been any
notice.
audits or reviews, then you wouldn't have heard anything. So,
Can I come back to the conversation you're having with the Minister with regards to dolphin marine nature?
I might actually let the chair use his time,
Okay.
and then I'll come back to you afterwards. Just otherwise.
Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
the bell just went. I might start with you, Mr. Chowdhury. I note that you've now tabled your annual report for Forestry Corp for this last financial year. I note from one of the comments in the Hardwood Forest Division at a glance section, it says around 750,000 cubic metres of saw log, specialty timbers and lower grade timbers is supplied annually. So I guess my question to you is, so those that wish to close the native forest industry, when they state publicly that the majority of hardwood timber goes to wood chip or is simply burnt after 10 years, that's grossly incorrect, isn't it?
Yes, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. So we produce here roughly about 750,000 cubes of hardwood timber. The timber is utilised in a whole variety of products. So a lot of that is saw logs. Saw logs going to the production of it's both renovations, home building type things, flooring, but also it goes into essential infrastructure like bridge girders, electricity poles, pallets for transporting food and other material. And then there's industrial grade or salvage type logs and of course, pulp logs that come out of that as well.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Hanson, I might be going to Mr. McPherson. Mr. McPherson, have you had any involvement in the reinterpretation of the CFIOA in respect to conditions or protocols based on that ministerial direction from Minister Sharp to EPA?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Banaszak. Thanks for the question. So we're aware that Minister Sharp issued the direction to the EPA under the Protection of the Environment Administration Act to look into further protection for koalas. EPA subsequently amended the protocols, as you're aware, to deal with the koala hubs and protection of areas under the koala hubs. I'm aware that EPA consulted with Forestry Corp in terms of making that decision and how it might impact on timber supply and jobs in that particular area, but DPI hasn't been specifically involved in that particular decision.
Okay, are you aware of EPA's intention to make further changes beyond protocols, specifically around hollow log provisions?
Yeah, so I'm aware that EPA has been considering a number of other changes to protocols. They've provided us with a letter recently outlining in some high level information as to what they're considering. There's a number of species that are being considered, a number of changes. At this stage, it was as high level, we weren't able to provide any particular insight on timber supply impacts, but we were able to provide some advice to them on the particular species they're talking about, because we have done some research on those species over the years.
Okay, my little time there is just elapsed. I have to throw now to the government for any mop-up questions.
No questions.
No mop-up.
No mop-up.
She's gone.
No questions.
Gone.
The spill's disappeared. We will now break for morning tea for 15 minutes and return at 11. We'll return at 11:15. So we actually have a half an hour.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cup of tea time. Yes, I'm trying to work that one.
Okay, welcome back to budget estimates. I now throw straight to the opposition for another 20 minutes of questions.
Thank you. So can I confirm with the Secretariat if everyone's back online? We can only see the orange DPI team in our camera. You're there, we've got our two here, but I can't see anyone else, that's all.
I understand they've just been added in now.
Okay. Sorry, Chair, I just have questions that aren't for anyone who's on screen at the moment.
She's on after him, I think.
Apologies, I've just been advised there's a slight technical issue. I understand we're working on it right now.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Fox, I just wanted to come back to you quickly. I just had the opportunity to check in the break with the Secretariat staff, and the advice is that there was an email received from your office actually only on Friday at about midday to indicate that some people would be appearing online and the full list wasn't available to the committee staff until late on Friday. I think you said earlier that you might have advised us midway through last week, but could you just maybe reflect or check that for us?
Yes, so I saw a list on Tuesday that had the full list with where everyone was going to be. And my understanding was that my office was providing that and working with the Secretariat, which I thought would have happened by Wednesday. And I was advised that we were confirmed on Friday that WebEx would be available.
Yeah, so we weren't told, just so we're very clear for the record here, there was no indication to any of the committee members or to the committee secretariat prior to Friday afternoon that most witnesses would be appearing online. So I just think that's important for the record.
I apologise for that, and we would have, as I said, we would have changed our arrangements if that had been an issue.
Yeah, thank you. The other, I guess, question that I have is that we wrote to the Minister on, the committee met at the end of November, really, to choose this as a date. You've indicated, and DPI staff have also indicated, that this was a week where things were in diaries, which we appreciate. Just wondering why no one raised with the Minister's office canvassing potential other dates that might work. The committee didn't get any indication that you would have virtually all witnesses bar two online. Was there not a discussion about putting alternative dates to the committee, given that barely anyone's here in person? Was that something that you discussed with the Minister's office, Ms. Fox?
No, I didn't discuss that. I think we were originally given 3 or 2 dates, and I think the 13th one was the 11th, and I'm pretty sure the second one was next week. We were just given the date of the 13th, and that was settled.
Okay, thank you for that. And again, I apologise, I know this is challenging online and difficult for you as public servants, but just to, again, Mr. Bolton, if you're online.
Middle.
Yes.
Just where are you? Where are you today? Where are you located today?
I'm in Wagga Wagga today.
Okay, thank you. And again, was there any direction not to make yourself available to be in Sydney?
No.
Thank you. I'm nearly done, I promise, and you'll know the next question. Obviously, I think Jackie Tracy, I did see she had a neck collar on, so kudos to her for being here at all when she's clearly got an injury, but I'm not sure. Sorry.
Ms. Mitchell, can I just jump in there? The list that we originally did, we had at least 2 people on that list who were on leave, which is one of the processes that we had to go through. So Ms. Tracy is a substitute for Mr. Liam Hogg, who I think was on leave. So that was the process that we went through before getting the list and then working out where everyone was, whether people were available, where they were, whether they were on leave. And so Ms. Tracy was probably a late request, I'm guessing.
And I was on leave as well, so still am.
Thank you for being here, Dr. Tracy, on leave. And I think lastly, I think just Mr. Varnum might be the only one that I haven't checked with, if he's online.
It's Mr. Brown, who's Soil Conservation Service, and we didn't have an appropriate substitute for him, so he's not appearing, but he's also on leave this week. So that's, once we got the list, we went through, worked out where everyone was, who was around, where they were, whether they were on leave, whether we could get a substitute witness, and then we provided that. I thought we'd provided that to the committee. We'd certainly advised the committee that we had a lot of people that would be online, and committee secretariat.
Okay, thanks for that, Ms. Fox. I guess my final question on this issue would be, and my colleague did touch on it, it is highly unusual to have an estimates hearing with most officials online. I just would like sort of clarity or an indication that when there are further hearings for this committee, particularly two that have already been scheduled, that witnesses will do their best to be here in person. It is really hard to do it online with large numbers, as you would, I'm sure, appreciate on both ends. Is it the intention that you would all try to be here in person going forward, as has always been the case in the past?
My understanding is that this was a supplementary one. We certainly all appeared. We had many witnesses last time, some of whom have come fairly long distances, some of whom are not asked questions. My understanding, this is very close to Christmas. It's very hard to get accommodation in Sydney at the moment. It's a busy time of year. My understanding was that this was a supplementary process, and we're certainly committed to making sure that we can answer the questions of the committee at any point in time.
Thanks, Ms Fox. I mean, you're right, it is supplementary, but it was a resolution of the House, and indeed the invitation was sent some weeks ago, and it is of the same importance and magnitude of the set estimates hearing. So it is challenging when people aren't here in person, but I appreciate the time of year as well. But it would be fantastic to ensure that something like this is not a regular occurrence, because it makes it very hard. I think my colleague has a few questions that she'd like to ask.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms Fox. I'd just like to know what for the record, the name of the current cross-border commissioner.
It's Ms Kalina Koloff.
And can I ask what the level of the position is, the grading?
Yes, it's an senior executive band 1, which we call a director level.
And what was the grading of the previous cross-border commissioner's role before this new appointment?
It was an executive, senior executive band 2, which we call executive director level.
So is that more senior than the current one?
Yes, it is.
So you have downgraded the level of seniority of the cross-border commissioner. Is that correct?
That's correct. We've run through a process through the regional development team of reviewing all the executive roles in that team. We've looked at the roles in other jurisdictions. We also had a government commitment to reduce senior executive bands.
So, Ms Fox, just to redirect that,
yes.
You said that you had a directive to review bans. Who signed off on downgrading the role of the cross-border commissioner? Was that...
I did.
Right.
Ms Fox, sorry, did you discuss that or brief the minister on that at any stage?
No, I didn't.
Did your office speak to her office?
Not that I'm aware.
Would that be unusual, that you wouldn't speak to a minister about that position changing?
No, I generally don't speak to the minister's office or any minister's office about senior executive roles, certainly not at band 1 or band 2 level. Mr Wheaton's online. He ran that process in the regional development team, and we have reduced senior executive roles significantly through an approved change process. I'm not aware. I certainly didn't brief the minister's office on that process. I may have mentioned that it was being undertaken at a very high level, so that they knew that that team was going through quite a significant period of change. That would have been the only briefings that I gave.
Right.
So discuss individual staff members.
So let's just be really clear here, because this is really important. You did brief the minister or the minister's office that you were reviewing the role and that you were downgrading the role, and that there was going to be a new appointment. Is that correct or not?
No, that's not correct. I would have briefed the minister's office that we were running a change process in the regional development and programs team across all of the executives in that team. And Mr Wheaton will be able to tell me exactly how many. I think 28 roles were considered in that process.
I'm going to get to all those, but what I really want to do at the moment is concentrate on this cross-border commissioner position. How long has the new cross-border commissioner been in place?
I think since last Monday, the 4th of December. Mr Wheaton can confirm for me.
No, it's this Monday the 11th.
Thank you.
When were you going to inform stakeholders that there was a new cross-border commissioner?
So we've developed communications that would update our stakeholders on all of the executive changes that we've made in our group, and we had planned to send that out before Christmas.
So can I just
add something to that? We need to make sure that that process is complete and finalised before we make any changes through that process. So there's a whole range of impacted executives. We need to work with the Premier's department in that process through a mobility process. We need to work with the Treasury team as well.
I understand that, Ms. Fox. I understand there's going to be a lot of that with mobility issues because there's a lot of positions that have been cut, and it's really feel for these people before Christmas. These are good people. But I just want to concentrate on this Cross-Border Commissioner for now, because this is a really important role to regional New South Wales. You being out in Broken Hill today would know how important and how valuable the work that Mr McTavish did. I mean, the man has a public service medal. Like, let's be really honest here about what's going on. When were you going to tell the community and the people of New South Wales that Mr McTavish has been shown the door?
I don't accept the premise of the question. We've been through a change process that has dealt with the executive roles in that team.
So you've downgraded a position that was held previously, right? So you've downgraded the role of the Cross-Border Commissioner, who was an essential part of regional New South Wales for a long time. So therefore, you now have someone who was awarded, who was lauded, who was so well respected by everyone. When were you going to tell the people of New South Wales that you have a new Cross-Border Commissioner?
Well, we'll do it in accordance with the communications plan.
And in that communications plan, have you got that you have downgraded that position?
That position, I'm pretty sure Ms Taylor was increased, changed from a band 1 to a band 2, certainly in the time that I've been with the Department of Regional New South Wales, which is 3 or 4 years. It has not been a band 2 position for a long period of time. So it hasn't always been a band 2 position. It was a band 1 position for a long period of time, and we've taken it back to a band 1 position.
You've downgraded
in line with the appropriate work point values. We go through an independent process, a Mercer process on that role.
Ms Fox, that's fine. It's been downgraded. There's no other way to say it. Sorry.
Thank you. Ms Fox, I just wanted to pick up on something you just said earlier in relation to not briefing the Minister, and I understand that all departments have been given directives by the government in terms of reducing those numbers of senior roles. What I'm keen to understand, though, is this the decision to make that role downgraded, to use the terminology of my colleagues. Are you saying that was made solely by you as Secretary? There's no need to consult with the Minister on that. That is something that you can do. You have the autonomy to decide which executives are moved on, which executives' roles are gone, without having to discuss that with the Minister and the government. That's something you just do as Secretary. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, under the GSE legislation, but I don't just do it unilaterally. I run through a defined change process that has a whole range of consultation requirements and what we call spill and fill arrangements where people express an interest, etc. There's a process that sits behind it that's required under the relevant legislation.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I guess my point is, though, the government of the day, from what you're saying, and the Minister of the day, Ms Moriarty, is really not giving you any direction in terms of the priorities of which position should remain. There's been no conversation with her or her office about the Cross-Border Commissioner, that office. Clearly, we know it's been well publicised over the course of the last 6 months. I just find it quite incredulous that there is no discussion with the Minister about the makeup of the department that supports her, and that you wouldn't raise that or talk about it.
No, I've discussed with the work plan for that team, and Mr Wheaton does that regularly with his communications with the office. So the work that's required from that team, we discuss. I don't discuss the individual people in those executive roles with the Minister's office.
Okay, so again, not leaving individuals aside, did the Minister or her office receive advice from you? You said that you were going to be looking at these. Did they give you any direction in terms of, yes, we're happy for that Cross-Border Commissioner office to be, cut, for changes to be in there? Was there any conversation about that with either yourself, Mr Wheaton, the Minister, her staff, that was something they were happy to?
I can ask Mr Wheaton to confirm, but I haven't had that conversation. The other part of the decision making in that process is that we had a budget on the 19th of September.
We know.
That we have to meet in relation to all of those teams. So we've got reduced budget for some of those executive positions, and so that fed into our change process across the whole of Mr. Wheaton's team.
And I understand that's the decision of the government of the day, and I respect that. But I guess my point is there is less money available for executive positions. Who does the buck stop with in terms of degrading or demoting the cross-border commissioner? That's something that presumably has now fallen to you as secretary, and you know, I think that's quite
correct.
concerning.
Yeah, that's correct, and that's consistent.
But the government accountability is not there. You know, the minister is not. Anyway, I just find it quite.
My understanding
strange.
is that that's consistent with the relevant legislation.
So just quickly, and I'll come back to you, Ms Fox. Mr Wheaton, can you just please confirm whether you had discussions with the Minister's office about downgrading the position of the cross-border commissioner and replacing that cross-border commissioner?
No discussions with the Minister's office or the Minister about either the individual appointments or the executive changes that were happening in my team, only broadly that process was being managed by myself, and that was occurring because we were realigning my team to be able to meet and deliver the government's new priorities, the government's new election commitments and changes to the funding that is allocated to my team to do so.
Okay. Sorry, Mr Wheaton, I'm really trying not to be difficult. You know, I have an enormous amount of respect for you and for the people online, but now your answer was, and I just asked, I know it's not, I'm not trying to trick anyone, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this. You said that it was discussed broadly. I just need to know, because, you know, it's really serious for us in the regions with this position. It's a really important position. It's not about the person or the individual, but we have a situation now where we've downgraded a position. So obviously you're not going to get someone to apply for a downgraded position. Like I don't think I would. So, you know, we have a situation here. I actually know the name of the new person now that you've said it to me. Really highly respected. That's great. Good on you for that. But was this, when you say not, it was more broadly, I need to know. So was the Minister's office informed, either the Minister or her staff, that the position was going to be downgraded in accordance with what you have to do and your responsibility by the government of the day? I appreciate that, but that this was going to happen. Were they aware?
Ms Taylor, I think we've answered that question clearly. We didn't advise...
With respect, I'm asking the question to Mr Wheaton.
No, I informed the Minister's office verbally once that had been signed off that those changes would be made in my team.
Okay.
Can I just pick up, Mr Wheaton? You also said before that you needed to obviously align with the priorities of the government. Is it your understanding that the work of the Cross-Border Commissioner is not a high priority for the government, which is why that position could be downgraded?
No.
So then what are the government priority that you're trying to meet by having that position not be at the same level?
Yep, so there's a few things for context here that might be of use to the committee in your line of questioning. So in July, a number of functions that existed within the department were moved into my group. That included the cross-border commissioner role and some other activities. That then had my executive band 2 levels at 7 and my band 1 levels at around 27 of people that were occupied in those roles. We then had an independent process that we went through that reviewed both the bandwidth, so looking at benchmarking across the sector, the amount of band 2s and band 1s as benchmarking what my group looked like, as well as the span of control of those roles.
Yep.
And then we drafted new potential structures at those levels that would then constitute my new executive structure with reduced roles. That is an ordinary process that is happening right across the sector at the moment to review executives and to meet the government's election commitment of a reduction of around 15%.
Yep.
Then, as part of those changes, we then had a process internally following the advice and independent work that was done to put up a new structure that is for approval of the new positions to the Secretary. Under the GSC Act, it is the Secretary that makes the decision and appointments and assignments of people in our agency or their agency to those roles.
So, Mr. Wheaton, just to redirect then, can I just ask, please, then, that you provide the committee with an organisational chart of regional New South Wales at the end of June and also then at the end of December, please?
Yep, happy to do so.
Could I just ask, sorry, you also just said, Mr. Wheaton, that you previously had 7 band 2s and I think it was 27 band 1s. What are those numbers now for you today? How many band 2s in your part and how many band 1s?
So there is now 3 band 2 roles and 19 band 1 roles.
Okay, and the other 4 band 2 roles that have been downgraded, sorry, you've all gone. You've cross-border commissioner is 1. What are the other 3?
So there was a merging of some of the functions, and so the way that it works is that then essentially we rewrote all 7 of the previous roles, are then delimited from the organisation chart, and we rewrote 3 new position descriptions that would capture the work program that was previously overseen by the 7 roles. So we had
no assistant cross-border commissioner and a downgrading of the cross-border commissioner position. Is that correct, Mr. Wheaton?
So as part of the process, we reviewed like functions of our team that I had currently. We have what was previously called a regional development team, which is now regional coordination and delivery. The role that those respective regional teams that are in existence and have been for a really long time, closely aligned with the coordination role that is undertaken by the cross-border commissioner, and indeed they work very closely with those teams. So we took the decision to have a band 2 that would have coverage of those regional directors as well as the function of the cross-border commissioner.
We'll come back to look forward to those org charts.
We'll now pass to Ms Hurst.
Thank you. Mr Hanson, I know you want to give clarification around Dolphin Marine Conservation Park. Just before we go to that, I've just got a couple of follow-up questions in regards to Central Coast Zoo, and I'm happy for these to be taken on notice if needed. Are you able to advise the rating that Central Coast Zoo received in their last 2 audits?
Yes, they received satisfactory ratings for the last 2.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, they've received satisfactory for the last 6 that have been completed.
Mm-hmm.
With the most recent of which would appear to be the 18th of July this year.
18th of July. And have any corrective action reports or other issues been issued?
I'm aware that there were 2 corrective actions required, I believe, on the 22nd of May in 2020, unrelated to the lions, however.
Mm-hmm.
But if I get more information on that, or if someone sends me a note saying I got that wrong, I'll come back to you on that.
Okay, yeah, if you could get me some more information on what those corrective actions were.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are you aware if there are any animal breeding programs ongoing at the Central Coast Zoo?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know. No one else here is aware of any, but if we again become aware of it over the course of the hearing, we'll come back to you on that too.
Okay, I assume that, I mean, you may not have that information at the moment, but I assume that the DPI will have information on that soon under the new licence conditions for breeding?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, Dolphin Marine Conservation Park, I know you had something you wanted to put forward from the questions this morning.
Yeah, so I was just going to say that, so you're right, new owners have come in. Those new owners are complying with and are going to continue to operate the park in compliance with the previous owners' conditions. Part of their conditions was a bond of $60,000, which we hold, that's to be used in the event that the new owners end up requiring or unable to meet their care and assistance and management of the dolphins, to enable us to make sure that that fund is used to provide for the care and maintenance until a new owner can be found. Now, as you know, over the early parts of this year, we were looking for, we're working with the previous owners and with conservation agencies with regards to the rehoming. And we're confident that we could have found rehoming with accredited and appropriate alternative homes for...
Oh, sorry, Mr. Hanson, you've gone silent. Oh, I can hear you again.
I was going to say that very rarely happens, so...
I could still see some hand expressions, so I figured that you were still talking.
Yeah, I was still waving around.
People probably...
So just to be really quick, we're confident we could have found homes for all of the animals with accredited and appropriate people earlier in the year when we thought that there was the possibility that it would not be continued. The fact that new owners have come in and are continuing to operate as to licence conditions is the eventuality that we're now dealing with. Those new owners have paid a bond that we will hold and use in the event that we need to come back in to assist and care for the animals if they are not able to do so. And again, we continue to maintain close relationships with approved, appropriate welfare entities who might be able to care for these animals should we need to place them at some stage in the future as well.
And can I just confirm, Mr. Hanson, you said that, I think you said it was a $60,000 bond?
Yes.
And you said originally that that was for the care and maintenance of the dolphins. Is it just for the dolphins? What about the other animals at the facility?
All of the animals.
Sorry, so I said dolphins. It's actually for all of the animals.
For all of the animals. Okay.
Yeah.
Has there been any recent audits or inspections of the facility in Coffs Harbour since it's changed hands?
I assume that it will have, but I'll throw across to see whether Ms. Filner or Mr. Tracy have any details on that.
Can you just repeat that question, please, Ms. Hurst?
Just if there has been any audits or any inspections of the facility in Coffs Harbour since it changed hands?
There's certainly been a lot of communication with them, but I haven't got the exact details of the audits. We can take that on notice and get those to you.
Yep, thank you. And also if there's been any inspections by the RSPCA or any other authority, that would be fantastic. If you could take that on notice as well, thank you. And I also want to know the total number of animals that are currently at the facility, if you've got that information.
Again, we'll just pull that up.
So total number of animals?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yes, we've got 95 animals reported in total. So of those, do you want the breakdown of those two?
Yeah, that'd be useful, thank you.
33 Murray River turtles, 16 little penguins, 8 Australian sea lions, 3 Indo-Pacific bottlenose dolphins, one hawksbill turtle, and 34 fish, ray and shark species.
Thank you. In regards to the sea lions, I've seen some photos of the animals with quite red mouths and gums, and people have also raised concerns about the size of their night enclosure. Are you aware if there is a vet on site at the facility?
No, I'm not aware of that. You can take that on notice.
Thank you. I assume that's not a requirement for facilities like this to have a vet on site?
No, I don't believe it's a requirement. They need to have a vet, nominated vet, but my understanding is that it doesn't have to have we don't have to have a vet on site at all times.
Thank you. Do you know if there's been any assessment made on their teeth and gums from those images and whether they require any veterinary assistance?
No, I'd have to take that on notice. Sorry.
No, that's all right. Thank you. Do you know if the facility is currently breeding any of their animals?
Not sure of that either. Take that one on notice as well.
Thank
So
you.
I think that, happy to come back to you if there's an alternative answer come up. But as far as I'm aware, the answer to that is no.
You don't believe that they're breeding any of the species there?
That's correct. That's my understanding. But as I said, if over the course of this hearing something changes in terms of the advice on that, we'll come back to you on it.
Thank you. And in regards to the any audits of the facility, which I know Dr. Filmer took on notice, could she also take on notice what grade the audit came up with, and also if there were any corrective action notices issued in regards to that audit?
Yeah, we can add that to that list.
Thank you. I have some more questions about exhibited animals generally. I'm just wondering how many full-time or full-time equivalent staff work specifically in the exhibited animals division at the DPI?
I might put that across to Ms. Filmer, Dr. Filmer, to answer.
Yep.
Those staff are in the compliance area of the department, and we'll have to take that on notice. Sorry.
Thank you. And do you know, this might need to be taken on notice as well, how many exhibited animals facilities those staff are required to audit each year?
I don't have the number of facilities, but we do have the number of compliance authorisations here. So there's 59 staff that have authorisations for compliance activity for exhibited animals.
So,
but we'll have to take that other one on notice.
So it's 59 full-time or full-time equivalent staff working within the DPI, specifically in the exhibited animals division, is that?
So they're not all full-time, so they're authorised to undertake those compliance audits, and that's typically how we operate in compliance for biosecurity and for exhibited and for animal welfare. So yeah, it's a whole team approach that allows us to deploy staff where we need to deploy them. So they often work on a range of activities that's not exclusively on exhibited animal activity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McPherson, I might just pick up where we left off discussing the CFIOA and that ministerial direction. Can you just confirm the date that you became aware of that ministerial direction from Minister Sharp regarding the CFIOA?
Yeah, I'd have to take that on notice, but I can come back to you.
Thank you. And what was the process once you did become aware of that? Did you notify up the chain to the minister that this had occurred and there may be some impacts on the CFIOA?
So I'd have to take it on notice, mainly Mr. Benezek, because I was on leave when this particularly happened, so I'll have to just consult with staff as to what actions were taken.
Yep, sure, I understand. What role is DPI playing in these koala hubs, if any?
We don't have a particular role in the koala hubs or the protocol changes specifically. However, we are involved in the subsequent processes under the State-Owned Corporations Act.
Yep.
So we're involved there in determining what the impacts might be on Forestry Corp and their business, and then advising the Minister and the Treasurer accordingly.
Okay. So is it correct in saying that EPA is actually seeking to make changes to the CFIOA concerning hollow log provisions? And this essentially isn't necessarily just changing a protocol, it's actually changing the foundations or foundational basis of those protocols and conditions, and changing this from a landscape outcomes framework to a more prescriptive regulatory framework. Isn't that correct?
I couldn't comment specifically on that because we haven't seen the proposed changes in detail yet. What I can say is that I'm aware Forestry Corp and EPA have been discussing those proposed changes. I know the EPA is very keenly aware of its limitations in terms of making changes to protocols only, and that if there are bigger changes to the actual coastal integrated forestry operations approval, that's a matter that needs to go to both ministers.
Okay, thank you. What?
Could I just add to that? Sorry. So, in addition to that, Chair, we have had requests from EPA in the past, in recent times, seeking information from our ecologists, our forestry ecologists, with regards to information on swift parrot, glossy black cockatoo and southern greater glider, just in regards to what information or data that we hold around any information around habitat, around absence or abundance in areas. So our ecologists have been providing raw information and data into EPA to hopefully help them in sort of formulating what those protocols are. However, the IFOA is really, it's a relationship between EPA and Forestry Corporation. And so that's where the predominant discussions are held, and that's between Forestry Corporation and EPA with regards to impact of protocols, the ability to actually implement against proposed protocol changes. And so that's where the majority of the discussion and the majority of the decisions sort of sit.
Okay. Can you, just based on your understanding, Mr. Hanson or Mr. McPherson, a draft protection of environment policy, where would that sit in the legislative hierarchy in terms of the CFIOA? That wouldn't take precedence over a CFIOA, would it? In terms of the legislative hierarchy, which has more legislative standing, a CFIOA or a draft protection of environment policy as per the ministerial direction?
We'd have to take that one on notice.
Thank you.
That would be a complex legal matter. They're under two different pieces of legislation, so they're in a relationship with those two instruments.
Yeah, sure. I'm just trying to understand all the working pieces there. What has been your involvement, Mr. McPherson, your department's involvement in this consultative process on the Great Koala National Park? Are you a mere passenger in this, or are you, I guess, an equal partner in this consultation process?
No, so I'm a member of the steering committee, which is a cross-agency steering committee that is overseeing that process, and we are certainly actively involved in those discussions. So no, definitely not just a passenger in the process. We've been providing advice and meeting with national parks and the Department of the Environment regularly on these matters, and working through how it might impact on industry, on timber supply, on jobs, but also making sure we get the best environmental outcome as well.
Sure. Mr. Charger, are you part of that process?
No, we're not part of the steering committee.
Are you on any of the consultative panels?
Not at this stage.
Have you asked to be?
No.
No.
Chair, just before you go off that line of questioning, you asked a question earlier about forestry contractors.
Yes.
And we are aware that the Australian Forestry Contractors Association is a member of one of those panels.
Yeah, okay. But my main concern was that the two contractors that will be directly impacted by this proposed park, which is Greensills and M&M Timbers, aren't represented. Or don't have
that's right.
Yeah.
Well, and I think, as the Minister said, instead of individual companies, it's actually been representative groups that have been sort of nominated or put forward. And so hopefully they feel as though they get their voice through that Forestry Contractors Association to sort of make sure their views are heard.
Is that, to your knowledge, is that the same for the other consultative groups other than the industry one? Is when it comes to the community consultative group, is there associations being represented there, or is it individuals?
I can answer that. My understanding is there are some associations on the community group, but they would be non-government environmental associations, for example, and there are also local councils on those groups as well.
But no individuals representing themselves?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, not that we're aware of.
Okay, thank you. This question's probably to you, Mr. Hanson and Ms. Filmer. Obviously, you'd be aware, Mr. Hanson, of the Hunters Code of Ethics that applies to our licensed hunters.
Yes.
Yes. You'll be aware that within the rules there are recommended calibers for certain species of animal. And to say, for example, that, you know, to shoot a fallow deer, it's recommended that you use a 243 caliber or above. If there was video evidence or other reliable evidence in print which indicated a hunter or someone was using less than that and taking upwards of 15 shots to do so, and chasing that animal for several hundred yards and putting those 15 shots in the chest and lungs to finally induce enough bleeding to kill the animal, in your opinion, would that be a breach of the Hunters Code of Ethics?
Certainly on the description you just gave then, it'd be hard to justify that as being covered by that code, or in fact that is somehow granted an exemption from prevention of cruelty to animals. So I agree, that would be a very hard case to argue.
Ms. Filmer, if something like that was brought to your attention where a essentially undergunned approach to dispatching an animal humanely and essentially just hitting it with 15 shots per animal to essentially bring it down eventually, would that be to cause concern for you as the Chief Animal Welfare Officer?
Yes, it would. That certainly wouldn't be considered a humane method of euthanasia.
No, I wouldn't think so. Would that be something that your division would investigate, or you don't have investigative powers? Would you refer that to one of the ACOs?
Yeah, that's
so and we'd refer that either to New South Wales Police, to RSPCA or Animal Welfare League.
Yeah, okay, interesting. Thank you. In the 15 seconds I've got, I'll just turn to marine parks. Mr. Sloan, when was the draft Network Marine Park Management Plan put on the minister's desk, whether this minister or the previous minister before us? When was it put on their desk for sign-off?
Thanks, Chair. So the draft plan was put out for public consultation for a period of 3 months during the term of the former government. And it was brought forward for consideration by the former government but didn't get finalised and adopted. So it was then brought forward when the new government came in and provided for consideration under both ministers that administer the Marine Estate Management Act, Minister Moriarty and Minister Sharp, and it's under consideration at the moment.
Okay, thank you. I'll throw back to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to come back to the issues around redundancies or changing positions in the Department of Regional, and I'm happy probably to direct to you, Ms Fox, but if there's any of your other colleagues who you'd like to answer, that's fine as well. Obviously, this was something that was canvassed in the previous estimates hearing, and I think there was a question on notice that pointed to the department's annual report, which at that time hadn't been tabled, but now it has. I'm just trying to understand the figures in terms of the annual report. I think show that there appeared to be 168 senior executive staff as at June. Is that number correct?
I'd have to check. If the annual report says that's what it was at end of June 2023, that would be correct.
Okay, and then are you able to provide what the number is as of December? Because obviously from earlier evidence from yourself and Mr. Wheaton, there's a process underway with some changing positions. Is there, and I'm happy for you to take it on notice, but knowing how many senior executives there are as of today, if we want to pick a date, there are in that agency.
Can I just clarify as well, the annual report won't include, I don't think, the numbers for local land services, which is a separate executive agency.
Yep.
So we can provide, I'm pretty sure the number across all of us is 208 from memory, but we can provide those numbers from July and then currently.
That would be great, yeah. And specifically within Department of Regional, I understand that there are sort of affiliated agencies that are separate, but it'd be good to know what they were for Department of Regional as of July and then what they are as of December. That would be great.
No problem, we can provide that.
Thank you. And then just in terms of some of those changes, again, that yourself and Mr. Wheaton referred to, what is the time frame, and I respect that there are people at the end of this, but is it anticipated that those whose positions will not be ongoing will be notified of that by the end of the year? Have they all been notified? I'm trying to understand, I guess, where that redundancy process is up to.
So it will be up to different places for different people. So we provide individual case management to any displaced executives, and that process is different for all of them. Some of them, I know, for example, are undergoing interviews for a different role in a different part of government. So we would case manage each individual person through that process. So there's some rough timelines. The mobility process takes about 4 weeks, a little bit longer. And I think,
So would you expect, say, by February next year, then that would have been resolved and finalised? I'm just trying to work the end date, I suppose.
By February next year, I would expect Mr. Wheaton's change plan to be finalised, yes.
Okay. And what about across other parts of the department?
So it's an ongoing process at the moment. Mr. Bolton's team has also undergone a formal change plan and change process. I think that is almost complete, but again, we still haven't completely finished the process there, but the decisions have been made. And again, we're individually case managing those executives who have been displaced.
Okay. With the positions, and I'm not Nostradamus, but I'm assuming that those numbers will go down given you've got a target to meet in terms of reduction of your senior staff. When you provide with us the numbers from July and also December, is it possible to also get some figures around the redundancy packages and the cost of that to the department for those positions?
Yes, no problem. We can provide that.
Thank you. And then just another sort of more specific area, some of the special activation precincts, and I'm particularly thinking of the Narrabri one, which is not going ahead at the moment anyway. Are there staff who were, I guess, working on that project who have also been made redundant?
I'll throw to Mr. Bolton, but generally, Mr. Bolton, the change plans that we have run through Mr. Bolton's team have taken into account the forward plan of work and what is required. I think most of the work that was being done in relation to Narrabri was probably being done by the planners who sit in the Department of Planning and Environment, and we hadn't progressed very far in relation to that, but I'll ask Mr. Bolton to comment further on that.
That'd be great.
Yeah, that comment's correct. So there's been no or changes to staff numbers purely based on Narrabri and that precinct not progressing. How we deliver the precincts at that front end and that strategic planning work versus implementation has been where most of the changes to resourcing's occurred, Ms. Mitchell. We've had a reduction in senior executive staff with the program of 3 senior exec staff associated with the Special Activation Precinct program based on the realignments and priorities of the government. So the 4 Special Activation Precincts in delivery, as well as the budget that we have in place for those.
And are those 3 positions, are they all regionally based? Are they regional staff? Or are they city based?
I'll take that on notice. Off memory, 2 were.
Okay.
Actually,
regional
Mr. Bolton, and maybe you could provide to the committee, out of those positions that all have been cut, how many are regionally based and how many are metro based, please?
Well, it's probably more for Ms. Fox with that number that we get
so
back.
Ms. Fox, are you happy to do that?
Yeah.
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you.
Can I also just, Ms. Fox, my understanding is that there's a review being undertaken into the Department of Regional more broadly that I think might be happening from the Secretary of Customer Service. Is that correct?
There's a review being undertaken by the department and many other departments as well, yes.
Okay. Who initiated that review?
It was run through the Premier's Department and a strategic implementation unit, it's my understanding, and the secretaries were asked to run those reviews to make sure that we are operating efficiently and effectively and aligned with the government's priorities.
And is it Mr. Head who is conducting that review, is that correct?
He provided some assurance services. He was engaged by the Premier's Department to do that prior to being appointed as the Secretary of Customer Service.
Okay. And then just in terms of, and I appreciate you've said that it's sort of broader, a government review, but what is the aim or the scope of the review?
So the aim of the review is to ensure that the department is operating efficiently and effectively, aligned with the government's priorities. We have looked at 3 broad areas, which is our people, our resources and our culture, to make sure we've looked at whether we're doing what we do well, our strengths, and to make sure that we are set up to be the best Department of Regional New South Wales that we can be going forward.
Is there any investigation or review into Department of Primary Industries remaining as a standalone agency? I'm happy for yourself or Mr. Hanson to answer that. Is it being considered that Department of Primary Industries would come in or be absorbed into regional?
The Department of Primary Industries isn't a standalone department at the moment. The Government Sector Employment Act sets out the departments, and the Department of Primary Industries sits within the Department of Regional New South Wales at the moment.
But is there any plan to change the current situation where there is, obviously you've got Mr. Hanson in his role, is there any part of the review that is looking at the current structural arrangements around how DPI works?
Yes, there are, the same as we're looking at every business unit within the Department of Regional New South Wales. Primary Industries is not being treated differently or looked at differently from any other division within the department.
And so who will ultimately make decisions about what that review discovers or recommends? Will that be yourself as the Secretary? Will that be the Minister, the Premier? Do you know where the end point in the decision-making process will be?
It's the Secretary's review, and we will make some recommendations. They will be agreed with the Premier's Department. So the Secretary of the Premier's Department has co-sponsored that review effectively with me, and certainly the Minister has some input, as have all of the ministers that we work with.
Yeah. What's the Minister's input, Ms. Fox?
A view on what she requires the department to do. Are we operating efficiently, effectively? What we do well, what we can do better.
Yeah. And how is that in a formal way? Is that through discussion? What's the process for the minister to provide input to the process?
Informal at this point in time. Yes.
Okay. And then what is the timeline for that review to be completed?
So we would expect that to be finalised by the end of January.
Okay. I might just leave that for now. I'll just hand over to my colleague. We may come back.
Yeah, I've just got some questions I think that will be directed to Mr. Kelly, just about local land services. Mr. Kelly, one thing that we heard in the last budget estimates was that there was a cut to the transport budget of local land services. Is that correct?
In terms of, there was reductions in budgets for travel, so not necessarily transport, travel.
Yeah, sorry, travel, my bad.
Yeah, so which covers things like, overnight accommodation, airfares. It doesn't cover vehicle costs or anything like that. They're standard. Having said that, with additional projects we've had come on, like the PIG project, and we've now received our funding from the federal government for NHT, they come with additional travel budget.
Sure, but just getting back to local land services, and being a farmer myself.
You're a ratepayer? Just to disclose the conflict?
Yeah, I better disclose I'm a ratepayer. That's why I'm looking for rate cuts if the services are going to be cut. What I want to know is how much the travel budget for local land services has been cut. I'm happy for you to take that on notice if you need to.
Yep, we'll take that on notice in terms of pure dollars. But what I would add to that is, particularly in relation to frontline services and delivering services to our farmers and our ratepayers, there's been no restriction or, I guess, cut back in the way we deliver those services or
But-
reducing that service level.
Sure. Mr. Kelly, I understand that, but how can there not be a downgrade of services if you can't get to where you need to be? So you'll do more of that remotely, or... Because your whole role is to be on site, and that's your strength, that's what you're known for, that's why you were set up. So, to be able to do that, you actually physically need to get somewhere, unless you're going to do everything via WebEx.
The only additional, so in terms of prioritisation of services, delivery of frontline customer services, going to site, seeing customers, seeing farmers and delivering those services, there's been no cut to that budget at all, and that is the priority. So
Where's the cut?
The cut comes so take that example of going and seeing a farmer, going back. There would be, if you have an overnight accommodation, that becomes part of the reduction in the travel budget, not the actual getting to and from the site.
But Mr. Kelly, how can that and sorry, I'm not sure, I'm just trying to think about it. Like I know with my own travel, it takes me, if I drive here today, it takes me 5 hours. I can't do that in a day. Well, I can drive 11 hours. I mean, you actually have to stay places in regional New South Wales because that's how you get somewhere. That's occupational health and safety. That's
Correct.
how you do things.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is there a directive that it's only day trips?
No, there's no directive as day trips. So in terms of delivering frontline services, that's the priority. Where we've said to consider other options, available options would be interstate travel to attend conferences and things like that. So not the reductions in terms of how we're managing that budget is not related to the delivery of frontline services.
So perhaps on notice then, when you tell us what the cuts are to travel for LLS, if you could then categorise that, please, so that we understand, because I don't understand how you do your jobs if you can't travel in regional New South Wales. I don't understand.
We still are, I think, Mrs Taylor, we still are travelling. That is the point. We're not saying no to travel. So if it is delivering a frontline customer service for our farmers and ratepayers, that is the priority. There has been no cut to that.
But then if you have to stay a night, you can't do that.
Yes, you can. You can absolutely can do that.
So can you then clarify what you said before?
Okay, so frontline customer service, staying overnight is fine. Where we've looked at in terms of reducing or being, I guess, more efficient in it is things not related to frontline services. So reducing interstate travel. If you're going to have meetings, like internal meetings, make sure that they're done online as opposed to going for a day trip and staying overnight and then coming back, those sort of things. So
Okay. I just think that there's going to be a lot of people very disappointed out there to see less people. So I'll be keeping a keen eye on that, and I'm very keen to see that detail on notice, so as much detail as you could provide as well. Can I just ask you as well, who made the decision to cut the remuneration package of LLS directors?
I'll refer that to Mr. Orr.
Mr. Orr?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, Mrs. Taylor?
Who made the decision to cut the remuneration package of the LLS directors?
So, Ms. Taylor, as the Minister was saying earlier today, there was a review which was done into LLS boards and committees.
Mm-hmm.
That review was done by Mrs. Renata Brooks. And one of the observations Mrs. Brooks made was that the remuneration which is paid to LLS board members, both local boards and the state board, needs to be assessed as a consequence of changes to governance arrangements which had occurred over time. Most notably, the changes which came in as a consequence of the 2017 Act amendments. And what those Act amendments did was to enhance the role of the state board and reduce the role of local boards. And there wasn't a review of the remuneration at that particular time. So what the Minister did was to write to the Public Service Commission and seek their advice on what the remuneration should be. The Commission's come back with that advice, and that's what's led to the decisions which have been made.
Mr. Orr, can you please provide that report and that advice to the committee on notice?
On notice, thanks, Mrs. Taylor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Do you, I can't really ask this one. I just want to ask about Hudson Pear, and I want to ask about the $2.6 million program to help combat Hudson Pear in Western New South Wales. So who should I direct this to? Is this you, Mr. Kelly?
I can
Yes.
answer that one. I can take that one.
So predominantly around Lightning Ridge, that problem with Hudson Pair. And are we committed to the full rollout of the program through to the 2026-27 financial year?
Yes, we are. Yep.
Great. Okay. And have there been any reports back on the success of the initial 6-month funding blast on this?
For Hudson Pair. Yep, so it's been going for a little over 12 months now, so I have the data here. So since December last year, when the announcement was made and the program has rolled out, over the 12 months we've treated around 50,000 hectares with chemical control. 16 landholders have been supplied with the free chemical, 18 properties treated by contractors. The biological control agent has been spread 30,000 of those over approximately 150,000 hectares.
Wow.
And 40 landholders have been contacted regarding the chemical supply program over the last 3 months.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Can I just go back to you, Ms. Fox, on any roles that people are leaving now for, whatever reason? Are they being backfilled?
It depends on what the role is. So, yes, we're doing still a lot of recruitment. We're filling, I think, on average, 73% of our vacant roles across the department internally, which means people are getting opportunities to do something different. But that's hard to answer without specifics. So generally, if it's part of a change plan and a role has been delimited and we can provide that information, that's mostly in those two areas that we've discussed, regional development programs and the regional precincts group. If they're not in those roles, generally they are being refilled.
So, Ms. Fox,
at executive level. Yep.
You just said that they were being filled internally, that people were being given the opportunity internally. So yes. My question to you then is if people are leaving to go and do something, is there recruitment outside? Because I presume if it's internal, then it's one somewhere else. So would you like to provide that on notice?
We're certainly using external recruitment processes as well, yes.
Would you be able to provide on notice to the committee how many positions are vacant and how many positions have been filled, and to categorise that by internally and externally?
Could we put a time period on that, Ms. Taylor? That might help us tailor,
last 12 months.
12 months. Okay, no problem. We should be able to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can keep. Mr. Kelly, also just talking about sorry, I shouldn't use transport, I should use travel, so I'm sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
So in terms of travel for LLS board directors, has that also been reduced?
The travel budget in general applies to all parts of LLS, so it'll include board-related travel expenses.
Okay. So have any board members of LLS been asked to pay their own travel to events?
I am not aware of that.
Could you take that on notice?
We'll take that on notice.
And if that travel reduction applies to LLS board directors, how are LLS board directors, now that they've had their remuneration? Mr. Orr put me off, I reckon, on that word. I always get put off on that word. With their remuneration decline and then a decline in travel, how are they expected to do their jobs? And I don't mean for your personal, I know you're not commenting your personal opinion, but just from your position as head of that service, I mean, I'm really concerned about it. I'm hearing unbelievable. I mean, I wish I was a fly on the wall tomorrow at the meeting, actually. But what's going to happen?
In terms of probably answering that, I will refer to Mr. Orr.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Orr, that's you just before the bell.
Thanks, Mr. Taylor. So,
like a school teacher.
Regarding local boards and their arrangements, what we've asked to happen is that the general manager and the chair of the local board have a discussion about travel and the way in which they're going to meet. Most local boards meet 6 times a year. And that's not to say that's the only thing local board members do, but that's the primary focus. So we've asked the chair and the general managers just to work out what it may mean in terms of meeting, keeping in mind, going back a few years, a lot of things were done online. The state board has also made a decision the last meeting was online. This meeting's face-to-face. And then the senior executive team, which we get together about 4 to 5 times a year, we've also reduced that back to online. So we would have 2 meetings at the back end of this year. We had one face-to-face and one which was online.
I
On the
suppose-
remuneration, Mrs Taylor, there's been no changes that have been implemented at this point. No reductions have actually occurred. So
Sorry, my time's up,
remuneration-
Mr. Orr, but my question was actually, I don't mind about the meetings, like you can do as many, if that's what they're doing online for specifically for LLS and for process, but it's about them being able to do their job on the ground and get out and see people and see things.
Yep. Want me to answer that question, Mrs Taylor, or is
I
your
think
time
the
up?
chair's giving it's their time now, and I'm cutting into it, and it's never a wise decision. So we'll go back to this.
Good call.
Got to keep the chair on side, Mr. Orr.
Absolutely. He's probably got some questions for me.
I reckon he might.
No, it's Miss Hurst's turn.
Yeah, thank you. I might go back to Mr. Hanson, Ms. Filmer, and Dr. John Tracy. We were talking about the exhibited animals. So can I just clarify, when you say that there are 59 staff that are involved in compliance, but they also work on other things, that there are no full-time or full-time equivalent staff that specifically work in the exhibited animals division at the DPI? Oh, sorry, I think you're on mute.
Some more. Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't hear any of that. Sorry,
Yeah,
you're on
well,
mute.
I can get some more information on that, but the approach that we take is that we want a large number of people authorised so that we can successfully deliver the programs that we have in place. So the approach is that we do have, a large number of people that can undertake that compliance work. I'd have to check the numbers that are fully dedicated to that.
Yeah, thank you. If you could take that on notice, that would be great.
So there's certainly, there's certainly dedicated roles in that space. And I think
Okay.
we spoke at the last estimates, or it might have been the Office of Local Government one. No, I think it was the last one, on the fact that there's a team leader for exhibited animals. So that's a dedicated person leading, and then there's policy and project officers under that work to that team leader in exhibited animals. So there's definitely a dedicated team. What Dr. John Tracy was referring to is the fact that in the compliance space, we tend to authorise our compliance officers to not only have compliance capacity under exhibited animals, but also under other pieces of legislation, including, say, the Biosecurity Act.
Great. Yeah, no, I appreciate that that level of detail. But yeah, if you could just take on notice the full-time or full-time equivalent staff within the exhibited animals division. But if you wanted to add anything else in regards to the compliance staff, that's fantastic as well. Could I get a confirmation that that's been taken on notice?
Yes.
Thank you.
Having
Sorry.
taken on notice.
Sorry, yeah, unfortunately we can't do nods on Hansard. And also wanted to check, I think I asked a question and then we started talking about staff that work in compliance, but how many exhibited animal facilities that are required to be audited each year?
Yeah, we'd have to take that one on notice. Sorry, we'll hopefully get back to you soon on that.
Okay, thank you. And as well, and I'm not sure if this will need to be taken on notice as well, but to advise the total number of exhibited animal facilities that are licensed in New South Wales and whether they are fixed or mobile exhibits.
Yeah, we can get back to you on that one as well.
Thank you. I'm wondering what...
I've
Yes, sir.
got some numbers on that previous. Yeah,
Great.
so we might be able to help out here
Thank
if
you.
we can. So just in terms of the compliance activities, so in terms of how many facilities how many compliance activities were undertaken last year. And so that's 91 activities were undertaken in the exhibited animals space last year.
That's 91 audits.
6 audits, 73 inspections, and 12 investigation of complaints.
And the 73 inspections and the 12 complaints, is that the charities working in that space?
No, I think that would still be our officers working in that space,
Okay.
as opposed to the charities.
And is there a required number of audits that occur each year? I know that's the data from last year, but is there sort of a minimum requirement on the number of audits that take place?
Not a specific minimum amount, because obviously it'll be determined upon the risk of the facilities, and so there'll be a routine series of audits/inspections. But if we find a non-compliance, then we might have a facility such as one that we talked about earlier, in which there's been 6 inspections done in the last 12 months, where a facility that has had no issues identified in the last 2 years might well be down to 3 inspections a year. So it'll be risk-based with no minimum amount, but the team they plan the year out in terms of a routine base of audits and inspections, and then that gets varied based on what they find along the way.
I've got some information.
Oh, great.
Exhibited, licensed exhibitors, if you'd like to take.
Yes, please. Yes,
so
please.
we've got 57 New South Wales-based fixed exhibitors. We've got 32 New South Wales-based mobile exhibitors that are not a circus, and 7 interstate-based. There are 2 mobile circus based in New South Wales, and there's 3 interstate-based mobile circuses, which gives you a total of 101 exhibitors.
Thank you. I'm just wondering as well what qualifications staff in the exhibited animals team are required to have in regards to actually conducting compliance audits and inspections.
So the authorised officers under that legislation have to undertake some training and demonstrate that their understanding of the legislation and understanding of the requirements, and I think that would be a minimum. I think the dedicated team has more in-depth knowledge of the exhibit animal requirements and some of the background associated with that.
And what's that required?
So maybe I can add a little bit to that, Ms. Hurst.
Yes,
so the compliance area have more the legislative function, but in terms of the technical skills and advice, that sits mostly within my team in the animal welfare unit.
Thank you.
So I've got 4 staff that work in that area, providing advice regarding exhibited animals.
Mm-hmm. And sorry, Dr. Tracy, you mentioned that there was a required training. What is that required training?
So there's required training for anyone authorised under legislation to undertake compliance. So it's an understanding of the legislation required. I don't really have any more information than that.
Is that an internal training course within the DPI?
Yeah. Yes.
Dr. Filmer, in regards to the staff that you mentioned within the Animal Welfare Department, are there subject matter experts, particularly for different species, where there's unusual species at any of these facilities?
Yes, we've got expertise in a variety of animals, both exhibited, livestock, companion animals, in my team.
Thank you. And what species are there subject matter experts in?
We might take that on notice, make sure we don't drop out or lose a species in that list.
Yeah,
if that's okay.
Yeah, 100%. That's a pretty difficult question to answer.
Yeah. And probably also worthwhile just, so Dr. Filmer sits alongside Dr. Joe Coombs, who's our Chief Veterinary Officer. And so their 2 teams work incredibly closely together. And so we also draw upon the deep veterinary expertise. And that veterinary expertise then also draws upon the expertise from our virologists, pathologists, who are all based, pathologists who are all based out at EMAI, and they work collectively together on issues. So, for example, if we did have an exhibited animal that was unwell, sick, or had some problem, we'd reach across the full width of the capacity we have in our Chief Veterinary Officer's unit and our pathology and virology units at Elizabeth MacArthur Ag Institute to try to come up with solutions and equip Dr. Filmer's team to be able to respond.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Could I also ask how many correction action requests there have been in respect to exhibited animal facilities issued in the last 12 months overall?
So you can go.
So yeah, we've got in the last 12 months 4 warning letters, 7 directions orders issued, 12 penalty notices, 1 notice of intention to suspend an authority, and 1 notice of intention to oppose or vary terms and conditions.
Thank you. Are you able to provide the committee details of each of those?
We can.
We'll take that on notice
Yeah,
and work out how much of the details we can provide on each of those.
There is some confidentiality around specific cases, but we'll provide what we can.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson, if it's okay with you, I might just stick with, talk to Mr. Sloan about the Marine Park plan. Mr. Sloan, can I just get some clarity about where we're at the last round? Were you saying that the draft management rules had now been presented to both the 2 responsible ministers?
No.
No,
Chair, no, that's not what I was saying. The management plan, which is a draft network plan to cover the 5 mainland marine parks, is separate to the rules that apply within marine parks. So the rules have not been presented to the government. That's a separate process. The management plan, which is a draft plan, was put out for public consultation between 1 November 2021 and 31 January 2022. And then there was work done to review and consider all of the submissions that were made. And then that draft network plan, which covers the 5 mainland parks, with Lord Howe Marine Park being the other park in our network, that draft plan was then presented to the former government but didn't get finalised or adopted. And that same draft plan has been presented to the current government and is under consideration at the moment.
Okay, so when do you think we will see the draft management rules presented to both those ministers, particularly Bateman's and Port Stephens?
So the consideration of the rules within the parks follow the adoption of the management plan. So the first step in the process is to finalise and adopt a management plan. So following the management plan, there will then be a separate process to review and then for the government to consider the rules, but that process will also need to go through the Marine Estate Management Authority and the Marine Estate Expert Knowledge Panel process. So those formal processes with MEMA and MECP will advise the government on the rules.
So the draft rules will go back to those advisory committees? Is that what you're saying, for a consultation before it goes to the wider community?
It will certainly need to go through that process, and so the management plan will need to be adopted, and then the rules will need to be considered by the advisory structures, and then the rules will need to go to ministers for consideration, and then they would need to go out for public consultation.
Okay.
So I guess the one piece we can't anticipate there is if the joint ministers are happy with the draft network management plan, and the way in which it's picked up and identified what values and therefore what threats need to be addressed and how it's proposed to look at that broadly. If they're happy with that approach, then obviously there's not a whole lot of change that needs to be done to the drafting of the individual park rules. But if there's a different approach that wants to be taken, then obviously both the Marine Estate Management Authority and the knowledge panel, the expert knowledge panel, would need to readjust those park rules in light of any advice or direction from the joint ministers on that management plan, because it sort of sets the overall template. Yeah.
My main concern is, and the concerns of the recreational fishermen, is that those advisory committees get to see the rules, I guess, as part of that process, and get to comment on those rules before they go to a wider community consultation, given that they've had a significant input into the management, the draft plan in itself. Is it the case that a lot of those recreational fishing positions on those committees still remain unfilled? I know that was a problem last Parliament. We raised that. Is that still the case?
I don't think so, Chair. I do have some information on the current vacancies on our committees, which if you give me a moment, I can respond to that.
So I think as of 3rd of October, there's only 4 vacancies we've got across the 6 different committees. I think we might be able to drag up what those 4 are, but since we last had a conversation, like that number has changed significantly.
Yeah. So for Cape Byron Marine Park Advisory Committee, there's 2 vacancies, one for the Aboriginal Culture and Tourism positions. For Solitary Islands Marine Park, there's 3 vacancies: Marine Conservation, Maritime Industry and Aquaculture.
Okay.
And for Jervis Bay, 2 member vacancies, Aboriginal Culture and Recreational Fishing, which was due to a recent resignation. And I acknowledge those numbers don't add up to the 4 that we mentioned earlier, so I'll just need to double check those figures.
Yeah, sure. Just on notice if we can just get some double checking of that. Given that the top 11 threats identified in the draft plan all relate to pollution, and particularly in the case of the abatements of Marine Park, you've got 6 sewage outfalls within it, as well as a sewage treatment work adjacent to a sanctuary zone. How much investment is actually going into research into water pollution and water quality with respect to these marine parks, given that, you know, essentially the major threats are all pollution, and pollution doesn't obey rules around lines of maps?
So in this year's 2023-24 funding under the Marine Estate Management Strategy, 10.7 million is being spent, so about 35% of the total program budget is being spent on improving water quality and reducing litter. Now that's not delivered by us, that's funding that's provided to fellow agencies who predominantly take the lead in this space.
Is that research or actually proactive action, or both?
I believe it's a combination of both, but we should be able to get you a breakdown of the difference between research and actual delivery on ground pieces.
Yeah, that'd be great on notice. Thank you.
And just,
so the key point there, it is, you know, it's 1/3 of the total budget. It recognises the fact that it is the key threat, both identified by the community and identified by the knowledge panel and the science. That is the key threat to the marine environment.
Are we, given that modern fisheries science is sort of moving away from this sort of lock it up, lock them out mentality, are we still going down this route of creating zones within marine parks and excluding access for different activities based on those zones? And if so, why?
So I might make an initial comment, then hand over to Dr. Sloan, to Sean. But I think that there will always be the need for some form of zoning. It's really about how you tailor the rules within those zones to actually achieve the outcome you want. I guess the easy example to give is, if there's seagrass that is intended to or needs to be protected, then creating a zone in which you can't anchor in that area is a logical way to protect that seagrass population. So I think we need to be more nuanced in how we use the zones and what we
like a ferry between La Perouse and Kurnell.
Yeah, and as you've identified, there was multiple green light levels at a federal and state level, and you know what our views on those were.
I do.
Because we made a public submission on those, but I think so. There will always be a need for a zone. It'll just be how we best use science and how we importantly use what are we trying to protect, and therefore what do we need to do to protect it. And I think that nuancing of the use of those zones is actually what modern fisheries and marine park management are moving towards.
And Chair, I'll just continue on answering that question. So essentially, marine parks have a primary purpose to protect marine biodiversity, whereas our fisheries management is about managing fish stocks for sustainability and social and economic outcomes. So the two complement one another, but our marine parks are not fishery management tools. They're a complementary marine management arrangement. In terms of New South Wales, we have 6 marine parks, 12 aquatic reserves, 35% of the state is included in our marine parks, and inside those marine parks, 6.4% are included in sanctuary zones, which are the no-take and closed areas. And essentially, where those sanctuary zones are, that's where the highest biodiversity is, and that's where this tension point arises with fisheries, because that's generally where a lot of fish are as well. That overlap exists. So when marine parks are originally designed, the principles of comprehensiveness, adequacy and representativeness are used, the CAR principles. And then we have the threat and risk assessment, which then we use to tailor any of the zoning and rules within those parks. And so the modern process, and this process is being used not just in New South Wales but around Australia and in fact around the world, is a threat and risk assessment approach is a more contemporary way to design protections for the marine environment. So we see that as the future way that we would implement any changes.
Okay, thank you. The bell's just on. I might give the opposition 3 minutes, and then we go to the government for mop up.
Sure.
Lunch.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to ask some questions about the Northern New South Wales Drainage Reset Program. I'm whoever's best placed to answer that, I will direct it to. But just in relation to the report from Mr. Cullerton, there have been questions asked about that of the Minister, and she didn't commit to timing regarding its release. I'm just wanting some clarity as to when the government received that report from Mr. Cullerton.
So
Mr. Hanson can answer that. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Fox.
Thanks for that, and I'm just pulling that up. Sorry, I'm trying to look specifically for the date at which we received the report. Let me take that on notice until I can find it.
That'd be
Sorry,
great. Thank you. Are you able to tell us, Mr. Hanson, the Minister had said in response, I think, to a question from Sir Higginson, that work was underway, it was a priority. I think there were a number of recommendations in the report. How many recommendations were there?
Total recommendations, I think, 11 total total recommendations.
And are you able to tell us how many of those have been acted on?
All have some form of action against them, from what I understand, including there was initial funding committed to on-ground action as part of the flood recovery piece. So that was the $5 million provided last year for immediate action. There's also continued action through the Marine Estate Management Authority's work, the Marine Estate Management Strategy work up on the North Coast, in delivering a piece around how we change the regulatory settings to fast track and empower sort of quicker decision making around maintenance of drains. So they're the two key priority ones I can readily think of.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Could I ask if, I mean, and this is why it's sometimes challenging without the Minister here, but would you be able to take on notice when the government intends to publicly release that report? And I know you can't answer that, but if you could take that on notice. And then also the $5 million that you just mentioned, how much of that has been spent? Do you know?
I'll take both those things on notice, but unless someone's going to correct me here, I think all of the $5 million was expended, but I'll take on notice that actual amount and make sure you've got it.
Okay, and if there is a time frame of if that money has indeed been spent, the timeline of that would be great. And on notice is fine, I understand.
Mrs. Mitchell, I can just confirm that program, the $5 million, is actually managed by the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Authority.
Okay, thank you.
Corporation, sorry.
Yep, no, that's fine. Thanks.
Now throw to the government for 15 minutes. No questions. No? All right, we'll now break for lunch and return at 2 o'clock. Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, welcome back to this afternoon's session with budget estimates 2023. I'll just throw to questions from the opposition if they're ready.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I might just deal with some forestry matters now, and I think that would probably be, just for the benefit of the committee, the only questions that we would have, so we might be able to let you go a little bit earlier if we can. Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to come back to this issue, and I know the Chair spoke about it, and I did ask the Minister as well, but just in relation to the stop work orders in terms of on the South Coast. I think at the first estimates hearing that we had with the Minister, there were some questions asked in relation to data on the number of protests and the impact that that had in terms of output. And the response back was that that data isn't collected. I'm just wondering whether anyone could tell us why that doesn't happen.
The data on the what, sorry?
Into like the number of protests that are held in state forests across.
No, we. I'm not sure if we don't. We wouldn't understand the number of protests that are happening in our forest. There's several that have taken place, but particularly up on the north coast.
Yeah.
So you are looking for the number of protests.
Yeah, so I think there was, and my colleagues were on that hearing, not myself, but I think there were some supplementary questions in relation to the number of protests held in state forests, and I don't think the answer that we got back sort of indicated how many or the impact that has on output. Again, I'm happy for it to be taken on notice again if that's easier, but we're just really trying to understand what is the impact, how often is it occurring, and what data and cost there is associated with that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to take that away on notice.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of, sorry, I'm jumping a bit, but in terms of specifically looking at Talaganda and also Flat Rock Forests, are there any general figures that you might be able to provide the committee in terms of output last year compared to this year?
For the South Coast?
Yeah.
So I can tell you that South Coast generally, because the areas of Talaganda State Forest and Flat Rock, they provide timber to South Coast. And South Coast, the region is broken up into sort of Upper South Coast and Eden. South Coast, we have been supplying at approximately 50% of the pre-fire levels. And that's because the South Coast was impacted quite, significantly in the Black Summer fires, so the volumes had gone down. So we were producing as per our plan up until the stop work orders in Talaganda, and then more recently in Flat Rock, and that's had a bit of an impact, but that's a recent impact, if you know what I mean.
Is there any, and again, happy for this to be taken on notice, but if there's any further information that could be provided to the committee in terms of that impact over the most recent period?
Sure. Like in terms of volume of timber that we could have. Yeah, absolutely. I can take that away on notice.
Thank you. And then in terms of, and I appreciate it's a little bit challenging, and I know that there's other agencies involved, but as I was asking, I think the Minister earlier, in terms of the timeline for resolution in that part of the state, the data that I have, I think it's the 20th.
Yeah.
20th for Talaganda and Flat Rock is December 24. I guess from the agency's perspective, what are the conversations with EPA? Do you expect to see that resolved in that time frame? Is there an update that you could give us?
Yeah, absolutely. So, look, we have been working with the EPA, pretty much since the issuance of the stop work order, and it's a complex issue because the stop work order has been on the basis of identification of den trees for greater gliders.
Yes, yep.
And they've been questioning the adequacy of the identification of den trees. Our view has been that our operations have been planned in accordance with the environmental rule set, which is the coastal IFOA, which actually requires us to carry out broad area habitat searches and not necessarily targeted species searches. And so I think that's where the concern that is raised by the EPA is to conduct more targeted species surveys, and we are working with them to understand how we do that.
So is that like
and-
a shift from the EPA to be looking at a more targeted species than generally? Is that
Look, and it goes back into the history of how the shift in the current IFOA versus the previous IFOA was, which was based. The previous IFOA was based more on the targeted species, and the current IFOA was, if you like, a level higher because it almost presumed that species, certain species, are already present in the environment, and that you would set aside a set number of habitat trees to protect those species. So we've been conducting our operations over the last 5 years on that basis. The EPA has raised concerns about that, and that's been the basis of the stop work order. And we are working with them on a whole range of options, which include conducting additional searches, but also what additional prescriptions we can put in place to protect the gliders.
Yeah, okay. And then in terms of, I guess, the I'm trying to better understand the process with the EPA. Is that something that they come to your agency, or like how does that process work? And is there a chance that this could happen in other areas with other species? What's the change of protocol, or how do we kind of keep an eye on that?
Well, so the EPA is the regulator on native forestry for Forestry Corporation. So they could undertake a regulatory action as they have in this case. Stop work order is one of the regulatory actions, and then the onus is both on Forestry Corporation to work with the EPA to try and address those concerns. So that's what we're trying to do at the moment. One of the things you mentioned, protocol. So protocol is actually a part of the coastal IFOA that allows the EPA as a regulator to tweak or modify the IFOA for better environmental outcomes. So we are working with them to understand if there are minor modifications which can lead to better environmental outcomes, but not necessarily a significant outcome on timber production. Because if it starts to go into that territory, then it'll be a requirement for the ministers to be involved.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just, I guess, more broadly, my understanding is that a 5-yearly review of the coastal IFOA is due to commence shortly. Is that correct? And how will that process take place? And will there be sort of changes through that take into account what we're seeing down on the south coast? What's that process?
Yeah, I might actually defer that to Dave McPherson because it's a departmental responsibility to carry out the process.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that question. So as far as the 5-yearly review of the coastal IFOA, the process will commence before the end of this year. The idea is that we will draw up a terms of reference in agreement with EPA and the Natural Resource Commission, and then we'll look to engage consultants and advisors and expert panels to assist us to assess whether the controls that are in place are working adequately.
And how long will that review process take, do you think?
Up to 12 months.
Okay. And obviously I'm assuming there'll be opportunities for input from industry and impacted stakeholders throughout that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ideally, we'll try and get it done much quicker than 12 months, but it'll depend on the availability of the right consultants and advisors to assist us and other matters that are going on.
Yeah. And when would you anticipate, I know you said it's due to start before the end of the year, which is soon, given we're in mid-December, I guess more information about that review process to be made available publicly. Would that be early in the new year? And I appreciate agencies and departments shut down over the break, which you're well entitled to do, but is it, would we expect more information in January or February? What's the time frame?
Yeah, we would definitely look to make sure there's up-to-date information. The public will be notified when that process kicks off and various stages that we'll be looking to engage throughout that process. So I'd imagine before or early in January there'll be information up to help people understand how that's going to play out.
Okay, thank you. That probably is the end of my forestry questions. If Ms. Hurst doesn't have any, then perhaps those witnesses could go if they do. So, that's enough.
Is that including Mr. McPherson?
Only forestry.
Only forestry, unfortunately. We'll try and work through
All right,
some
so
of the others.
from our perspective, Mr. Hanson, we're happy to dismiss Mr. Chowdhury here in person and also Mr. McPherson. So we're happy with that if you're happy.
I'm half tempted to say no. I'm sure they'd love to sit in for the rest of the afternoon, Chair. But
Well, I know you're not happy because you're not being dismissed, Mr. Hanson, but...
No, that's all good. Thank you for that.
No, all right. Thank you, Mr. McPherson. Thank you, Mr. Chowdhury.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I just want to come back to the cross-border issue, probably to you, Ms. Fox. The changing level for that role, has there been any change to the scope of the work of the cross-border commissioner with that new classification?
So I think practically on the ground, and I'm not as close to it, I might ask Mr. Wheaton to talk to it afterwards, but the work that the cross-border commissioner teams in all jurisdictions have done, obviously over the last 3 years, has been significant with border closures in COVID, etc. So there's a work program that needs to be worked out, and we do that along with memorandums of understanding with other jurisdictions. So the role has been assessed independently. When that's done, it looks at a broad range of things, including how many direct reports, the funding that's available, etc. And that has been done appropriately. And yes, the role probably has changed to a certain extent, and that's given the work that we envisage is in the forward plans and what's happening over the coming years. I think it's, I don't know whether you've got anything to add to that, Mr. Wheaton. You're closer to it than I am.
There's probably just two things that I would add. So as part of the executive process, all position descriptions are reviewed, and that then for all the new assigned roles, they are rewritten. And so the new role description, like the Secretary has said, has been assessed independently for the capabilities that match then a Band 1 role. Secondly, that then there is still the Band 2 executive coverage over the work of the cross-border commissioner. The work program remains the same. It is still driven by a cross-border commissioner appointment at the Band 1 level, but there is then Band 2 oversight of that work that has not only the cross-border commissioner work, but also the other coordination and similar work, coordination and delivery work of each of our regional directors as part of that Band 2 role.
So, sorry, I apologise, but so there's someone in a Band 2 oversight role to look at the work of the cross-border commissioner who's now at Band 1. Is that right? I got a bit lost in the bureaucratic language, and I don't mean to be disrespectful by saying that, but yeah.
No, I accept that I'm a bureaucrat, so I'm probably
answering
that manner.
We've got very great bureaucrats who work for us here in New South Wales.
I prefer the public servant description, but that's okay.
Sorry, I'll say public servant. I apologise.
No, that's fine. The cross-border commissioner role description has been reassessed to be a Band 1 role, but there is still the senior executive Band 2 that has and takes carriage of the executive decision making at that level for the cross-border work and the broader coordination and delivery work of our regional development team.
Okay, so that's who the Band 1 now cross-border commissioner reports into. Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to clarify that. Is there the sort of updated, I guess, role description of that position? Is that something that could be provided to the committee on notice?
I think that's
we'll take advice on whether or not we can provide those. I'm not aware that we can't, but we're happy to provide whatever we can legally provide.
That would be great. Thank you.
All of our role descriptions are public when the roles are advertised, so I imagine that we would be able to provide that, and it would have been attached to a advertisement.
Yeah, that would be great. If you can, I would certainly appreciate it. I just want to go now probably to you, Mr. Hanson or DPI. Just a quick one, then there'll be a few more things that we need to talk about. But the Drought Ready and Resilient Fund that the Minister spoke about earlier today, that $250 million, my understanding is that there are low interest loans available. Are you able to advise what the interest rate is for those loans?
So the interest rate will be set at the particular time that someone applies for the loan, and it'll be the current lending rate for either, if they're borrowing for a 5-year period, it'll be the Treasury bond rate of 5 years for that 5-year Treasury bond plus a 1% margin. Or if it's for a 10-year loan period, it'll be the 10-year Treasury bond rate plus a 1% margin.
Okay, so what is the Treasury rate then?
At the moment, I think that's 6.2, but I'll check that and bring that up in a minute.
Okay. So just so I'm clear, if I, and I'm not, but if I was going to be applying for one of those low interest loans today, it would be the 6.2% plus 1%. Is that what you said? Sorry, I'm a little confused.
Yeah, no, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. And sorry, if I do it over 10 years?
So the 10-year rate, and I'll just find that one at the moment.
Okay.
So sorry, 6.2 is the 10-year rate.
Yep. Okay.
And it's 5.6 is the 5-year rate.
Okay. But there's a 1% on top of that as well, did you say?
That's right.
Okay. Are you, and look, again, it might be something that you need to take on notice. Obviously there are other funds of low interest loans that have had offerings of sort of 2.5%. What was the rationale, if you're able to provide it, Mr. Hanson, of setting it at this higher rate?
So I guess the fact that we're basically offering a wholesale rate of lending here, and that the 2.5% that's still on offer through the Drought Infrastructure Fund, which was previously the Farm Innovation Fund.
Yep.
That 2.5% interest rate is still there and available. It was obviously a program and a budget set back at a time of very different market interest rates than what we have at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And it's for capital.
Mm-hmm.
This one is allowing operational activities to be actually covered.
Yep.
So expenses, and it's intended to be there at a rate which is still at a wholesale rate compared to what they'd get in the retail market, but at the same time at a rate that doesn't cost significantly to taxpayers, and therefore is able to be sustained over a longer period of time.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I understand that applications, I think, might have only opened earlier this month. I know it hasn't been there for long, but are there any? Is there any data you could provide in terms of the number of applications that have been received under that Drought Ready and Resilient Fund? And I appreciate it's in its very early stages, but are there any numbers?
Yeah, so what are we, 14 days in? And last night I had a look, there's 19 applications that have been received.
And what would be the average time frame for those to be assessed and processed, those applications?
That's a good question. We haven't sort of got to the first one going through to be able to give you what time that time frame is.
Okay.
Obviously, again, with these being loans as opposed to grants, we need to make sure and double check all the pieces around the capacity to repay and the capacity to take on that lending.
Yep.
And so we're working through that with the first 19 applicants at the moment. The average amount of those loans that have been applied for so far is just under the 250 limit. So I think it's about just over 220,000 is sort of the average loan application amount at the moment. And there's a pretty even spread from across the country, across the state in terms of from geographical locations. But the predominant type of business has actually been beef cattle production has been the predominant sort of application so far.
Okay. Well, and I'm happy for you to take it on notice, and I know that there'll be a sort of longer period of time for those answers with the shutdown, but if it's possible to come back to us with sort of indicative timeframes of application processing time, if you can, and as I said, I completely understand it's in its very early stages, but any information would be useful, so thank you for that. I want to turn now to fire ants. So I wanted to get some clarity in terms of, I guess, how how things are going in terms of that response up in the Northern Rivers. Is there any indication, do we know at this point how those fire ants got into New South Wales? I know they were close on the border in Queensland some months ago, but what do we know about how they've come in?
So I might start and then see if Dr. Tracy wants to add anything. But
sure.
So in terms of how we're going at the moment, so we still only have one infected premise, which is the premise that was originally detected. That site has had numerous traces, both forwards and backwards, in terms of potential carrier material. I think there's been 30 high-risk premises sort of associated with that one site. Those 30 have all been both spoken to, have had staff, and in the vast majority of the cases had dogs involved in looking for presence of. We've found no further cases, no further evidence of anything in New South Wales, either from the New South Wales suppliers to that site or New South Wales operators who were working on that site and have subsequently worked elsewhere. Queensland have got a couple of traces in terms of suppliers of materials to that site as well. One of those suppliers of materials, a supplier of turf, I believe, whilst no fire ants were found on that premise, they were found in close proximity to that site. And so that's probably pointing us to the most likely source is a source of a supplier from Queensland. But as I said, no fire ants were detected at this stage on that property, just in close proximity to that property. So that's where we think the likely source is. Every time we sort of go to a site and look at it, we also then balloon out into another set of potential contacts that we then go and look at as well. And so, in the first week we had 13 high-risk premises that we looked at. That's now escalated above 30, and that's just south of the border. Queensland and the national program are working north of the border as well. We're really confident with phase 1 being completed on the current infected premise. So all of the baiting and all the surveillance has been completed out to a 500-metre radius around the initial site. So we're really confident about that piece at the moment. And so far, the tracing is, as I said, pointing north of the border in terms of a direct movement from there.
Okay. I think that's my time for now, but I'll have a few more. We'll come back to this, but I'll hand.
Thank you. Ms Hurst?
Thank you. Mr Hanson, earlier today, Daniel Brighton's court case concluded. He's been convicted of serious animal cruelty under the Crimes Act. He hasn't received any jail time. As the DPI is aware, Mr Brighton has continued to be heavily involved with several of his family's exhibited animal facilities. Given that Mr Brighton is now subject to a mandatory lifetime ban on owning or working with animals, will the DPI be taking steps to ensure that Mr Brighton is no longer involved with animals at those facilities?
So I might hand over to Dr Tracy and Dr Filmer on that one. That court case was today, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. It concluded this morning.
Sorry, I wasn't aware of the outcome of that yet. So.
Yeah, thanks, Ms Hurst. Our teams have been watching that one very closely, and we will be taking appropriate action in that case.
Can you let me know what that process will look like? Like, how will you ensure compliance that he's no longer involved in the care of animals at those facilities?
Happy to do that. So that will be the action taken in terms of we'll need to follow up on the details of the conviction, but if it is a recorded conviction, then anyone with a conviction is unable to work with care for, as you've stated. So we'll be making sure that that's followed through.
Thank you. And how will you ensure compliance of that going forward?
Compliance will be followed up as we normally do, in terms of follow-up audits or inspections or, the typical sort of compliance actions that we take to ensure that people are following the rules that we set down.
If he resides on one of the properties where the animals are being exhibited, Do you see an issue there? Will he be allowed to remain on that property with the animals?
I'd have to check that, but I don't think that we would be able to exit him from that property. He wouldn't be allowed to care for the animals. But I can come back to you on that.
Will you be in regular contact with the owners of those facilities going forward, given that Brighton was originally the main point of contact?
What was the question? Sorry. Have we?
Will you be in regular contact with the actual listed owners of the facility?
Yes.
My understanding is that a lot of the correspondence, Daniel Brighton himself was the main point of contact. Will you now be in contact with the actual listed owners of the facility instead?
Yes, we will.
Will you still respond to Mr. Brighton's any further emails or correspondence from Mr. Brighton about the facilities in regards to animal care, or will correspondence in the future need to come from somebody else at the facility?
Yeah, I'll have to check that in terms of if he's not directly taking care of those animals, but he has an administrative role. We just have to look at what we can and can't do in that case.
If Mr. Brighton is shown to still be involved with the facilities or animal care, what action will be taken by the DPI or other authorities?
We take all actions available to us under the legislation in terms of the typical progress in terms of either PIN notices or then progression to prosecution if that's warranted.
Could I suggest, given the fact that this, we still haven't seen, I haven't seen the ruling out of the court yet. So I think you've got a flavour from Dr. Tracy about how we intend to interpret and respond. This is probably a good one for us to pick up in a couple of weeks in our February hearing, to sort of, once we've had a chance to do a bit more of an analysis of the ruling and then start to play that out, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I understand it was just this morning.
Yeah.
Dr. Filmer, have you seen the statement that was released today by the NHMRC in relation to force swim and smoking tower experiments?
I have, yes.
Yep. What action is the department planning to take in response to the NHMRC's positioning around those experiments?
Sorry, are you okay if I
Of
jump
course.
in on this one? And sorry. So, as you'd be aware, we're waiting on advice back from ARAC with regards to their advice on both the swim tests and smoke tests. That's been something that I'm sure they will be taking note of the advice that was released today and feeding that into their advice that they then provide to the Minister.
So who is the advice? Because the Minister's talked about getting advice, and when I have previously tried to clarify if that was from Animal Research Review Panel or the NHMRC, that hasn't been clear. So who is the advice coming from or to?
So my understanding is it's the Animal Research Review Panel.
Yes.
That is providing the advice.
Okay. My understanding is that they've already created a position on this some time ago, before the NHMRC published their position. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. They've considered it at Animal Research Review Panel meetings, but that's as much as I can give you in terms of information on that at the moment.
Has the department made any recommendations to the Minister about these experiments based on the NHMRC position or the Animal Research Review Panel's position?
Well, the NHMRC position's only been, as you say, come out
Public.
today. So,
Yeah.
so that's now available, and the Animal Research Review Panel has considered this situation, these procedures, and they've considered one of these procedures. They're in the process of considering the other one of them, with a view to presenting that information to the Minister.
Okay. Has the view on one of the experiments, the one that they have developed a position on, has that been conveyed to the Minister's office?
There's been some discussion about that.
Yes.
And is that in regards to the smoking towers?
Yes.
Are you able to tell us what the Animal Research Review panel's position is on the smoking towers?
Not at this point in time.
Is that confidential?
At the moment, it's before the Minister for her consideration.
Okay. Is there any work being done within the department to draft legislation in regards to these experiments, or has there been any discussions in regards to changes to legislation in regards to either of those experiments?
Yes, so we have looked at what legislation would look like, and in fact we've looked at private members' bills that propose legislation to do exactly that, to look at pros and cons of different approaches that we would take as part of our preparedness in terms of what if, and so that we can move swiftly if needed.
Okay. And is that being done separately to the POCTA changes, given that I'm assuming that this would be more likely to be done as part of the Animal Research Act?
That's correct.
And is the Animal Research Act, you'll know, Mr. Hanson, when we looked at the previous Animal Welfare Bill, there was a recommendation that the Animal Research Act remain separate. Is that continuing as part of the POCTA review, that Act will still remain separate?
Certainly the starting point in what we're looking to take forward under the reforms is actually starting with the recommendations from the committee's report late last year on the draft bill that was presented at that stage. And so the advice around the separation out of the Animals in Research Act is still the sort of starting point for that. I would say that the thing that we're trying to make sure we get right is, and you'll be well aware of this, anytime we make a change to one of these instruments, we have to make sure it flows across to the other instruments. So, you know, again, to your line of questions this morning about the Crimes Act, no, we don't have any intention of addressing or amending anything in the Crimes Act, but we do want to make sure that anything we change under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act doesn't counteract what exists in the Crimes Act or the intent of what's in the Crimes Act. So we're going to be constantly referencing these individual acts and try to make sure that we don't end up with the sort of band-aid solutions that we sometimes end up with by doing them in isolation.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to ask some questions around the draft Trout Cod Action Plan. I imagine that would be Mr. Sloan that might be best to answer that.
Yeah.
Yep. Do we have a total projected cost for this Trout Cod Action Plan over the 10-year period, even as an estimate?
Thanks, Chair. No, I don't have an estimated cost to provide the committee with today. What I can speak to is the type of activities that we will be undertaking as part of the Trout Cod Action Plan, and obviously those activities will be costed out and then budgeted for. At the moment, we've just completed the public consultation, so we're considering all the feedback that we received on the public consultation on the draft plan, and so obviously there's been various ideas that have been thrown forward to us, and we need to build that into our plan going forward. So the focus areas are habitat rehabilitation, protection where necessary, conservation, stocking and compliance and education, as well as river reconnectivity, so all of the fish passage work that we're doing. So we will have some estimates of what all of that work collectively will cost, but I don't have that sort of information today.
Okay. Is it your vision that a good majority of this will be sort of absorbed into your staff's normal day-to-day operations, or is this going to be on top of their normal operations?
some of the work will be absorbed and will be part of the work that we're already doing with trout cod recovery, and then there'll be some initiatives that will be new and revised or adjusted based on different work that we're now doing. As an example, the work that we've been doing on breeding trout cod previously was all tank-based and hormone-induced breeding activity, but we have recently been trialling pond-based breeding activity that has yielded some better results in terms of numbers of trout cod that have been spawned, and that's a new type of activity that will hopefully see us stocking more trout cod into the future. That's something that I think is a continuation of existing work, but will obviously involve different approaches. There's going to be different new pieces of work done on habitat rehabilitation, and in the past we've done, I think, over 5,000 woody habitats have been installed over areas where trout cod inhabit our rivers, but that type of activity involves, additional funding. So there's likely to be new projects built around habitat rehabilitation as well.
Okay. Can I just go to the section of the draft plan under captive breeding, stocking and translocation? You've got there a medium-term goal that says to undertake surveys to accurately identify the area of extent and population size and structure of existing populations. Can you just sort of tell us how you assessed the effectiveness or success or otherwise of that last 10-year plan? If it's from this statement, it seems like you've yet to do a lot of that work. How did you assess the success of the plan previously?
So we did a review in 2022 of the work that we are undertaking, and what that review showed was that we're doing the right things. We just need to do, in some cases, more of them or adjust the approach. And the example I gave earlier about the move from tank-based spawning to pond-based spawning is an example of a move away from the more traditional way that we've done trout cod spawning. So
did that review? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but did that review include a stock assessment that this statement is sort of insinuating? Did you do like a stock assessment in various areas to see how well they're travelling?
Yes, so we were doing monitoring annually of all of our native fish species, and that includes trout cod. The area that is closed seasonally between September and November, which is between Yarrawonga, Weir and Tuckamwell, that's the trout cod spawning closure area, and that's the area that we know to be the last remnant population of sort of self-sustaining trout cod. So that survey work that I'm referring to demonstrates to us that that is the last remnant population. So the Trout Cod Action Plan has an ambition to get us to a point where we've got multiple self-sustaining populations of trout cod, so that that one population isn't all we're relying on. And the way we do that is by improving the habitat, which I've mentioned earlier, by boosting the restocking activities, and the pond spawning approach that I've mentioned is showing a lot of promise in terms of being able to produce more fish. And then in the bigger picture, a lot of the threats to not just trout cod, but all of our native fish stem from environmental issues like the effects of climate on our river systems, which include, higher frequencies of drought and flooding. Yep. There's a whole range of issues that stem from the lack of connectivity between our rivers. So our fish passage strategy will play a major role in improving the recovery of our native fish species, and trout cod is just one of those more vulnerable species in the system. So,
yeah. Can I just go to the one of the other goals there under recreational fishing? You have got a medium goal there of investigating the ramifications of hybridisation. Now, just with a lot of species that hybridise, there's normally a set of dominant traits from one species over another, or they're more like one species than the other. I'm just Are we seeing that with the trout cod and the Murray cod hybridisation? Are we seeing a more dominant species over the other?
No, I don't think it's a reference to Murray cod or trout cod. I think it's more the genetic diversity of the population, and obviously to have a healthy population,
Right.
you need a genetically diverse population. So I can take a closer look at that, Chair, if you need me to, and take that on notice and come back to you.
Yeah, I'm just interested in terms of what the current school of thought will be in terms of compliance when you might be having a complete new species or variant of that species. Will it be treated under the same category as the trout cod or something different?
They do look fairly similar, so that compliance issue is already there to some extent. But what I can say is the ambition is to get us back to a point where we can actually have a sustainable recreational fishery. And we've already got that in the Talbingo Dam, which is a catch and release fishery for trout cod, but we would like to obviously get back to that position in our waterways as well.
Yeah, you've touched on the river health and habitat, but in the plan you've got sort of stage 1, stage 2 and stage 3, and there's very little detail as to what the difference is between those 3 stages. Perhaps on notice that you're able to provide the committee some more detail as to what those 3 stages would look like.
Yeah, happy to do that, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Have you given any consideration to working in partnership with farmers that have property along these key locations in terms of getting them to help improve river and riparian habitats for trout cod, whether it's giving them funding to improve fencing, giving them assistance in removing those introduced plant species like willow and lipia and replacing it with native plants? Is that part of your vision?
I think the way that we would pick those issues up, and I think the short answer would be yes, we would always be looking to work with adjacent landholders in these particular geographic locations where native fish exist, and it would be part of the habitat improvement piece in the action plan. And regularly we have an annual process where we call for applications for habitat action grants, which these types of activities could be included in as well. The other thing I would mention as well is we have a program where we're looking at improving the screening on irrigation systems across our river systems, and that fish screening program that we've been working with farmers and irrigators on has yielded some excellent results, and in some estimates we know that we're saving millions of native fish that would have otherwise been drawn into irrigation systems. So that's another element that would benefit trout cod stocks as well.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. The bell's gone, so I'll pass back to opposition.
I don't want the fish moving into the irrigation system.
You're
great.
Yeah,
Sorry. I was
Thank-
all excited, ready.
You just need to wait a minute. Sorry, everybody. Sorry, just back to where I left off before, Mr. Hanson, just in relation to the fire ants. My understanding is that there's been some genetic testing carried out or that's underway in terms of trying to trace the fire ants found at Mulwillumbah. Is that correct? And is there an update on that work?
So we have done the genetic testing, and the genetic testing is a link to the South East Queensland genetics.
That you mentioned before, yeah, okay. How many staff are on the ground at the moment doing that surveillance and compliance work from DPI?
That's a good question. I'll get the latest information unless John's got it to hand.
While you're pulling that up, there's a core amount of activity that is happening with the dog teams and the surveillance teams from Queensland. So we have about four surveillance teams there. In addition, DPI has contracted some additional teams, surveillance teams, another 2 of those.
How many
So that's
in a
core
team,
in terms
roughly?
of
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry?
I just like how many, when you say team, how many people are in a team? Is it 2? Is it 10?
So look, we can pull up the numbers, but
Yeah, that's
a surveillance team in terms of a foot on the ground walkthrough can be anywhere from 10 upwards of staff moving across to systematically search those areas that have been identified as high priority. I think Scott previously mentioned about the fact that we've now cleared that 500 metre zone.
Yep.
So that the focus of the response now is to target those trace premises going forward.
And there was about 30 of those, is that right? Those premises? Sorry, I'm just trying to...
Yeah, there's at least 30. I think overall we've got a larger number than that the team's working through. The majority of those have actually been cleared. I think they're expecting the final 10 of those to be cleared off at the end of this week. All the high priority traces have been done and they're working their way through those lower priority traces. But it is an ongoing, it's a change all the time. The more information we get about links to properties that may have not been compliant or that we find and discover fire ants in Queensland, that's the target of the surveillance program, not only in the Wollumbar area, but across that whole North Coast region. So.
Okay. Also, the Minister, when we've asked about this in the upper house in question time, has spoken about the signs that I know have been put up in rows in and out of the area, sort of identifying people about the restrictions of that are, I guess, currently in place with that biosecurity threat. Do you have any information, and again, I'm happy for you to take it on notice, but how many sort of signs have been deployed and what that signage is, where it is and how many there are, basically?
Yeah, so we've got signage on the highway, they're the fixed term ones in 22 locations. In addition to that, we've got at least the same number, so it'd be at least another 20 temporary signs that are targeted around roads, particularly around that Wollumbar area.
Okay.
So, and those are, the fixed ones are going to be in place to continue that sort of focus on preventing those high-risk carriers from coming in or making sure that they're meeting the requirements that are there. And so that's just one of the strategies though, right? Like
that kind of leads to my next question. So in terms of, I guess, more broader community kind of engagement, education, activities so that people know the risks and how to identify and the control work you obviously need to be doing around fire ants, beyond the signage and obviously those surveillance teams that are on properties, what is happening more broadly in terms of community engagement and activation?
Yeah, look, it's a really good point because that is a big focus and priority for both DPI and the national program, lifting that community awareness and community engagement. So we have thrown everything at it in terms of SMSs, emails to the affected businesses, follow-up phone calls with those high-risk businesses. We've got face-to-face, which is really important. That there's been a really good pickup of the pop-up van that we have there at Wollumbar near the shopping centres there. There's been more than 200 people visit that site, so that face-to-face contact's important. We've had public forums, we've had sort of targeted discussions with industry and those affected businesses and been working really closely. We've had some great support with the national program, but also Tweed Council, who have connected us with the relevant people in that area in particular. But more broadly, that's the focus that we want to see going forward and that we have been focused on for the last 6 to 12 months in terms of that northern area. A focus on community engagement that's beyond just your SMS, emails, the web. We've got pick up in terms of media. We've got an Operation Victor, which is also a high visibility program that encourages the compliance aspects of the program as well.
So I might just add there, one of the things that we learnt the last time we had a red embroidered fire ant outbreak down in Port Botany was the importance of getting everyone in the local community engaged.
Yep.
And one of the groups that we involved there that we've successfully involved this time as well are schools. And we've actually had 309 New South Wales public schools and over 57,000 students now engaged in activities in northern New South Wales. We've got classroom materials about what is red imported fire ant, why is it of concern, what to look for, what to do if you find it. So our schools team have been sort of deployed to ramp up an activity that they had been doing up there for a while, which is using red imported fire ant as a good story for classrooms around biosecurity and what is biosecurity. We've been able to ramp that up quickly and make sure that we've got community groups, school groups, through the council, a lot of the engagement with a lot of the local community activities to sort of get everyone working towards the same outcome. Because you'd be aware, I mean, this was discovered by contractors working on site who noticed something strange or imported. But the yellow crazy ants in Lismore, that was completely a local citizen who thought they looked strange and reported them to us, and we were able to get on top of that very quickly. So, we really heavily rely on the community's engagement on this.
Yeah. So in terms of just still on this issue, but a different question, fire ant bait, is that being used up there at the moment, and where's that being sourced from?
So it is the growth regulator is being used up there on the ground, and at the moment it's being supplied by the national program, which has a supply and a stock of that for use in the national response.
Okay. We're also sort of hearing reports, and I know that, again, this is quite an issue for sort of southeastern Queensland and northern New South Wales. We've been given an indication today that there's a new fire ant nest that's been detected about 850 metres from the border in the Currumbin Valley. Is that something that DPI has been notified of as well?
Yeah, so we were aware that there was another detection in the Currumbin Valley, this time closer than Talabudra, which was the last known one.
Yep.
So another detection closer to the border. And again, the national program and response is managing the on-site eradication of that one, and then any tracing and activities out of that as well.
Just in terms of the national program, my understanding is, I think when ministers met earlier this year, I think it's $592 million over the next 4 years. But some states haven't put the money in yet. Is that correct? That's what I thought, but is that all fully loaded and ready to go?
So that's the right way to interpret it.
Okay. I'm happy to be corrected. I don't profess to be an expert, although I have learned a bit about fire ants in the last little while, but anyway.
Well, someone's got to do it.
You've
Happy to learn.
interpreted that one pretty well. So all states had an agreed budget amount on the table. What occurred was the fact that the national program basically came back following a review that Dr. Wendy Craig did and said, if we're going to get serious about this, and sorry, it may not have been Wendy, if you're going to be serious about this, this is the amount of money that needs to be spent nationally to actually eradicate out of southeast Queensland. And that's the only way we end up managing our risk is the eradication out of southeast Queensland.
Yeah.
So a number of just under 600 million was what was required over the next 4 years. Every state already had dollars on the table, they just didn't have those dollars up to that amount. We were able to secure New South Wales government support for an additional 80 million, which takes our contribution for that period of time up to 95. The Commonwealth has put its money and been able to increase its allocation to what its share of that 600 million needs to be. Queensland has, but not all states have been able to go through their budget process and get that uplift in the budget that's meant to be there.
So is it still the plan to try to eradicate though? Is that what, I mean, and obviously that's not the case at the moment because they're in New South Wales, but that's still the intention to try to make that happen?
It's still very much the intention. Control of red imported fire ants in the US costs about $7 billion a year.
Yeah.
So, eradication is still well and truly the goal here.
Yeah, okay. I might just move on because I'm conscious of time and there's a few other things that we want to ask you guys, but thank you for that. Another biosecurity issue, also on the North Coast, but a different industry and just in relation to white spot. Obviously, there has been the initial outbreak out there, and there's still the biosecurity orders. I just wondered if there's any data in relation to, my understanding is that DPI came in, and particularly for the prawn farmers, did cover the cost to clean, to destock those prawn farms in the Clarence following the outbreak. Is that correct? And what was the cost of that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I can pick that one up. So the response in total was a cost of $12.2 million, which included $5.7 million for contractors and on-farm destruction of prawns, decontamination and disposal. And then there was $5.9 million for remediation and response resources, which included a lot of staff involvement from DPI during that period. There was around $80,000 for surveillance during that period, and then $85,000 for lab testing, and then we've got some costs for ongoing proof of freedom measures as well.
Ongoing what, sorry?
So the one number in there that you asked for was the 5.7, which was the on-farm destruction, decontamination and disposal.
Yeah, and how many sort of farms did that cover?
3.
Okay, yeah.
3 farms?
It's not cheap. It's very tough for industry, obviously, as well. So I guess in terms of the discussion with local industry going forward, reports back to us have been concern from, particularly those 3 operators, but whether there's any direction in terms of if a further outbreak should occur, who would then come in and I guess bear the cost of that. And this was something that I did ask the Minister in the House, but didn't really get a clear response. Is there any policy in terms of should a further outbreak occur, is there DPI support again, or is it up to those individual farmers to make that work and pay for it?
So this isn't a black and white answer. I apologise in advance.
That's okay.
I think and we've had these conversations at length up on the North Coast with both prawn farmers and prawn trawlers up there. Because it comes down to what the next detection actually is. So for example, if the next detection is in a discrete tank inside a shed with a direct link back to broodstock from Queensland and a positive detection up there, then it would be 100%, we would be doing everything we would do to cover the costs of the disposal, decontamination, etc. As we have done to date, we'd be doing exactly the same thing. Because we'd be confident about being able to eradicate it. If a future detection was multiple detections over a multiple period, over a multiple stretch of the Clarence River, which I hasten to add, we have not found a white spot prawn in the Clarence River.
Yeah.
So if that was the detection, however, we would then probably shift our focus to discussions around zoning and discussions with the industry around how could the industry operate in a similar type of zoning arrangement that Moreton Bay operates in under. Which would be very difficult for the industry, though it would take a lot of adjustment for them, but that would be the most likely outcome in that scenario. And we've tried to be frank with the industry about they're the kind of scenarios that we would be looking at and working with them on. We would be there to support the industry regardless of which way that went, but they're 2 very different outcomes, depending on what the next detection, if there is one, what the next detection is.
I mean, and I appreciate and I thank you for your honesty on that, Mr. Hanson, but I guess from their perspective, they've got to make some kind of serious decisions about what they're going to be doing, and that's not a great position for particularly some of those families, I understand, have been doing it for generations, and, it's really tough, I think. But in terms of, I guess, any budget support, and I appreciate what you've said about, hypothetically, it all really does depend on if there's a further detection and what that may be. Has there been any sort of money allocated or any conversations with the Minister, with government about should you need to provide further support? Will that money be available? Is that something that you've talked to the Minister or her office about?
We have certainly had conversations about the what ifs of what if there was another detection and those kind of scenarios. If that was the case, we would take back a new plan and a new request for the Minister to look to advocate on our behalf to secure money from Treasury to be able to do that.
Yep.
And again, But that again would be determinant on which end of that response, and whether Treasury would be more than likely to come back at the small end of the response and say fine from within, or at the large end of the response say yes, okay, let's work out how we do this. So we haven't put a number in front of anyone. We haven't sort of gone and said we may need further funding. We have just indicated the fact that, you know, we've got 2 years until of continual freedom of, you know, proof of not having it.
Yeah.
To be able to move on and convince trading partners and other jurisdictions that we are free from white spot. And until then, we are constantly working up scenarios of what happens if this happens or what happens if that happens, and have them ready and prepared. Many of those conversations with industry to make sure that they know as much as they can to make the tough decisions they're having to make at the moment.
Yeah. Thank you.
In addition,
sorry, sorry, you go.
I was just going to add to that explanation as well that we've also offered grants of $500,000 to each of the 3 prawn farms to help improve biosecurity on farm, so that if they choose to return to prawn farming, that their biosecurity on farm can be strengthened. And then with the commercial prawn fishers in the Clarence River, there's been a $5.4 million package that has provided income support to those prawn fishers that have stopped prawn fishing, and that's because the control order does not allow them to move uncooked prawns out of the Clarence River. So those fishers that have said they will stop fishing and temporarily revoke their prawn fishing endorsements have received income support payments that are in line with their historical catch records.
Yeah, I mean, this was probably
And
more,
then-
to be honest, about the questions around the clean-up for the prawn farmers as opposed to the fishers, but I appreciate what you're saying in terms of that package. So, yeah, I'm just going to let my colleague go to a new topic, but I might come back to some of this. So.
Yes, Ms. Fox, my question is to you. Did you get a request for DLOs from the Minister or her office for specific people?
No, I didn't.
And could you also let other committee know how many DLOs are in the Minister's office?
Yes, I think we currently have 6 in various ministers' offices, so I've got that information. From memory, it's 3 in Minister Moriarty's office, 1 in Minister Houssos's office, and 2 are joint resources for the remaining 4 regional ministers.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I think this might be to Mr. Wheaton. I'm just going to quickly go back for the next session when I've got other things. Just in terms of the cross-border commissioner, you said that you had planned to communicate that before the end of the year. So, because I was just looking at Victoria and South Australia, and they both put out releases saying that one cross-border commissioner had gone and another was coming, and thanking them for their work and informing stakeholders. So can we just confirm that is going to take place before the end of the year?
Yep, that is the plan.
And will that be via media release, or will that be actual, consultation with stakeholders and informing them?
It will be via direct communication to the stakeholders.
Okay, and when we
Sorry, Ms. Taylor, can I just add one caveat on that? That's dependent on the completion of all of the processes that are required for that change plan, and we're not in complete control of that timing, so that will be subject to that.
Okay. I mean, I'm already getting questions after this budget estimates from the media about it, so I don't want to be the one delivering your message. Like, I think that they probably do have to know, seeing you've appointed someone. But anyway, that's up to you guys. That's your call. I just want to get it on the record so that we all know what's happening, because it's all a bit much.
Yeah, we understand the importance.
Ms. Hurst?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Hanson, the previous government announced $2.5 million grant program to rehome animals that had been used in medical experimentation. And the Treasurer has confirmed that will be continuing under this government. I understand that the grants program was previously sitting with the Minister for Science, Innovation, Technology, and they've informed me that that's now been moved to the DPI to distribute those funds. Can you give me an update on where that's at and when you expect applications to open for those grants?
Sure, and I'll throw across to Dr. Filmer in a minute. But we have now had that grant administration task and the funding moved across to us.
Mm-hmm.
We're now working on ensuring that we build a grant program in line with the grant guidelines to make sure that we're complying with the grant guidelines in terms of administering of that grant. In terms of our time frame for opening of applications, I might see if Dr. Filmer has an update on that.
Yes, I can give you an update on that. We've been in communication with the grants team, BNDO New South Wales, just to make sure we get it right, because there's been a lot of changes in the legislation in that space, so we want to make sure we do the right thing. We've also undertaken a scientific literature review of that whole space to try and get a really good understanding and handle on where you should target money in that space. There's no point having a cash splash, as they say, into an area if you don't know whether or not that's the most beneficial. And I think what's coming through loud and clear is that targeting the final stage of trying to rehome an animal is possibly not the only thing you should be doing. We need to start right back at the beginning of that animal's life and make sure that we take every opportunity to use this money as best we can to make sure that those animals from day one in research and from very young animals get the very best opportunities to be able to be rehomed at the other end. So that will mean that things like socialisation, behavioural assessment, behaviour modification, as well as just the straight out what you might think of as a rehoming strategy gets considered. So we've spent some time trying to understand the space, trying to work out where we can get the best value for that money, because it should make a really good and big difference if it's spent correctly. In terms of the timing, the grants group have indicated that it'll be next year, and they're hoping to be able to get it out the door by the end of this financial year, but they said that the timing on that will be possibly pretty tight because it's a fairly complex area, and they want to make sure, and we want to make sure that we set the guidelines up in the first instance to make sure that we get the best benefit from it. And if we don't set it up right in the first place, we'll miss an opportunity in that space.
Thank you. In regards to the comments you made around the socialisation of animals and setting that animal up to be, socialised and be able to be rehomed, are you proposing that some of the grant money, instead of going into the direct rehoming, will be possibly moved into some of those strategies as well?
It's probably a little bit early for me to say that, and that's exactly why it's going to take a little bit of time to work through that space. But the evidence that we've been able to find is that if you want to get the best outcome, is that you need to have animals at the end of the research process that have characteristics that make them suitable to be put into homes. And the best chance of that happening is that you start right back at the beginning of the process. So we're trying to work out how we can utilise that money most effectively to get the best outcome across a range of things, and some of that could come back to training organisations or training so that people understand what the requirements are to make those animals rehomeable at the end of their research experience.
So what are the aspects that are sort of coming up in this preliminary stage? Is it looking at socialising animals with other animals? Is it enclosure size? What's sort of coming up in regards to what needs to actually change in practice to make the animals rehomeable?
There's a whole host of things, and probably far too much detail for me to go into here, but I guess a good example that might indicate some of the things we've been considering would be that, for example, some research establishments house cats in facilities that just look like a room in a house. And so if you've got an animal that lives in that sort of an environment, it uses its litter tray, it behaves like a cat in a house, then that's going to make that animal easier to live in a house at the end of the research, rather than if it's living in a cat condo or a cat module in a research establishment. So that's probably a simple example of one of the things that we've uncovered, but there's a whole host of things, and as I said, it's very early stages. We want to get it right because it's a good opportunity to make a difference, and we want to do this the best that we can to get the best outcome we possibly can.
And so a lot of, if there are changes in regards to ensuring that the animals are socialised for rehoming. Do you consider those welfare improvements generally for the animals in these research establishments?
Well, can you just ask that question again, please?
In regards to socialising these animals so that they are able to be rehomed, and they're different, I know that they're all still under consideration, different aspects that could be put into place, but do you consider that welfare improvements for those animals within those establishments generally?
For this project, we're certainly considering that, and the housing guidelines that are provided on the Research Infolink website that we've produced over the last couple of years will also support the fact that that's a very important part of the research journey for animals.
And will there still be money set aside for the rehoming organisations that are then putting in the work to take on the responsibility for those animals and house them and rehome them?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. That's the main thrust of this grant. So I'm not saying that that's not the situation, but I guess what I am trying to say is that if you just give them money and you get animals coming to them that aren't suitable or require a lot of rehabilitation or whatever, I don't think that's necessarily the case. But if that was the case, it's a missed opportunity to look at the whole journey of that animal and try and make corrective changes from day one so that what you get at the end of that process makes them more readily able to be rehomed into a normal domestic situation.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Filmer. Mr. Hanson, police officers within the Rural Crimes Division have written to the Rural Crimes Prevention Team calling for pig dogging to be made specifically illegal. Has that police correspondence come to your department at all?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. I wanted to talk further about... I've just got one question to the LLS in regards to the use of the Felixa device. And I'm wondering if there are any plans within LLS to use the Felixa device. I note that Victoria has advised that they won't be using the Felixa device for cat management, and I wondered if there was any plans within New South Wales.
I might refer that to Mr. Kelly, but I think you'd be aware, Ms. Hurst, that the regulation of 1080 is a matter for the EPA. Mr. Kelly may have some additional information.
Look,
thank you.
At this stage, to the best of my knowledge, we have no intention to use the Felixa.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for that. So back to you, Mr. Hanson, and back on to exhibited animals. I'm wondering if you can give me a breakdown on how many A, B, C, D, E and F grades were issued during compliance audits of exhibited animal facilities in the last 12 months.
Sorry, I won't be able to do that here, but we can obviously take that on notice.
Thank you. And I noticed, well, when we talked about the Central Coast Zoo, you said that they were marked as having a satisfactory audit. I'm wondering if, on notice, if you can also provide me what specific grade that they received out of that A, B, C, D, E or F?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Happy to do that.
Thank you.
Sorry, while we're on the zoo,
yeah.
So there has been breeding programs at the zoo.
Right.
There's a combination of both breeding programs that have been undertaken, as well as a series of species for which breeding is prohibited. Those prohibited ones are largely the ones that are invasive species and posed by security risks. So think like corn snakes, for example. But we've got a long list here of a lot of animals that, like princess parrots and tawny frogmouse, that have had 2 or 3 birth numbers that we can also put on notice.
Yeah, could you give me that list of animals on notice that are breeding? Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Excellent. Oh, sorry, and while I've still got there, so Dolphin Marine Magic, when we were talking about the $60,000 bond, I started saying it was for just the dolphins, and then I said, oh no, I think it's for everything. No, it is just the dolphins.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I've just got some questions for LLS, and then I can indicate that I'm happy for you to lead, but obviously that'll be up to the opposition as well. Mr. Orr or Mr. Kelly, just picking up from some questions taken on notice regarding the $13 million federal pig management program, you provided some figures on notice. I'm just wondering whether you'd expand on what you mean by extension activities. You've got a forecasted figure there of $455,336. What do you mean by extension activities?
I can take that.
Yep, sure.
So extension activities includes our staff working sort of one-on-one with landholders or landholder groups in a number of activities. It can be through going out and doing one-on-one consultations with landholders to help advise, best techniques, best control techniques, and it could include also working with groups of landholders, training activities, those sort of.
So you're talking maybe those farmer stakeholder sessions.
Yeah.
Yeah, forums and stuff like that.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can I just go to another set of questions I asked on notice regarding the number of authorised campaigns across New South Wales as of the 12th of October? There was 6 listed in the Northern Tablelands and 14 in the Northwest, but no authorised campaigns anywhere else. Now I understand, Greater Sydney might not have many, but places like the Central West and North Coast, Riverina, etc., had none at all. Can you talk us through the process of actually establishing an authorised campaign? Can farmers request to be part of an authorised campaign? Because I've had some correspondence suggesting that they've put in requests and are told, no, we're not doing any, by their local LLS office. So I just want to understand the process.
Okay. Yep. So in terms of the initial number of authorised campaigns, you see that's significantly increased now, and yes, Greater Sydney be an exclusion to that. I think there's around 54 now across the state, across all regions, and we can provide the breakdown of those and how they work across the state. So just to be clear, with an authorised campaign, it's not a term that we regularly use. It's a term that we have to use to get the qualification for the Category D firearms of the Firearms Act, because it references authorised campaigns. So the definition that we've used for an authorised campaign is a landholder participating in a coordinated LLS run or a government run pest control program. That can be either through an aerial shoot, so a FAST program, or it can be through a coordinated on-ground control program of 5 or more land holdings. So that's the definition we use. So we don't sort of set up authorised campaigns per se. We'll do coordinated pest control programs. If you are a landholder that is in that area that we're doing that coordinated pest control program and you want to participate, this is an important point, you need to be willing to participate in the program, then you would be considered as part of the definition. If you were choosing to apply for a Category D firearm, you'd be considered part of an authorised campaign.
Okay, and how is farmers or landholders' willingness to participate in that campaign then communicated to Firearms Registry? Because one of the other concerns that's been put to me is that farmers have contacted the local LLS office saying, hey, I'm part of this authorised campaign or pest control program, can I get a letter of confirmation to support my application for my Category D? And they've been told by the LLS, no, we can't do that. So is there a formal policy where you won't write letters of acknowledgement stating that a farmer is part of an authorised campaign if it's going to the registry?
So there is a process that we go through to assess it. So the landholder will apply to the registry first for the Category D firearm.
Yeah.
The registry then makes a number of checks, one of which is with LLS to determine whether they are participating in an authorised campaign. We have those details. We go through a checklist, are they in the campaign? Do they have pests on the property? There's a whole process around that. Providing they get to the bottom and yes, they meet the definition of an authorised campaign, then we write a letter back to the Firearms Registry confirming that they are participating in an authorised campaign. They use that then to determine whether or not the applicant is suitable. It's only one of them. We don't make the decision of whether they're eligible, but it's part of the process.
Yeah, and Mr. Banasiak, I think just to pick up on what Mr. Kelly was saying there before, the process has changed. What used to happen was that the landholder would come straight to us and then go to the registry. But as Mr. Kelly has said, they go to the registry first and then they come to us. And that makes the process a little clearer for everyone.
Yeah, sure. I don't know whether you are able to pull this data out, but on notice, could you provide details as to how many times the registry has requested this information since the process has changed?
We'll take advice on whether we can provide you with that.
I don't need the specific details of applicants. I'm just looking at more of a number figure in terms of how many times the registry has contacted you seeking that confirmation.
We can take that on notice, and obviously with privacy-related concerns, we'll give you what we're legally allowed.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I think that's all my questions for LLS. I might just go back to some fishing questions. Mr. Sloan, I just want to look at some more specific species and just want to get an update as to what's happening with them in terms of recovery and actions. I'll just start with Macquarie Perch. What's happening in terms of their recovery actions? I note that the latest information you have on the website in terms of them as a species dates back to 2016. Can you give us an update as to their status and what actions you guys are taking in terms of that recovery of that species? You're just on mute, Mr. Sloan, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. We have been doing some work that's collaborative work with University of the Sunshine Coast and also Victoria, collaborative work to improve the breeding of Macquarie perch and also restocking activities. That's probably the most notable piece of work that I can refer to, and the work with the Sunshine Coast University has been about how we can improve the success of spawning of Macquarie perch. So, and the work with Victoria is a collaborative piece of work. Obviously, the species spans the basin, and therefore we work with those other jurisdictions. In terms of more specific, where are we at with all of those things, Chair, I'll take that on notice and provide some more detailed information. But that work is probably the most important piece that I've just mentioned, the restocking and the spawning activity.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess on to silver perch, the latest information you have on your website is a recovery plan from 2006. So I'm just wondering whether there's been a subsequent plan that hasn't been uploaded, or whether this is just an ongoing plan from 2006.
Yeah, I'll take that on notice, Chair, and come back to you with some details. I think the response for all of these native fish will be similar, because there's the same set of issues that they all face in terms of river connectivity, the habitat issues that they all face. All of those things are the same for these individual native freshwater species, but they obviously require a tailored approach. So I'll come back to you with the specifics on silver perch and Macquarie perch.
Yeah, and sure, I guess the last one is the river blackfish, which is in that Snowy River catchment area. Same thing. The information on your website is a little bit dated, so I'm just wondering where we're at with that species as well.
Yeah, and so it would be the same for that species, and species like eastern cod fall into that category, as well as all the small-bodied natives. So if you like, we can put together some information that covers all of those native species and what we're doing on those, if that's of interest. That
would be fantastic. Thank you, Mrs. Sloan. That's pretty much my time gone, but I'm happy to hand back to the opposition for five minutes before we break.
Okay, great. Thank you. Ms Fox, can I just clarify, this is the last one on this one, but of the DLOs current or former, were any specifically requested by the ministers or their officers?
No, not that I'm aware.
Okay, so that's a definite, you don't need to take that on notice, that's a definite no, none of it's been...
No, I'm not aware of any request for a particular DLO.
Okay, so there's been no request?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. I'd like to talk about regional youth now, Ms Fox, so I'm not sure who I direct that to. Is that to you, or can you help me out?
Probably Mr Wheaton's got better information than I have. That team is reporting to him. I can help you with probably some of the high-level things, Mr Taylor.
Mr Wheaton's leaving at 3:30, so if you need to...
Oh gosh, okay, sorry, because I didn't know that.
He's due to get on a plane, and I think he's got maybe a little bit longer, or can do it on his
that's
phone.
fine. I'll just get straight into it. Mr Wheaton, where's the Regional Youth Task Force?
Well, they've met for their 4 times this year. Minister Jackson met with the Youth Task Force at their last meeting out in Broken Hill. And so they've still appointed to that role. They've appointed, as you would be aware, on the calendar year.
Okay, so have there been advertisements that have gone out for the new Regional Youth Task Force?
No, there hasn't.
So what's happened?
So that will be up for the Minister to be able to communicate around the intentions of how she will engage with youth across the state.
Okay, so Mr.
In
Wheaton,
future engagement.
let me redirect that. Has the department been given any indication that they need to start advertising for the recruitment of a new Regional Youth Task Force?
No, we haven't.
Has the department been told that there will be no Regional Youth Task Force?
No, we haven't.
Has the department asked the Minister's office what's going to be happening with the Regional Youth Task Force?
We've provided advice to the Minister on options for how the government could continue to engage with youth and youth-related matters across both metropolitan and regional areas, given on the basis that you know that formerly there was a Minister for Regional Youth that is now the Minister for Youth, and so the coverage of that portfolio is across the whole state.
Were you asked to provide advice to the Minister's office about ceasing the Regional Youth Task Force?
I have to take that on notice.
Because, and I'm not trying to put you in a difficult position here, but what it would appear to be is that there isn't one. So my question to you is, were you asked to provide a brief as to what other options there would be instead of not having a Regional Youth Task Force?
I'd have to take this on notice specifically if we were asked for that.
Has anyone from the Office of Regional Youth been... sorry, I'm not sure what the correct word is that public servants use for the review. Have any of the Office of Regional Youth personnel been let go, or been reclassified, or degrade? Whatever it is, the word that I'm supposed to use that I can't find. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. So the Band 1 position that oversees the Office for Regional Youth and the position description that was in place for that role remained unchanged. And there's been no changes to the non-executive staff in the Office for Regional Youth either.
So the same amount of staff are in the Office of Regional Youth that there were there prior to March 2023?
Correct.
Correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, so when we look at the funding programs that were done by Regional Youth, have they been continued? So say the summer holiday break program, is that continuing this year?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is that budgeted to continue then into the next 4 years?
So there's been no new budget allocation to extend that program beyond what was already budgeted for in, I'm going to say, 22-23.
Were any of the programs that were being organised, administered, led by the Office of Regional Youth receive funding to continue past the last budget cycle?
No, there's been no new budget allocation made to those programs.
So no regional youth task force, no budget allocated for regional youth. It would appear that there are no plans going into the future to keep an office of regional youth. I mean, how do you have an office when you can't pay people and you have no budget and you have no task force to advise you?
Well, I think you've said there's no task force. There's no decision that has been made about that yet.
But it's year on year. It's December 13.
And no applications.
And no applications. And
I think we should clarify the funding is available this year, and we haven't yet been through the budget process for the following years, Ms. Taylor. So the funding that team is using this year is unchanged. So I think that's correct, Mr. Baldwin.
that wasn't my question. My question was going forward, respectfully, Ms. Fox. And when I note about year-on-year property crime in Burke from the 21/22 summer holidays to the 22/23, we had a drop of 54% with those programs. That's fairly significant. And that was my question about going forward. So thank you, Mr. Wheaton. Are we breaking now? Because I'm going to lose. Right.
We are now going to break. Mr. Kelly, I offer some light refreshments before you leave. Unfortunately, there's no parliamentary scones or parliamentary lamingtons, just fruit by the looks of it. We'll break for 15 minutes and we'll come back at 3:45.
So Mr. Wheaton won't be here.
Mr. Wheaton won't be here, unfortunately, but we'll come back at 3:45 for, as the Premier says, continually mucking around.
Yeah.
So see you back at 3:45.
Mr. Wheaton, if you could assign someone about regional youth, I have quite a few questions. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. We'll come back at 3:45.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Safe travels.
Okay, welcome back to this afternoon session of mucking around in budget estimates. I will just hand over to the opposition.
Yes.
Chair, it's Rebecca Fox. Just before you do, could I just clarify, please, that we're not breaching any guidelines? We're very happy to answer questions on regional youth, and Mr. Wheaton has moved to Dubbo Airport and will stay online as long as he can to do that. But I just want to clarify that portfolio sits with Minister Jackson, and this is Minister Moriarty's budget estimates. I just want to, it's our responsibility in our portfolio, and we're happy to answer. I just want to make sure that we're not in breach of any protocols or guidelines.
So, Ms Fox, has the Office of Regional Youth been moved, has it?
No, it sits with us. The responsible minister is Minister Jackson. I was just checking with the chair, Ms Taylor, that's all. I just wanted to make sure that we were not, and we just took advice from the Secretariat, who advised that we should just raise it. We're very happy. Mr. Wheaton's moved to Dubbo Airport. He's very happy to answer questions.
It's fine. We're just finding out now. I just presume because it's sat in your department that was fine. But
I've just had some.
I made the same assumption.
Just had some quick advice from the Secretariat that the questions really do need to be addressed to the relevant minister, and that would be Minister Jackson.
Right.
Because it's her
Okay.
Minister
Well,
responsible.
that's
I'm
a
sorry.
shame.
Hear that?
Well, it's all right because obviously there's lots to find out because it's not going to be here probably. But anyway, okay. What was I going?
Me too.
Yeah. Can
So
we
does,
just go?
so does that mean that you won't need to speak to Mr. Wheaton or question
Well,
Mr.
no,
Wheaton?
not
Yeah?
if I'm not allowed to.
Yeah.
So
Okay, that
it'd be nice if
Ms.
someone
Fox,
was
that
on
might
the
mean that
break.
we can actually officially dismiss Mr. Wheaton for the second time and allow him to jump.
I'm sure he can sit there until he needs to board, but
Yeah, I'm happy to do so. I'll also just note for the record that I had sought the committee approval to be dismissed at this time, and it was on the agenda.
Yeah, it's my
Yeah,
fault.
yes,
That's
definitely.
my fault. It's not you. It's my fault.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
fine, Mr. Wheaton. You
go.
leave whenever you need to. That's fine.
Okay, and I'll stay on until I'm
I'll see you in
on board.
February.
Thank you for making the effort to try to stay for us till you can. It is appreciated.
Yeah, thanks for answering the questions.
Excuse me, can you just clarify whether the LOF is still required? I think Mr. Kelly's.
No, he's
Yeah,
gone.
you're fine, Mister,
too.
or you can go as
Yeah.
well. Sorry, I thought you got that.
And
memo.
Dr. Tracy will also leave as well
That's
from
fine.
LOS, if that's okay.
Yep.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we're good. It's a bit like
Yeah.
the Brady Bunch. Everyone's popping off the screen in the middle. Thank you, Chair. I want to come back just a few more questions to Mr. Hanson and the team there in Orange about fire ants again. The $95 million that the New South Wales government has put in, that's right. That's the correct amount. Yes, $95 million.
That's correct, over the next 4 years.
Yeah, and was that based on a plan that was developed a couple of years ago? Is that where that $95 million funding figure came from?
So it was based on a plan that was presented earlier this year.
Okay, but that was before the
and-
outbreak into New South Wales?
That's correct,
Okay.
yes.
Has there been any, work done to reassess whether that funding of $95 million is going to be enough, obviously, given that we're now dealing with the species having crossed the border? I guess you're confident that that's still enough money. Have you reassessed that given the likely instances that we've seen? Has that been re-looked at?
So it constantly gets looked at, but the $600 million national plan, just under $600 million national plan, did actually have cooked into it a number of likely outbreaks outside of the current detection areas that would need to be responded to. And there have been a number of those. So whilst we have one, I think Gladstone is, there's another northern Queensland one that has occurred. So the national program does have space in it for those outlier detections and a eradication response for those. So at this point in time, we're comfortable that that $600 million is going to be sufficient for the eradication in New South Wales and the successful eradication in Queensland.
Okay. I know it's hard, but is the plan to have eradication, is it within the next 12 months? What's the time frame with that funding and what you would like to try and see? And I know that it's challenging when you've got a biosecurity issue, but are there sort of, I would think time would be of the essence here.
Yeah, and I think it's a 10-year, but I might just see if Dr. Tracy has further information with regards to the timeframe of the current plan. But it's longer than a 4-year plan. It's just this next 4 years is an intensive effort to not only do what the last 10 years has been doing, which is trying to suppress spread outside of that area in southeast Queensland, but this is now actually looking to get into the core of that southeast Queensland circle and start to eradicate at a faster rate nests within that area. But I might see if Dr. Tracy has the time frame, and if not, we can take on notice and come back in the rest of this afternoon, the time frame of what that national plan's eradication goal is.
Sure.
Yeah, so my understanding is that it is 10 years. We can correct if there's any other information. In terms of the New South Wales detection, there's really good information that we do already have a lot of confidence that having done that 500 metre strip around and not detected any new fire ants, and also our trace information, we've got really high confidence that we do have that particular one under control. There's further work in terms of surveillance and future treatments to make sure of that. But largely that's because, likely flights from that nest, 90% of them are going to occur within that 500 metres, and 95% or upwards will occur within 2 kilometres of that. That's when we're considering natural spread, right? So, so there's been some good work done to demonstrate high confidence that we have got the New South Wales infestation under control.
Thank you. In terms of the Currumbin sort of outbreak, that I'll think that's the right terminology, or the new fire nest that's been found in the Currumbin Valley, has there been any public communication out about that? And I think it's only happened very, very recently, but what's the process now for that part of the state? And again, I understand it's the Queensland government, but how are you working with your counterparts up there? What happens now for that community and those other areas? If this is 850 metres away, that would be within that 2 kilometre sort of zone of concern. So what's the process now for up there?
Yeah, so the communication, as you say, is up to the national program to communicate. The important thing, and if I'm understanding the Currumbin Valley, what we do know about that is, unlike the South Mooloolaba one, it is likely to be very early. So they've detected that very early, and that sort of raises that importance of early reporting as a key factor.
Sorry, can you just clarify, and I apologise, it's my ignorance, but when you say detected very early, what does that mean?
Yeah, so let me explain. So what I mean by that is that the nest hasn't been there very long. So that means that there's, if substantiated and they're still doing some further work, that means that it's unlikely to have spread to additional sites from that detection. If we detect it soon after it's arrived in that location, which we believe has been the case in the Currumbin Valley area, it means that the team has already acted fast and can move quickly to clear those sites. It also, our whole sort of basis of zones and restrictions on businesses and restrictions on movements is all based on that risk. So if we're able to detect a fire ant nest that's only been there a very short period of time, that means we don't need necessarily to be putting all the restrictions on the zones and the businesses in proximity or a distance from that location.
So and again, I appreciate there's a cross-border issue here, but the sort of fire ant movement controls, if that's the right terminology, are they in place for that area around Currumbin or not?
They are.
Okay.
Yeah, they are in terms of, so any movements out of Queensland will have to comply with the New South Wales emergency order in place.
Okay, and then how do you, and again, I know it's part of a national approach, but I guess particularly I'm trying to understand your counterparts in Queensland, what those communication channels are like. Do you work collaboratively collaboratively as
Yeah.
teams across the border? How long's that been in place for? What are those operational kind of, I guess, day-to-day operations? How's that working?
Yeah, so look, it's a good question. It has been a really good example of how well we can work together. The national program is the lead. That funding that New South Wales and other jurisdictions provide that program is to eradicate fire ants, and which includes the New South Wales detection. So they're the lead. New South Wales DPI, our role, is a focus on assisting in surveillance, in tracing, in movement controls within our jurisdiction, with communication with the businesses that occur in New South Wales, with working with our local governments. So there's a key sort of ongoing role we see in what DPI needs to do. But primarily, once you've got a detection of fire ants that's linked to the Queensland infestation, then it's the responsibility of that national program, and they will take a lead in terms of communications on that.
Okay.
At the same time, we'll do additional communications, particularly where we put in place zones and further restrictions within New South Wales. So we need to be able to communicate that, and that's really important for businesses to understand the new restrictions that we may be placing on them when there's a detection of fire ants in New South Wales. So that's how it works. It's an onus on us in New South Wales to be communicating to businesses within New South Wales, and in particular around movement restrictions and requirements. It's the responsibility of the broader national program to be notifying nationally what's happening, and they take an overview of how the overall program's going and its effectiveness. They'll also take the lead then on the overall costs of the program, how they're tracking, is it still technically feasible, does it require more budget, is it all, all of those pieces are then managed by the national program.
Okay, thank you.
So can I just, I was just going to, a good tangible example was the Saturday morning after the detection. So we had the ants given to us Friday afternoon. We were able to get them across to our scientists at our Wallumbah Research Institute there, and they were able to confirm it. By Saturday morning, whilst we had 10 people on the ground early Saturday morning to treat those nests, council had people there, but there were already, for every one person we had on the ground, the national program had turned up with 3 people already on that Saturday morning coming down from Queensland. So it's been that kind of response that we've been able to get straight away. They've got all the chemical, they've got all the equipment, they've got the trained up dogs, they've got the sort of all the machinery that's required. So we're able to just immediately get that down across the border on that Saturday morning, which, typically in these kind of responses, that scale up at the start can sort of be the make or break of the success.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. So I want to segue into a bit of a separate topic just around rural crime, but also how DPI and rural New South regional work with the police. But I might keep with the DPI officials at the moment. So obviously there's been a lot of reports lately of increased crime in regional areas across a range of different areas. But I know in previous estimates hearings when we were speaking to the police about how they collaborate, the role of the rural crime investigators, how does DPI collaborate in an instance where, there could be something like fire ants where people have breached rules, but also I've heard some more reports about, landholders having increases in things like petrol theft because as the price of fuel goes up, or diesel, people are coming onto properties and taking tanks, drones being used unlawfully to look at things like fencing materials and trying to come in and take that. How do you work with the police and those rural crime investigations? What's that collaboration like between DPI specifically and the police for those issues?
Yeah, so I might start because we have a really close relationship with the squad, and we across such a wide breadth of activities too. So everything from us helping coordinate forums and workshops with farmers for them to appear at, or that they can then come talk about how to bolster farm security, all the way through the fact that they are standing members of a number of our committees, such as livestock traceability committees. So, we seek their views and their thoughts about how we should be doing things differently and how we should be setting our laws and our legislation, our regulations differently. At the same time, we look to bring their expertise to our stakeholder meetings, our stakeholder groups about what should be done. So we have a really close working relationship with them. We probably, I'd hate to guess the frequency of the meetings. I know I meet with Cameron Whiteside probably at least on a monthly basis in one meeting sense or another. So we have a really close working relationship with them. We try to involve them in as many discussions to make sure we have our policy settings right to assist them and that they're letting us know what we need to be communicating out there as well.
Have you found particularly over, say, the last 12 months, an increase of reports in relation to some of these concerns about sort of on-farm issues? I know, it might be hard to offer an anecdotal view, and I'm not asking you to do that, but as I said, there's statistics that are coming out that certainly indicate that there's an increase of, motor vehicle theft and those sort of issues. Are you finding the engagement has dialed up a bit in the last little while as people are dealing with those challenges?
So I don't have any data on that. I just have the anecdotal piece of living in a rural environment and sort of
Likewise.
knowing what you hear from your neighbours, right? So.
Yeah. Okay. No, thank you. I might redirect this now, I guess, to you, Ms. Fox. What engagement, if any, is there between the Department of Regional and Police in relation to some of these rural and regional crime issues?
Probably apart from what Scott's just explained, is sort of at the front end, the early front end in relation to the policy piece, and then also in the back end delivery. With Mr. Wheaton's team, all of his regions run a regional leadership executive where the local command of police sits on that regional leadership executive. So the data that you're talking about would be feeding through to that group in each region is the head of all the different government agencies. So you'd have the local head of the local health district, education, etc. So that kind of information would be feeding through that. Those forums or leadership executive teams are coordinated by a director in each of Mr. Wheaton's teams, and then they work out what the strategic plans and the things that they should be doing in that space. So that's one example of sort of a regular engagement. We also work with police, I know, in some particular projects. Mr. Wheaton's Aboriginal Partnerships team, I know, work very closely with police on particular projects in some of the northern district towns. I don't know, Mr. Wheaton, if you've got time to explain some of those projects.
Yep, so I'd say that there's two ways that we are engaged on with police in our regional team. We have projects that have been funded and to be delivered through various community organisations, as well as direct partnerships with police and other state agencies. We hosted a summit in November that brought together police, other agencies, community organisations to discuss different approaches to disaffected youth in the Central West.
Mm-hmm.
We've certainly worked across state agencies, community organisations and councils in response to spikes in youth crime in Burke and having a better, more coordinated and collaborative approach to addressing those issues when they've spiked in the past.
Mm-hmm.
In the Illawarra, our regional development team has worked with police, youth justice, training services and business Illawarra to help young offenders transition through to jobs.
Mm-hmm.
In Tamworth, in the Oxy Police Command, we've been working with their police officers, other government agencies to partner and design a program focused at young people 12 to 15 who are disengaged to school and who are involved in the criminal justice system. So that's a few projects that our local teams are involved with police. We've also been involved in funding the youth action meetings that are coordinated as a police-led initiative where they bring together agencies to address, again, a whole of government place-based approach to supporting young people who are at risk of being referred into the criminal justice system. And I think that the police have received 4 years' worth of funding to continue the youth action meetings. We have our youth community coordinators that are on the ground as well through our local teams.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Gumali Youth Project that are running events, diversionary measures to assist in the reduction of youth crime. And we've got an initiative.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I've only got 30 seconds left.
Okay.
Just Thank you for those projects. The ones you talked about, Central West, Tamworth, Illawarra, etc. Have any of those been funded from the most recent budget cycle, or were they funded by decisions of the previous government?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, if you could, that would be great. And any new projects in that space that were made available in this year's budget, if you can provide that on notice, that would be fantastic as well.
Sure.
I have 5 seconds left, so we'll leave it there.
You have a plane to catch too.
In those 5 seconds, I might just say that some of that work is business as usual for Mr. Weeks, Pam, who's ongoing funding. So the regional leadership executive that brings those people together is an ongoing funding. It's not project-based.
And that's been in place for some time, is my understanding.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, so could I also try to use up another 5 seconds? So you asked a question earlier about how many staff in the field today.
Oh, yes, yep.
So we've got 33 DPI staff out in the field today.
Fantastic. Thanks, Mr. Hanson.
Thank you.
Ms. Hurst.
Thank you. Just before, when we were speaking, Mr. Hanson, you said that the 60,000 was just for the dolphins. What is in place for the other 92 animals, if in case of an emergency, if the money is only for the 3 dolphins?
Yeah, I think the bond's only for the dolphins, and I don't think there's any bond held for the other any of the other animals. Sorry.
And what led to that decision? Why is there only a bond for 3 of the animals and not the other 92?
So sorry, Ms. Filmer, Dr. Filmer.
Just that little bit there, that's a legislative thing under Section 37 of the Exhibited Animals Protection Act.
And which animal is
Specifically
it?
the dolphins.
Dolphins or cetaceans? Oh, it's all cetaceans. Yeah. Thank you. I've got some further questions about the changes that were put in regards to the exhibited animals. On the 1st of July, the DPI implemented a number of new authority conditions for exhibited animal authority holders. And one of those is that an authority holder must not allow breeding of any animal unless they have a written breeding plan. The plan must justify the purpose for breeding the animal. I'm just wondering why these new licence conditions were implemented. Was there concerns around the breeding activities in exhibited animal facilities?
I can take that one. So there's not a concern. It was just tightening up the requirements around breeding plans. Breeding plans have always been a requirement, but we wanted to be explicit in terms of the documentation of that plan so that it could be demonstrated, it could be reviewed, we make sure it's got all the necessary things in it. So that was the only change there.
So there was already a rule in regards to breeding of exhibited animals. What was that?
A requirement for them to have a plan. The change was documentation for that plan.
Right, okay. And so how did that come to the attention of the DPI that change was needed?
Just through the normal course of audits and inspections and clarifications with exhibitors, it was appropriate for us to just be more explicit around the requirement to have a written, documented plan that we can review.
And will the plans need to be submitted and approved by any point within the DPI, or is it just something that they have to have on site and might be inspected during an audit?
Yeah, they just have to have it available. We can be reviewing it and will be part of our audits and in our inspections that we do review those plans. So it's not a required to submit, but they need to present when we do our audits and investigations and follow-ups with the exhibitors.
Will there be a need to actually notify the DPI in some form of reporting format when they do breed an animal? I know that there's forms that are often submitted with deceased animals or animals that are bought and sold. Will there be any requirement to include animals that have been bred at the facility into those forms, or any other sort of way of informing the DPI?
So again, I think that's a requirement under the licences for these exhibitors. But what they've got to be doing then is just presenting that when we go and inspect and audit. So as my understanding is that it's not a required additional reporting, they've just got to be maintaining those records and to make those available when we request it.
Okay. I believe that there's something about a justifiable purpose for breeding an animal. What would be considered a justifiable purpose for breeding an animal under the new licence condition?
Might have to take that one on notice. Sorry.
That's fine.
No.
Yep, that's fine. Another new licence condition is around notifying the DPI when an animal is believed to have been stolen from an exhibited animals facility. Can you explain why this change came about, and has there been an issue of animals being stolen?
So again, it wasn't any specific issue. It was just in the course of our activities, we've looked at trying to make sure that we've got everything we need in place, and it is important to track and to know that where animals are and if they are stolen. So it was an additional requirement that we felt was needed to just clarify and make sure that we've got in place.
I know that back in 2017 there were claims that when crocodiles went missing from Get Wild Animal Experiences, that there was a claim that those crocodiles had been stolen. Are there any other notable case examples where animals have claimed to be stolen?
Not to my knowledge, but I could take that one on notice for you,
please. Yep.
just to clarify that.
And if you could also take on notice what facilities and what animals have been potentially claimed, if you do find that there are further cases.
Yeah, happy to do that.
Thank you. Another licence condition is around emergency management plans and requiring authority to holders to develop an emergency management plan. It's understandable why this is something the DPI will be looking at, given the recent years of fires and floods. Do many exhibited animal facilities have these kinds of plans already, or do you think that many of them will have to develop a plan since this requirement was introduced?
Yeah, I don't have details on the numbers that do, but I would say, just from knowing the industry, that many would already have plans and views on how they handle emergencies. But I just don't have the details on hand in terms of the numbers of exhibitors that do.
That do. So you're not aware of it, that most places already have plans in place?
Yeah, I think that they would. I would think that they would, but yeah, I don't have the numbers available to me today.
Okay. All of these new licence conditions are stated to have a 6-month implementation period from the 1st of July. Does that mean that from the 1st of July the DPI will be enforcing these new conditions?
No, so that 6 months from the July, so they're required to have it in place then on the 31st of December this year. So that will be some action and follow-up for us next year to be checking in on that requirement. It's important to give a bit of a lead-in time for exhibitors that don't have the appropriate documentation, that they can develop it.
Thank you. At previous estimates hearings, I've raised concerns about exhibitors illegally removing animals from the wild to be exhibited, and how difficult this would be to detect in practice. Is the DPI doing any work to investigate links between exhibited animal facilities and underground wildlife trafficking and trade?
We do, use the information that we've got available. There hasn't been, I'm not aware of any detailed sort of look at it, but we do take action on the information that's available to us. I can take that on notice as well if you like.
Yeah, thank you. And I might ask some further questions about that in February in regards to what would assist the department in regards to investigations into that space as well. I just want to ask quickly, I asked the Minister previously a question that was on the New South Wales government webpage about events in Armidale and Guyra in regards to what it says is captive reindeer exhibitions. And this was quickly removed off the website after our question. Does that have anything to do with the DPI? Or is it another department?
No, so we certainly, well, we don't have anything to do with any funding or any arrangement for any exhibition of captive, and I assume that they're red deers, but reindeers over the Christmas period. However, what we do have is obviously anyone, and there is one authority holder who does have approval to exhibit red deer as a mobile exhibitor in New South Wales. And obviously we have a responsibility for ensuring that that exhibitor complies with the standards for exhibiting animals at mobile establishments in New South Wales. And that includes them submitting an itinerary for the month, you know, for their forward plan about where they are exhibiting and where they will be having mobile displays.
And what company is that?
I don't have the actual name of the company in front of me.
Are you able to take it on notice?
Yeah.
And can you also find out for me if that's the company that's involved with the government grants that were originally on the New South Wales government website?
Yeah, as I said, I'm not aware of any, like, we can, but I'm not aware of any funding being provided for exhibition of captive reindeers by the New South Wales government.
Thank you.
Close to Christmas, lucky.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson, I might just go back to a question I asked around the invasive species council funding. You took it on notice and got back to me with an answer, and the answer speaks about that the funding is monitored by the Monitoring and Evaluation, or M&E framework. Does your department have any input into that performance matrix or that monitoring framework at all? Or was that a federal thing?
I might see if Dr. Tracy wants to comment on that.
Yeah, look, if that's in relation to the Invasive Species Council funding that DPI provided as a one-off,
that was 33,000.
Yeah, so that was part of a national initiative that was a cost-shared one. There was, my understanding is that it wasn't about monitoring and evaluation, but more looking at the biosecurity system and some initiatives around that.
So I might. So your question was not about the actual program itself, but it was about
my question is about.
Yeah,
my question is about the monitoring and evaluation framework that's mentioned in the answer. A lot of the, I guess, measuring of outcomes are quite subjective and vague, and a lot of the outcomes are vague too. So, yeah, I'm just concerned whether your department had any involvement in developing that framework or that matrix in measuring this performance.
Yeah, and that's something that if Dr. Tracy doesn't know, I don't know whether we were involved in that or not, or whether we just signed on to the national program.
Yeah.
But we can take that on notice and we can see if we can find out whether we had a hand on the pen at all on that stuff.
Yeah, thank you. I might just one question on the fire ants. Has obviously what we know about how this incursion has happened, is that going to inform any changes to the plant quarantine manual? Because my understanding, we suspect it came in on plant material. Is that going to inform any changes or updates to that quarantine manual? I note that it's dating back till 2016.
Yeah, so I don't think there's anything at the moment that would lead us to suggest we need to change that. But I don't want to preempt what the outcome from Queensland's investigations into that might lead to. So I guess the short answer is there's nothing that we've seen so far that require us or make us go, we need to change the manual.
Yep.
But at the same time, Queensland's continuing their investigation and we're supporting them on that front. And if something comes out that does require us to, then we will move to. Otherwise, if this is found just to be a breach or a compliance issue, then we'll obviously move down that path as well.
Sure, thank you. Can I just go to some recreational fishing trust questions? In questions in the House and on notice, I asked around the funding that was given to the Moores Road Budawa project. And the answers I received suggested that the program was due for completion in December 2023, noting that this has been a very protracted issue in terms of regaining access to that river. Is that project due for completion in December 2023, or is there further delays?
Thanks for the question, Chair. The project has been delayed, and it's because of a request from the council for an extension in the timing, I think through until April 2024, and that's because they're negotiating the outcomes with landholders that are adjacent to where the structure is going to be built, and so it's those negotiations with landholders to get the best outcome, I understand, that led to them asking for an extension in the time frame. And our experience with these types of projects where we're supporting councils to build structures in areas that are adjacent to private land have these sorts of issues come up, so it's not unusual to have extensions requested and granted.
Yeah, I just to be fair, as I said, this is a very protracted issue and has dragged on for many years. And let's be frank, it's one landholder who's, according to other landholders, deliberately blocking that access road with their own material and own vehicles, simply because he doesn't want that access reinstated. Okay, I might follow up in February as to see that we've made any progress there. Can I just go to another Red Fishing Trust funding? There was a 250k grant for a disability platform in Tenterfield, and my understanding that's also been delayed because of the local council. Can you give me an update on that? I think it was given to Ozfish to build some sort of disability fishing platform for the local fishermen.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So that project, again, it's actually it's with the council, with I think it's Tenterfield Dam, and it's Tenterfield Shire Council that has the project, and I think there's been some revisions to their proposal which have led to some further discussion around what it is that they want to do as far as providing access. So the original proposal was to provide access to the dam and to provide a structure with accessibility. And they have come forward changing the type of structure they want to build and changing the type of access that they want to provide. So that has led to further discussion, and that's what is currently protracting that project. The final sort of resolution to that isn't clear just yet. So, the team in DPI is working with the council just to try and make sure that that original intent, which is to provide full access to the dam, is followed through on, and that's where the discussion is currently sitting.
Sure, thank you. I guess maybe some follow-ups from previous estimates. Mr. Hanson, we've previously spoken about the BDO socioeconomic study for commercial fishers, and I think last Parliament you stated that you had started a second set of data collection, and the idea was this was going to continue every year. Can you confirm whether that's still the intention, and when and how these results of the data will be published? So I think that was...
Yes, it is still it is still the intention, and very soon.
Very soon. Okay, excellent.
Mr. Chair, can I just indicate that I'll have to board a plane shortly, so can I just ask formally that I can be excused?
Yeah, sure. We were basically said that you can go whenever you need to. Please, safe travels.
Thanks.
Thank you for your time. Mr. Sloan, just another follow-up. We've obviously had discussions about the the set profit prawn draw, and I think in last Parliament's estimates we left off you were going to it was going back to the Commercial Fisheries Advisory Council for, I guess, review or comment or feedback. Can you provide an update as to whether that's happened and what the feedback is from the Commercial Fisheries Advisory Council?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. The Commercial Fisheries Advisory Council did look at the process and didn't recommend any changes to the process that is currently running.
Okay. Thank you. I just, in the last minute, Mr. Sloan, there was a question that you agreed to take on notice but wasn't picked up from our end, and that was around the recreational fishing fee receipt figures for 2022-2023 period. You stated that it was 390,146 fishes, but there was some discrepancy between that and the figures on the website, and you said you would take that on notice. Were you able to clarify whether the figures on the website were correct or the figures that you had were correct?
Yes, Chair. So the figures that I can confirm, so for the 2022-23 licensing year, the licences sold were 390,146.
Yep.
And I think there was part of your question at the time was, was there any change during that period when we were experiencing COVID and there were lockdowns across the state? How did that impact on the sale of licences? And what I can say is that during that year previous, so if we go back to, in fact, just to give you a fulsome answer, in 2018-19 there were 470,945 licences sold. In 1920 there were 429,177 sold.
Yep.
And in 2020-21 there were 474,517. So that 2020-21 period had an uptick in the sale of licences right across the board. So we sell 3-day licences, 1-month licences, 1 year and 3-year licences. And the licence sales across all those categories in the 2020 and 21 period actually increased. The next year, which was 21-22, they dipped a bit to 376,373, and we often get asked questions about that dip in the licence sales, and essentially that's most likely due to the fact that we sold a lot of 3-year licences during COVID, and we're seeing now an uptick. If you look at the results from 22-23, which was 390,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the answer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sloan. Appreciate that. I'll throw back to the opposition.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think it will be you, Ms. Fox, but then you just flick me off to someone else. I understand the Regional New South Wales website now provides information about the Regional Development Trust Fund. And it's my understanding that the Regional Development Advisory Interim Council, it's quite a mouthful, will be appointed by the Minister. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Do you think it's appropriate for that to happen?
Chair, I'm not sure I need to comment on or required to comment on government policy
Fair
in
enough,
that regard.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, completely respect that, Ms. Fox. That's fine. What selection process did the Minister go through to make these appointments?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay.
I haven't been personally involved, so I'll take it on notice to make sure I've got it accurately described.
Is there anyone online that is?
No, most of that, the administrative part of it has been run through either my office or Mr. Wheaton's team, but I'm very happy to take it on notice.
Okay, just because then are you on track to announce the council members by December, which is prior to Christmas, I beg your pardon, that it says that you will?
Yes, my understanding is that we're on track to announce as soon as possible, yes.
Okay, so Ms. Fox, I'm not trying to be difficult, but I don't understand how there's no one that can tell the committee about the selection process, which has obviously already happened and decided, because you're able to announce that before Christmas.
I can tell you that it's an interim panel, and it's been put in place fairly quickly to make sure that we can get moving in relation to the trust as soon as we can, and that panel will advise the Minister. And it's an interim 12-month appointment, and then the plan is to go out to a full expression of interest and open the panel up within that 12 months. So it's an interim appointment through that process, but I'm sorry, I don't have the knowledge myself.
Okay, but Ms Fox, if I understand that's an interim process and panel, and I thank you very much for telling the committee that, but I'm really struggling to understand how you have an interim process that you said that's going to last 12 months. You've got a panel that's been, an interim council that's been selected by the Minister that obviously is done and obviously you're about to announce, but you can't tell me anything about the process. Surely some of this was run through the department.
Yes, it's run by the department. The process, I understand, is set out in the legislation, but I don't have personal knowledge of that process other than what is set out in the legislation that the Minister can appoint under the legislation. But I'm very happy to take it on notice and to provide that information to
Was there advice sought by the department about the appointment of the interim panel? Council?
I'll have to take that on notice.
So we've got an interim council that's going to be in charge of distributing grant money, and there's no one that can tell me if the Minister's office consulted the department about that process.
The department has been involved. I haven't personally been involved. So to make sure that I answer the question appropriately, I'm happy to take it on notice and come back as quickly as we can.
Who has been involved? I mean, this is a really important question about funding allocation. So who has been involved?
The department's been involved through the regional development team and through my office's team. We have a project team that's been working on updating the regional development roadmap, and we're very happy to provide that information, but I will have to take it on notice.
Is there someone from the regional development team online?
No, Mr. Wheaton unfortunately is just left to get on a plane.
So what may I request from you, Ms Fox, is are there any briefs that were sent up? What is the information the department provided on the process? The appointment process, who was consulted, who was in charge?
Yes, we're very happy to provide whatever we can on notice.
Yeah, I don't mean to be difficult, but I just find that really hard to understand how on this major only single grant allocation that the Minister has decided that they're running, that no one in a budget estimates forum can tell me how the selection process was made and the appointments. I find that really really staggering. Anyway, will there be equal representation across regional New South Wales on this council?
I would expect so.
But do you know?
I think the regulations and the legislation sets out the capabilities that are required. I know there's a designated Aboriginal position on the council.
Yeah,
and
but
the skills
that wasn't.
required in
I just
regional
redirect you back to my question, Ms Fox. You've chosen it. Not you. I beg your pardon, the Minister. But the process has taken place, of which no one online can tell me anything. Tell the committee about that. My question was very direct. It was, will there be equal representation across regional New South Wales? I mean, surely someone knows that.
I'll have to take that question on notice, and I understand I'm entitled to take questions on notice when I don't have personal information that enables me to answer your question. I'm trying to provide the information that I've got. I don't have personal knowledge of that process.
Right. So, okay. Do you know, and I'm not asking you for personal knowledge, I'm just asking you for factual information, will there be equal funding allocated to each electorate and LGA?
I don't think the investment strategy has been determined, and one of the purposes of the interim council is to advise the Minister on the investment strategy and particularly the initial investments to be made under that trust.
Can I ask, sorry, the round table that's in Broken Hill today, is that to look at matters related to this fund? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Who was invited to attend?
I wasn't there today. I'm sorry, I've been here. I can provide
Was it
the
by
attendee
invitation
on
only
notice.
to attend, and who was invited? I'm happy for you to provide that on notice.
Yeah, no problem. We can provide that on notice.
How many sessions or how many of those roundtables have been held so far?
I have a list here. I think we have done. We've done 6 to start to date, and we've got another 3 or 4 to go into the new year.
Okay. And then in terms of the opportunities, I guess, beyond the invited attendees, but any members of the public or community organisations who have a view in relation to this fund and how it will operate, what mechanisms are there for those people to provide input into what this process will look like?
There's an issues paper which is out now, and anybody can put a submission in relation to that issues paper. The issues paper is
Do you know
quite
how many
detailed.
submissions you've received thus far?
I'd have to take that on notice. The submissions period, I think, is still open. I don't think it closes till February. I'm just waiting for my team to say yes, February. I don't know how many we've received to date, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. And will they be publicly available at any point?
Yes, they will.
Thank you. Sorry, my colleague.
Ms. Fox, because the council's going to be announced by the end of the year, and we're going to get more information on that. So therefore, it's not going to be administering any funds this year. When do we, and may I ask, do we know about a timeline for any future projects to be announced or be administered by this council? Are we sort of thinking midway through next year, or?
I haven't got a timeline. I'm happy to take that on notice, but I think the initial investments would be made this financial year. There's money in the budget this financial year. So I would expect maybe March, April, certainly in the last quarter of this financial year for the first investments to be made.
Okay. And then the other thing as well, and I think you're going to tell me the same thing, so just tell me that you're going to take it on notice, but in terms of the process to appoint the council, was it by application? I know it's appointed by the minister, and that's absolutely fair enough. But was that process then looked at from the department in terms of grading more specific applicants, things like that? Can all of that be included as well, please?
Yes, no problem. It was a merit-based and skills-based council rather than a representative council. That's set out in the legislation, but I can provide that information, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask Ms. Fox, you said there's been 6 roundtables held so far. Is that, I can't quite remember, sorry, 6?
Yes, we've done Bega, Wagga, Orange, Burke and Broken Hill. Sorry, that's 5.
And has the minister attended all of those in person?
She would have tended. I'll have to take that on notice. I haven't been to all of them, so I'll take that on notice and confirm to make sure that I provide the correct information.
Thank you. Could you also?
She would certainly, yeah.
Sorry, no, you finished. Sorry, I'll let you finish.
That's all right. I'll take it on notice to make sure I provide the correct information.
Okay. Well, we assume she's at Broken Hill, so we'll assume that. But if you take it on notice, that would be good. And also, again, could you take on notice if the minister is slated to attend any of the forums in person or roundtables in the new year as well? And I appreciate you wouldn't know that, so if you could take that on notice as well.
Sorry, I couldn't understand that.
So I'd like to know of the 5 that have been held, which ones the minister has attended, and which of the future forums to be held in the new year the minister has confirmed her attendance for as well.
No problem.
But I know you won't know that, and I don't expect you to. So.
Ms. Fox as well, I'm sorry because I think you'll probably say this on notice too, but just to gain further insight for the committee, how exactly will the trust fund be run, and when are we I know you sort of said March, but when are we likely to see projects actually in the pipeline, so off the ground? Because you know how sometimes you when we're applying for grants, it has to be, say, shovel ready or something. So when will we see that? Can you provide that to us on notice as well?
I can do that, yes.
Please.
So that I think some of that still needs to be determined and developed. We're in the early stages. So the money was only confirmed in September, and we'll work through what that looks like through the trust fund and through the investment strategy, but I'm happy to provide whatever we can at this point in time.
Understood. And also, Ms Fox, what, and again, this might be not like to take on notice, but what input and oversight will the Minister have over the recommended projects?
I'll have to take that on notice as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You go.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I want to ask, and this is about a quite specific project, so I don't, Ms Fox, expect you to have the details to hand, but I just wondered whether you could come back on notice with any information in relation to a grant that was approved, is my understanding, a few years ago for the Narrabri Industrial Network under one of the regional funds. I think they were under the impression that $100,000 had been allocated, but I think only $50,000 has been made available to them. That's the correspondence that I've received. And so I'm just wondering whether on notice you could provide any information in relation to that particular grant for that organisation. It's the Narrabri Industrial Network.
No problem, and it's particularly in relation to the quantum.
Yes, so my understanding is that there was $100,000 that they believe was allocated, but $50,000 has not been provided, and they just wanted me to find out where that was up to. So if you could provide any information on notice, that would be very, very helpful.
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you so much. Back to DPI now. I'm sorry for all the jumping around. I apologise. I just wanted to ask about the program for sheep and goat electronic IDs. So my understanding is that I think in November there was $14.4 million allocated for a program that was announced in August, and that in November about half of that money had been applied for. Are you able to provide an update in terms of the status of that funding, how many applications, and whether that amount's been fully exhausted?
Yeah.
For sheep and goat EID. I think I said that, but yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll just grab the precise figure, but I think the number at the start of this week, I think we had just over 11 million of the 14 million have been applied for.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, if I use the end of November numbers, here in front of me, it's 9.5.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe that in the last 2 weeks, that number's jumped up now to 11 something.
Okay. And how many individual applications is that? I'm happy for you to take that on notice, but
1,680 applications.
Thank you. And all right. Yeah. Sorry. The half of that money's from the state government and half's from the federal. Is that correct?
For the producer grants, yes.
For that, yeah. And was that 7.2 million? Was that a new budget allocation, or was that found within existing sort of DPI budgets to be able to provide that?
No, I believe that was a new budget allocation.
Okay. Have there been any conversation? Oh, sorry, you go.
No, you're right. A new budget allocation to match the Commonwealth Government's 7.2.
Okay, thank you. One of the concerns that we hear, and I'm sure it's something that's familiar to you as well, Mr. Hanson, but is, I guess, the cost for producers in terms of those tags. Have there been any conversations between ministers, between agencies at both state and federal levels about a national tag tender? I know it's something that the previous minister had been on the record on as well, to try to bring that cost down for producers. Has anything happened in that space?
So there's certainly been a lot of work in that space. A lot of conversations at that ministerial level. I know our minister has raised it at admin meetings of ministers of all the states and territories.
Mm-hmm.
And has continued to sort of push the case for a collective action across jurisdictions to try to bring prices down for tags through a collective sort of activity. The latest piece of work on that was the industry itself commissioned some consultancies to be able to work out whether industry should be taking the running on that. In particular, any of the national industry bodies should be running a national tender or a national process. That report has just been completed and sent around to jurisdictions. It points out some of the pitfalls of having a national industry lobby group running a national tender. But it's identified some of the opportunities and some of the risks for trying to do this nationally. But also some of the opportunities. So we expect that the next time all agencies from across the Commonwealth get around the table, that'll again be the key topic for them in this area, which is how do we ensure that collectively we do something more than just short-term subsidies for tags to try to bring the price down in the longer term.
Thank you. And just one quick last one on that. Does DPI have any plans to hold any sort of town hall style open meetings in relation to an update on this issue? I know the Minister's met with individual stakeholders, but is there any plan to provide updates in a more public way to larger groups?
Yeah, in fact, I think we've had 111 industry events held since December last year to today. 60 presentations to stakeholders, 23 field day trade stands. We've spoken individually to over 4,000 producers, had 15 sale yard meetings, 10 processor meetings. So the team, there's a pretty dedicated team out on the road talking to producers on this at the moment and encouraging and assisting them with uptake.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Pass to my colleague.
Thank you. I think mine again is to Ms. Fox. Ms. Fox, the Working Regions Fund, which is now going to sit under and administered by Treasury. Could you please provide the committee with clarification as to why that decision was made?
That's a decision of government. I don't have any information on what that decision was made. I'm sorry.
Okay, no. So that decision to take a regional fund to sit in Treasury and not within the Department of Regional New South Wales was made by the government and by the ministers, not by the department?
It was made through the budget process. That's my understanding.
Yeah. Was the Department of Regional New South Wales consulted on that decision?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. I can't ask you. Will there be members of the Department of Regional New South Wales that will be included in the process collaboratively with Treasury?
I've got no information in relation to that fund at all. We work pretty closely with Treasury on many things, and I would expect that when they set up a fund, they would consult with us, but I'm not aware of any consultation that's taken place to date.
As Secretary, you would expect to be aware if there was consultation, though, I would assume.
Generally I am, but I don't expect everything to run through me or through my office. I expect all of our teams to have good relationships all across government.
Okay. So in terms of funds now that are delivered by the Department of Regional New South Wales, it's just the Regional Development Trust Fund now that you'll be doing. All the other ones, Treasury or gone?
Well, we're managing a whole range of funds at the moment.
In terms of
some
grant
on behalf
projects.
of other agencies. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Fox. That's my bell.
Thank you. I might stick with fishing matters. Mr. Sloan or Mr. Hanson has the... when is the draft policy for trade management of fisheries due to be released to the public for consultation?
Thanks, Chair. So we've done work on a draft policy for co-management of fisheries, which is essentially a policy to guide how we work with stakeholders when we're forming up management of different fisheries or fish species. And we've worked that draft policy through the commercial, recreational and Aboriginal Fisheries Advisory Councils, as well as the Minister's Fisheries Advisory Council that actually sits over the top of all of those groups and brings all of the different sectors together when there's cross-cutting policy issues like this. So it's just going through the final stages of departmental review, and then I think it'll go through the process of being put before Minister for consideration and then out for a public consultation. So it's a piece of work that we've been doing that just supports some of the work that we've initiated in recent years with working groups for things like harvest strategies. So that work on harvest strategies is well underway and is a form of co-management. The policy is really just about providing some guidance about how we do that in a more structured way.
Okay, so would it be fair to say the middle of next year we might see something put out for public consultation? Would that be a safe guess?
Yes, Chair, I'd expect sometime early to mid next year we'd see something come out.
Okay, thank you. Just on the issue of cold water pollution, and I know this doesn't solely sit with you, Water New South Wales obviously has a role to play here too, but we know some of the strategies or I guess research into how we combat this have failed. I'm talking about the curtains. What other work are we doing in this space, given that it obviously has an impact on our native fish species so much?
Yeah, so thanks, Chair. So the cold water curtain technology didn't prove to be successful. So the technology that is being trialled and looked at very closely, and we've got some work underway with CSU, Charles Sturt University, on this, is looking at bubble plume technology. Essentially, the challenge that exists with cold water, well, the concept is referred to as cold water pollution. Essentially, you get stratification of a water body, warm water on the surface, cold water below. And when water gets released from a dam into a river system, that cold water will affect all of the behaviour, the spawning patterns of fish. So the bubble plume technology is designed to stratify the water before it's released, so it mixes it, and that's I think the most promising concept that we have underway at the moment. And yeah, like I said, there's plans for a trial and working with CSU on that.
Okay, and is it too early to tell us where that trial may be and for how long, or is it's very much in the development stage?
No, we do have a site earmarked, and if you could bear with me, Chair, I could come back to you shortly with an indication of that site. I just don't have it at my fingertips.
Yeah, that's fine. If we don't get it by the end of the day, can I just assume you'll take that on notice? Thank you.
Thanks.
Can I just go to the issue of water quality and oysters? Are you aware of the report that was just released by the Southern Cross University around pesticides and water pollution in the Richmond River? Have you familiar with?
Chair, I'm not across that report. Certainly aware of the challenges that oyster farmers face with a whole range of water quality issues, particularly sewage outfalls. But I'm not familiar with that particular piece of work.
Yeah, it's just been released literally a couple of days ago, and talks about that they actually found 21 different pesticides, some of which are actually banned in Australia. One particularly was Benomol, which has been banned since 2006. So I guess this is probably an issue that crosses across a wide breadth of your portfolio area, I guess, not only farming but also fishing and etc. So I'm just wondering what work's being done around the use of pesticides in and around these sensitive areas, in particular what's being done to educate farmers and other users around some of these pesticides that may be lurking in sheds that have been sitting there for a while, and farmers don't realise that they're actually banned.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I think in terms of that latest that report, I think I'll just take that on notice to have the opportunity to look at it and see what's in there. We do have programs of work underway under the Marine Estate Management Strategy, which are designed to improve water quality overall. And that does include community education and engagement activities with landholders. So I think there are works or engagement pieces underway on that front. But in terms of specifics, if it's of interest, then I could come back with a more detailed answer on what some of that work looks like.
Yeah, that'd be great. Can I just go to the... Yep.
Sorry, Chair, I was just going to come back to you. The work that I was referring to on the cold water pollution was actually the areas flagged for us to look at that particular bubble plume technology, Pindari and Copton dams.
Yep.
And just correct myself, it's the University of New South Wales and Griffith University that we're collaborating with.
Yeah, okay.
Do a lot of other things with CSU, but it looks like not this one.
No problems at all. Thank you. Yeah, can we just go to...
And Chair, can I just add to Mr. Sloan's previous answer on that, what are we doing with agriculture in this part, with regards to runoff and awareness about impact on sprays and so forth? Part of that funding I talked about previously around improving water quality and reducing litter, as you identified, one of the key threats in that in our marine estate is that water quality issue. So we'll supply some details of the programs and activities we've got in that, because that marine estate management strategy actually delivers a lot of on-ground work. And when I say the strategy is actually both a partnership between ourselves, LLS, and the Environment Department in terms of delivery on ground, to actually work with landowners to raise their awareness and to improve their practices to reduce that kind of either runoff or spray drift.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Can I just go to the cultural fishing round table and what's happening in that cultural fishing space? I know there was a meeting on June 30. How often does that cultural fishing round table meet?
Thanks, Chair. I think the meeting that you're referring to was the one where we brought all of the advisory councils together, which was the Aboriginal, Recreational, Commercial Fishing Advisory Councils. We also brought our Marine Estate Management Authority into that discussion as well, to look at the draft and the process around drafting a cultural fishing regulation, and that was designed to get just broader ownership of what the cultural fishing regulation would look like, because of how cross-cutting that issue is. Because obviously we're talking about regulating the extraction of one group, but all of these sectors are fishing for the same species. So that round table brought everybody together, and it was a very good, productive piece of work around what the cultural fishing regulation should look like. It then went back to the Aboriginal Fishing Advisory Council, which is charged in the legislation with providing advice to the Minister on any regulations that apply to Aboriginal communities. And so that drafting of the regulation is currently underway, and I would expect sometime in the new year there will be a process run to consult with the community on that. So that piece of work that you're referring to was really an initiating piece to get recreational fishers, commercial fishers and Aboriginal cultural fishers all sort of on the same page.
Yeah, sure. Can I just go to the two local management plans that are on trial at the moment? You've got the Hastings and the Tweed. How long are those trials for? Do we have a trial term for them?
Yes, so both of those trials were established for a 2-year period. And I know the Tweed one kicked off first, and I think that I need to double check, Chair, the timing of it, but I think it comes, the 2-year period comes up very early in the new year, and the Tweed one follows by maybe 3 to 6 months. So they're both proving to be highly successful, and those communities are highly engaged in those cultural fishing management plans, and we have interest from other communities to work with us on the same process. So we will do an evaluation of both the Tweed first and then the Hastings plans in the new year. Hastings and then the Tweed. I got the order wrong, so Hastings and then the Tweed.
And I think the dates that Ms. Sloan, so the Hastings commenced in June 2022 and Tweed in November 2022. So that would put their 2-year trial dates at June 2024 and November 2024.
Okay, and can I just confirm with the development of those plans, the other, I guess, sectors of the fishing community were consulted? So the commercial sector and the recreational sector, were they consulted or part of that process in setting up those local management plans?
No, we didn't go out and broadly consult on the preparation of those management plans, and the reason that we didn't is the design of the process has been put together in such a way that it can be a self-determination process for those Aboriginal communities. So the way that we put it together was to work with the elders in those communities and let them come to us with what limits they wanted to put on individual species, what boundaries in terms of geographic boundaries we would place around where the cultural fishing could occur, and then also things like what fishing methods could be used, who in the community would qualify to be culturally fishing against the plan. So all of those things we allowed to be self-determined by those communities rather than us, essentially sort of forcing those arrangements on the communities themselves. So,
and when it comes to bag limits and possession limits, were they asked to justify with any scientific background as to why they were assigning certain bag limits or possession limits to different species, or justify in any way?
Yes, we did go through those discussions, and the important thing to bring out there is that the limits that are contained in those local management plans allow members of the community to fish for the community. They're not just fishing for themselves. So if there are elderly people in the community, for example, one person might go out and catch that limit that's in the plan, but it'll be to feed the whole community, and those limits won't be, acted on every single day. They might be, for particular periods or culturally important events. So that's why the limits are different to, the single daily limits that apply for recreational fishers, as an example.
Yeah.
But just on the consultation piece, I did want to clarify as well that we did go to the Commercial Fishing Advisory Council and the Recreational Fishing Advisory Council to run through with them what those two local management plans were proposing. So in that sense, there was consultation with the commercial and recreational fishing industry, but what we didn't do is go out to the wider community, and that was for that reason that I mentioned.
Okay, so when you went to the Recreational Advisory Council and the Commercial Advisory Council with what was being proposed, did that include the bag limits and possession limits?
Yes, it did. And,
okay, so what was, given that, when I look at the specific species I'm concerned about is the mulloway, when both the commercial and rec guys are getting a haircut, a significant haircut, in terms of possession and bag limits, etc., what was the justification in these two plans that they could take 20 and 20 for Hastings, and for Tweed I think it was 15 and 20. Noting, okay, yes, you're catching for the wider community, but what was the scientific background or data provided by these communities to say, hey, 20 is sustainable when everyone else has been reduced to 1 or 2?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So firstly, we did go to, in those local communities, we did go and talk to local tackle stores and the sort of different sort of key sort of fishing clubs in those communities, as well as talking to the Recreational Fishing Advisory Council and the Commercial Fishing Advisory Council. So that completed the story in terms of how we consulted and engaged. In terms of the question about why 20 Mulloway for a person who's fishing against the local management plan in the Tweed or the Hastings, and why one recreational person, why for a recreational person the taken possession limit is one fish per person. The answer to that is essentially what I was saying earlier, that a person fishing culturally in one of these communities will be fishing for the community. And if you take, for example, the fact that we estimate that we have around 1 million recreational fishers in New South Wales, we licence much less than that, but obviously with elderly people and young people, there's more people that are recreationally fishing. So the cumulative effect of recreational fishers fishing for a species like Mulloway is very different to a small Aboriginal community fishing for a species like Mulloway. And I just come back to the point that when someone goes fishing in the Hastings community for Mulloway, it'll be potentially for many more members of the community, but it wouldn't be every day of the week. It wouldn't be a consistent thing. It would be possibly only a small number of times each year. So
I just think it's important to put on the record that clarification, because at face value it sort of stands out as a concern given the dire straits that we know that species in. Can I just, in my last 2 minutes, just go to Miss Filmer and you, Mr. Hanson, around the puppy farm task force funding? How much has been given to the RSPCA in total for that task force since it first was set up?
Just finding that as we speak, Chair.
And while you're finding that, has there been any review or intended review on that funding, given that, based on my questioning at last estimates, we learnt that they've closed exactly 0 puppy farms down?
So in terms of review of that funding was time-bound, time-limited. As you'd be aware, there was significant funding made available to the RSPCA and Animal Welfare League to help fund, amongst other things, compliance activities in this year's financial budget. And so there's continued funding, but it hasn't been allocated nor targeted to a task force. But I'll see if Ms. Filmer has been able to track down that number, because I haven't been able to. And if not, we'll take it on notice.
Yeah, we've got about 40 seconds.
We're on. I found it. So
okay.
in 2020, there was $400,000 allocated to RSPCA to employ 4 extra inspectors for the puppy task force. That was a one-off funding. The RSPCA currently have 2 inspectors working on the puppy task force, but they are planning to increase that number back to 4 using the grant money that the Office of Local Government has given them recently.
Okay, I'll target up my questions.
Does that answer the question?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll target up my questions further to local government then. Thank you. I'll hand back to the opposition for the last 5 minutes before we go to government.
Thanks, Chair. Ms Fox, would you be able to provide, and I'm happy for you to do it on notice, in fact I'm sure you'll need to, just picking up on where we left off, a list of all of the funds that the Department of Regional New South Wales is now responsible for administering from, say, the start of December, if that's okay?
Yes, so you mean grants funds?
Yes, but any or all, any funds that you've got responsibility for.
Okay.
Yeah, and could you also provide well, I'll make that one, grants funds as well. which were the funds you were responsible for as of, say, January this year? I'm just trying to understand which grants funds specifically, but also more broadly, funds that Regional New South Wales was responsible for at the beginning of the year versus the end of the year, but happy on notice as much as you can provide.
Okay, and you want like the funds that Primary Industries team, for example?
Yes, please, that would be great.
The whole department?
That would be great, yeah. Thank you. I want to ask some questions now. We've only got a couple of minutes, and these, might be quite specific. It's just in relation to the special activation precincts, and particularly the Moree one. There has obviously been a decision by the federal government in their infrastructure review not to provide funding for the Moree intermodal overpass. Are you aware of that decision?
Yes.
Yep. So what work has been done by the department, or what advice has been given to the minister in relation to the impact that decision will have on that particular precinct project?
I'll hand over to Mr. Bolton, who's responsible for that program.
Great.
But I'll let him answer that.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Rebecca, and thanks, Ms. Mitchell. So we've been analysing the impact of that decision from the federal government on the delivery of the scope of works that we have in place.
Mm-hmm.
We've been engaging with the federal government too around potential impacts for the operations of inland rail and the Newell Highway too. We're still reviewing the best alternative to how we get access into the special activation precinct and are providing advice to the Minister's office when that's completed.
Okay, so in your discussions with the Commonwealth, have you got any information in relation to the economic impact of cutting that intermodal overpass project? Has that been discussed? Is there anything you could provide on notice?
On notice, I could definitely provide a summary of the discussions we've had with the federal government.
That would be great, thank you. Because I lived in Moree for a period of time. My understanding is that it will be very difficult for road trains to access that particular site if there isn't an overpass from the west. But is that part of the conversations that you're having around what other options will be available without the money for that intermodal overpass?
Absolutely. We're looking at alternative solutions to provide that grade separation or safe access to the special activation precinct.
Okay.
And you know the site well. How we get from the western side to the eastern side is a critical driver for how we move forward.
Yeah, definitely. Are you is Transport for New South Wales engaged in those considerations, particularly, I guess I'm thinking around the safety of heavy vehicles accessing the site? Do you speak with them as part of that work as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. And what about the local council? Obviously, they have an interest in this. Are they involved in those discussions?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, again, if you're happy to provide on notice, just an overview of that work that's happened and maybe timeframes in terms of, I'm assuming you then have to present to the minister what some of the options are, and I respect that there's budget processes if that all changes, but I guess for the people up there who are keen to kind of know timelines or of what may happen, is any advice you can provide in relation to that would also be very useful. Thank you.
Yes, we can do that.
Sorry. We're getting to the end of the day. We're getting there. Just one more. How much funding had been allocated for both the Williamtown and the Narrabri special activation precincts?
There had been no formal funding allocation to either precinct, so Williamtown or Narrabri. There had been, typically the process for a funding decision, we take the precinct through a master planning process. We essentially present a final investment decision to government.
Mm-hmm.
That had not, neither of those special activation precincts had progressed to that phase.
But some money had obviously been spent on, sorry, I probably should have worded that differently. Some money had been spent on that planning work, yes, for both of those precincts?
Correct.
Okay, is there a budget, funding allocation or a budget amount you could provide on how much was spent to date on those projects? The bell has just gone, so happy for it to be on notice if you can provide any information on that.
We can provide that on notice.
Thank you. That's my time, so thank you.
Thank you. I'll now throw to the government for...
Thank you, Chair. I have no questions.
Nor do I.
Mr. Primrose, bring us home.
Consensus.
Excellent.
Oh, the boys!
But now you're on Hansard.
There's
you've all
unity.
spoken.
There's
Oh,
unity in the
you?
ranks. Well, thank you all. You obviously have taken a significant amount of questions, I noticed, but we did get through a mountain of questions today. So I thank you all for attending and sticking out for the whole period. The committee secretariat will be in touch regarding those questions you've taken on notice, and obviously the usual time period allows, but obviously there's that shutdown period as well to consider. Thank you all for attending. Merry Christmas and safe travels wherever you are going or to from, and we'll see you in February for more mucking around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See yous.
Thanks all.
See you in person in Feb. Bye.